Hmm.
But I had not had
Okay.
that problem for some time. But for whatever reason, I got rejected when I tried to click start stream. Okay, we are now live. And I did put out a notice about 15 minutes ago saying that we would be live in about 15 minutes. So we'll give people a few minutes to show up.
Hmm.
Um, good. And then I've got the audio levels set to what we had when Jarvis was streaming with me on Thursday night. So I'm hopeful that they'll be about right, but we can let chat tell us if things need to be changed.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm not too sure if I mean it might be a product of like his exact setup versus my exact setup. Hard to know, but
Yeah,
we'll see, I guess.
I'm watching the levels as you're talking and they look similar to mine. So I'm hopeful that we're like basically in the right spot.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a
Um.
thumbs up in chat in terms of audio levels, which is good. I know me personally, I have a problem where I like get set up. I have a certain mindset when the stream starts in terms of how into it I am or, where I am relative to my microphone. And by the end of the stream, usually my attitude has changed. So I'm either closer to the microphone or further away. Like I've like shifted. So I've realized that in some of the recordings that I've watched that like I sound way louder in round 1 than I do in round 9 or whatever. But I'm going to try to keep that in
Yeah.
mind as we're doing this.
I mean, I'll also state, so I'm actually like getting over like a sore throat the last few days. I'm hoping it will all be okay, but there's a chance I won't be able to make it through the end because of this.
That's totally
But
fair.
just sort of is what it is.
Yep.
Not much I can do about it.
Um, I would vote, yeah, that if you think that, how do I want to put it? I think day 2 commentary is more valuable than day 1 commentary. So if there's a point at which you're like, I think I should tap out to save myself for later rounds, then you're more than welcome to do that.
Sure, that's fair, but I'm optimistic that I'll just be able to do it anyway.
Sure.
But
And you can also
we'll,
just
we'll,
like
we'll
take
see.
a round off here and there, just be in chat, and I'll handle the bigger part of the work myself.
Yeah, totally reasonable. That's fair.
I used to do these 100% by myself, but it is way more fun with a co-host, especially a co-host with which we've got some history and some rapport. Like,
Yeah, agreed. All right. So,
okay,
are we getting people in, or should we move towards starting our formal kind of
yeah,
thing?
I think we should do that. So maybe if you have a couple thoughts about kind of the big picture. Obviously, this event is the week after DC, so everyone coming into this in Japan has looked at DC, has thought some about what people brought in the US, and thinking about how they want to approach things this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean I do think this metagame is definitely a reaction to DC. Like, okay, some of the most popular decks here are the same decks that we saw in DC. Rakdos, Aggro, and Izzet
Yeah.
Phoenix were 2 of the 3 most popular decks there. They're 2 of the 3 most popular decks here. I don't think anyone's surprised. They both did pretty well. They're both fundamentally strong decks. Uh, what's interesting is then we have some of the high performers from DC, some of the fringe decks that
Yeah.
are way more popular here. And I mean, the decks I'm talking about are Company and Demons, the 2 I'm alluding
Yeah.
to. Both those decks had a really good performances in DC. I think Demons and Company, depending on how you do your statistics exactly, those 2 were the 2 winningest decks,
Mm-hmm.
which is exactly 1 and 2. I think depends on how you win your stats, but anyway, the point is they both did really, really well, and I'm interested to see how much that holds up with a larger population.
Sure.
Because in general, there's a sort of bias where if your deck is the most popular deck in the room, it just kind of can't win that much
Mm-hmm.
because too many kind of weaker players are just like paying it because they don't really know what else to do, sort of. Whereas if you have a small elite team, it's really have an incredible win rate. So
Yeah.
we'll see if the Demons and Company deck are really the truth, if they're really going to hold up. Um, and the surprises I think here are that Greasefang and Rakdos Midrange are both popular. Neither of those I would have anticipated.
I
Because
looked at
okay,
some of these mid-range lists because I thought there was a chance that some of them had been mislabeled, and there were a couple that were like I would call it Rakdos Demons. Like, it's mono black demons, but with a couple of red cards thrown in here and there. A majority of the Rakdos midrange decks that I looked like, I would classify as your grandfather's Rakdos midrange, though. Like, the decks that you would have seen a year or possibly even 2 years ago.
Yeah, that I think is wild. I mean, it's totally reasonable to say I want to play Mono Black Demons. It's a good deck. It had a strong performance, but like not playing Fable is too out there. I think they're crazy. Just play Fable. Like I'm totally here for that. I think it might even be better, but I'm very skeptical of these like Bone Crusher Giant strategies.
Yeah,
you might call it.
Oh,
I just
Graveyard Trespasser is going to have a lot of copies. I think we're going to see it on camera today.
Yeah, I just don't think you're allowed to do that in the Year of Our Lord 2024. I mean, the sort of thing I'm imagining is like, okay, what if you have maybe a Trespasser in your hand and it's turn 3 and you're against Rakdos aggro? It's not clear that you can cast it.
Right.
Like, you might just die.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty illegal. And then as far as the Greasefang deck goes, look, I know that Greasefang was surprisingly popular at the USRC, but it had a horrific win rate. Its win rate was one of the worst rates of any deck in the tournament. Now, I am aware that in the US, most of those decks were Abzan, and this is Mardu.
Yes.
And it is possible that Mardu is better. I do think Mardu gained some new tools, like maybe they're playing FOMO, for example. I saw that in some of the Mardu lists online. That's a meaningful upgrade. You can sort of, it's sort of a poor man's Rafinha's informant, maybe a rich man's Rafinha's informant. I'm not sure, but
so I can also tell you,
I'm still just worried the strategy.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
That Ken Yukuhiro is playing Mardu Greasefang, and he is a gregarious fellow that tends to work with a lot of other people. So I don't know if somehow they settled on this as a way to possibly combat something that they saw in the field or what. But I have a feeling that the pilot strength on this Mardu Greasefang list is actually going to be relatively high because I think it's Ken plus friends.
Interesting. I would say I'm still not a believer. I'm selling my Mardu Greasefang stock. I'm shorting it right now. Mostly, I just kind of fundamentally feel that the card Greasefang is really bad against Phoenix, which is one of the most popular decks.
Yeah.
And I also feel that there's a problem against the aggro deck where sometimes you can like tap out for Greasefang, do your thing, and then die anyway on their turn, which I think is pretty unacceptable. Now, I get that like there's play to it. You can Thoughtseize them first. You can hold up Fatal Push Mana. You don't always have to go for it right on 3. There's lots of stuff like that. It's not quite that simple, but that makes me question the whole premise of what we're doing here. Is the way that I feel.
Sure.
It's like if it is sometimes not allowed to play my Greasefang on 3, why am I playing this deck?
Right. You also look at it from the perspective of the card is in the name of the deck. You would hope that means that the card is reasonable to put on the stack.
Yes, agreed. And I guess another thing I should mention about this metagame. So, a valid question is, all right, so aggro and Izzet Phoenix still about as popular as the US, or at least still very popular. Some of those high performers, the mid-range deck, Demons, Company, Greasefang, all of these decks way up in popularity. A valid response is, okay, where did that metagame share come from? And I think it's a very surprising place, which is Azorius Control way less popular in Japan than it was in the United States. And the reason surprising is twofold. The first reason surprising is Azorius Control did well in the US. It didn't have a poor performance at all. I think, so again, Control is one of the decks that is most impacted by the methodology by which you calculate win rate, specifically how you handle draws, has a big effect on its win rate. But if you disregard draws, Azorius Control had like one of the highest win rates in the tournament. And even if you include draws, it did pretty decently, I believe. And historically, at past arcs we've covered, there's been more Control in Japan. Yes. So I'm surprised to see it is unpopular. I don't know what that means, but it's quite interesting.
Yeah, we have seen it's a running joke that people at this Japanese event are very fond of Soul Partition. So I'm surprised that they've put them down to pick up Bone Crusher Giants this weekend.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, someone in chat does mention that there's like an issue between Control and Lotus Field, and I did my best to try to separate those two. I should say that all of the numbers here are like plus or minus 2 or 3, because I did largely go by what the pilot labeled their deck as on Melee. I did some spot checks to try to like, is Rakdos aggro and Rakdos prowess actually the same, etc. So this actually looks slightly different from the thing that PlayMTG tweeted out. I'm going to try to do a very careful count for the 64 decks that make day 2, but take everything with a slight grain of salt. I do think that the general picture, like there's way more Rakdos of both flavors than there is control of either flavor, is correct.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't think, to tell the story of this tournament, I don't need to know precisely how many pilots there were on any of these decks. Just kind of the gist of it is sufficient. Right. Another interesting thing I would mention here is there's very little enchantees here, it looks like. But I think that's logical. I think it's a natural response to RC. I think enchantees didn't do particularly well in the US, didn't have a great weekend. It's not clear why the metagame moves towards this company deck, for example, towards this Demons deck. May or may not necessarily benefit Incarnation. And also, in general, it's a ramp strategy, which tends to be kind of unpopular in Japan relative to the United States. So I think that one makes total sense. But I do think I would content into it that also there is some less Incarnation at this tournament.
Shall we start looking at the lists for round 1?
Yes. We can get into the action.
All right, so let me put deck lists in chat so we see them. We are actually going to pick up right where we left off. Kenta Harane was in the finals of the previous Japanese RC, and so he is, I think, still king of the hill. He's going to have the privilege of the the round 1 feature match, and he's elected to bring Lotus Field.
Well, and what I think is interesting about this is not just that he elected to play Lotus Field, but this build of Lotus Field. So this is what I would describe as the classical Lotus Field deck. This is, we're trying to get 2 Lotus Fields into play. We're copying with Thespian Stage. We're going to untap a bunch of times, hidden strings, and pour the pages. At some point, we'll cast Ultimatum. That will win us the game. We're also going to use 9 Lives. It's a new tool that's been picking up to try to stay alive long enough against their black aggro deck and against Phoenix until we can kind of combo out. This makes perfect sense. Now, a lot of the lists that have been successful on Moto, just in the last 2 weeks, have been newer artist talent Lotus Field decks.
Interesting.
These lists with kind of 12 one-mana cantrips, 4 talents, but then the rest are kind of the same cards. And I'm surprised that Kenta Harane did not want to play one of those decks. I'm not sure what it means, but I think it's interesting.
Very cool. I will point out one other thing that I've looked at multiple times since this has been up. What is up with the silence in the sideboard? It looks like it was found at the bottom of some old shoebox.
That is very weird. I have no idea, but that is a valid question.
Anyway, back to the actual content. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I wonder what claims he's making by playing this build of their style build. For example, one thing he might say is okay, look, I was too afraid that if I played the artist talent build, I would just get run over by aggro because that build doesn't have main deck kind of responses to the black aggro deck, whereas this one gets to play 9 lives, which goes a long way. That might be something he would say. Or maybe maybe it's even a matter of, look, these lists were really late breaking. I couldn't get a refined list I was happy with in time, so I stayed with kind of the more classical style. Any of that stuff would be reasonable. I'm not sure. But I do think it's interesting.
On the other side, we're going to see Transmogrify. Whoa. And I'm attempting to make it larger, but can only do so much.
Yeah, and this list I think is pretty normal for the Transmog lists. Definitely some people played Valgavoth, some people picked up the new hot card, but overall on the weekend I think Atraxa was the more successful finisher by a fair margin.
Yeah.
Connor McKenzie, friend of the stream, did lose in the finals, the USRC, playing a 2 Atraxa build of Transmogrify, and this list looks pretty similar to that. Not card for card the same, but broadly a similar setup.
Yeah, I think this one is somewhat of a known quantity at this point, so there might not be too much to add. It also doesn't look like we've got much in the way of spice here.
No, we don't, but I'm not sure that spice is necessarily called for. The matchup we're about to watch is going to be one where, fundamentally, the Transmog deck is going to try to thought seize a bunch to kind of slow down the Lotus Field deck, and then put a big Atraxa into play, and then hopefully win quickly before the Lotus deck can recover. And also maybe the Atraxa finds more disruption as well. And that's a pretty robust play in the matchup, actually.
Yeah.
6 main deck duress effects is a lot to fight through, and I've often found with Lotus Field decks that your deck just isn't that resilient to Thoughtseize.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you can kind of think of it fundamentally. Your cards are all pretty different, so often there's some sort of linchpin that they can remove that will cause your draw to crumble. For example, maybe you have a lot of good payoffs. Maybe your hand has 2 Pour Over the Pages and an ultimatum, and you got it all rolled up. And then your opponent Thoughtseizes you and takes your Sylvan Scrying, and you have no Lotus Field anymore. Right? Maybe you have Lotus Field Stage and tons of mana that's hard to attack, but your only real payoff is a single Pour Over the Pages. They Thoughtseize you, take that, and your draw does nothing again. And there's a lot of stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
The wild card here is the 9 lives, because definitely if Lotus Field deck gets enough time, it will eventually recover from an arbitrary amount of Thoughtseizes. And I don't know how well equipped the Rakdos deck is to actually fight through a 9 life just sitting on the table.
It looks like they have to go 1 life at a time, really. Which is not a great way to do it.
No, agreed. I mean, you can make some fish tokens, some bite tokens, maybe.
Some devils with Obnixilis, Mutavault beats. Like, there's not a lot going on here that's going to fight through that.
So one thing we might see is the Transmog deck Thoughtseize a couple of times, 9 lives hits the table, the game slows down, and then the Lotus Field deck just beats Atraxa, which is a pretty interesting dynamic.
Okay, with all that said, I think it's time for us to get down to business. So let's push play. Looks like our players are going to be playing on RCQ promo Goblin guides. Is that what these things are?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that is a thing that they could do. I believe actually now that I said that, the playmats that they played on at the previous RC were the expressive iteration ones. So I sense a pattern here.
Yeah, they have some sort of policy about this, I would guess.
Jason points out in chat that Obnix would force the opponent to lose life, not take damage. So
that's true.
You could put the squeeze on someone with Obnixilis, even with 9 lives in play.
But that's a blessing and a curse, depending on what their life total is when the 9 lives comes down, right?
Yeah, that's right. So if it's a situation where Kenta's life total is low and he's trying to use 9 lives to just buy time, then it may not work in the face of Obnixilis. But if it's an early 9 lives that Gold can't really do much about, then that may or may not be a way forward.
Yeah, I'm just imagining there's weird scenarios where, like, you're at 10, but you have 9 lives in play.
Yeah. Kenta has rolled a 7.
You can just pay life 8 times.
Go rolls a 9, and we'll take the play. All right, let's hope we get to keep 14 cards. Though, the magic of YouTube is that we can fast forward through mulligans, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, doing this not live is a little weird, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so I should mention that and mention it frequently, that usually what we do is watch these overnight, but the stream producers have decided that they would rather show day 1 of the Standard Cup, which is like an open tournament GP sort of thing, on day 1, and then show the RC on day 2. So these are pre-recorded. Like, they had a feature match area for the RC, but they wound up recording those feature matches and then posting them to YouTube. So we don't have a choice but to do day 1 recorded. The first spell of the tournament for us is a Reckoner Bankbuster. We're also going to do day 2 pre-recorded for other reasons. Part of it is that I have a job and I don't want to stay up until 5 a.m. this time. After I've gotten more comfortable at getting up for the job, we'll see what happens. But also I have a friend visiting from college that I otherwise wouldn't have a chance to see. So I don't know if pre-recorded plus pre-recorded will stick around, or if we'll go back to doing day 2 live at night. We'll see. But that's the situation for this weekend.
Yeah, we're definitely still in the experimentation phase with this.
And part of what's fun about it is that we can experiment.
Okay, so Kenta Harane, all full speed ahead, I guess you might say. No Thoughtseize hit, so when Scrying has found the Lotus Field. definitely where he wants to be, definitely where he wants to look at. Like, this Bankbuster 2, I think, is actually not that scary. And the reason is Kondo's deck isn't very good at crewing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Bone Crusher Giant or a 3-power creature to slam on 3 and start getting it for 4 points. And the actual card draw mode is just going to be too slow to matter almost ever in this kind of matchup.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say is, given that Kondo kept this hand, given that he kept Bankbuster into Fable, which is not an inspiring draw, my suspicion is he just has Transmogrify. It's hard for me to imagine keeping a draw this anemic unless the namesake card is just in the hand.
And I think it's been pulled up to the front of his hand, too. So, Atraxa likely incoming. And the question is... I think we were just trying to count up cards to figure out whether Go had drawn for the turn. Like, he might have just gone for the Fable really quickly without... Like, well, that's going to be my play this turn, so whatever, here's a Fable, without actually processing his draw step.
Okay, that's weird, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, I see one, I believe I saw the Transmogrify, one of the 2 Atraxas, and an Ob Nixilis in Go's hand. So we might actually have a sweat on the next draw step. He is kind of incentivized to miss the draw. If possible, because if he draws Atraxa number 2, then things are going to get really awkward.
Well, also, I mean, that's very awkward for him, because it also means, for example, he can't loot away the Atraxa to the Fable.
Yeah.
Because if he does, he risks drawing the second one and getting completely devastated. Now, maybe that's just a risk he has to take. I don't know, but it's incredibly punishing if he draws the second Atraxa.
So this is something that I don't know very well. I've never piloted the Lotus Field deck. How sad is Kenta to have played this Thespian stage out ahead of time, since now Lotus Field on 3 would cannibalize one of the combo pieces?
Yeah, I think it's generally not a huge deal.
Okay.
For example, it's not too bad if Kenta needs to just sack the stage. Plenty of ways to find another one, possibly go off on only one Lotus Field in some situations. Not the end of the world. Also, even if Kenta has found the Lotus Field with the stage in play, if Kenta happens to draw a different third land, always has the option to just play that land and wait a turn, essentially. Because you can still, like, let's say Kenta just plays, like, a Temple of History or something. And the next turn, Kenta can go Lotus Field, sack the other 2 lands, float mana, copy with stage, and still be all rolled up to go off on turn 5.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the end of the world, really, for the Lotus Field deck. Also, I know turn 5 might seem a little slow, but something you should keep in mind about this Lotus Field deck is this deck, it can go off on 3. It's not impossible, but I would describe it as a 4.5 deck on average. Usually turn 4 and sometimes turn 5. It's kind of just not that fast. It's more resilient and hard to interact with than it is raw speed.
Well, I was not expecting the first thoughts of the day to come from Kenta's side, but I think the problem wasn't that Go missed a draw, it was that he drew an extra card, and it was discovered, and so the fix is that something from Go's hand is going to get shuffled into the library. He has to reveal his hand of Torch the Tower, Atraxa, Ob Nixilis, Transmogrify. Obviously, Kenta takes Transmogrify, but that is a pretty bad beat.
Yeah, I mean, Kondo's hand is now all Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and he probably would have mulliganed this had he known he would be Thoughtseized.
Yeah.
So, it's not great.
All right, so Kenta floats 2 mana, plays the Lotus Field, uses that 2 mana to cycle Vizier of Tumbling Sands to untap Lotus Field, and passes.
Yeah, and the way you should think of Vizier of Tumbling Sands in this deck is once Lotus Field is in play, which it usually is, Vizier of Tumbling Sands is kind of just 1 blue, make a mana, draw a card. That's it. That's the card. So I guess what I'm saying is, it's plus 1 mana,
yeah,
plus 1 card.
-1 mana, draw a card. Yeah.
Yeah. And the mana is blue, specifically, as well, since you
Right.
have to make blue to...
Yeah.
Now, I get there's some tricks where you can, like, float 1 color, and there's lots of nonsense tricks with this deck to get the right colors in your pool to cast Ultimatum, but broadly, it's -1 mana, plus 1 card.
Okay, so Go does pitch the Torch to Tower, not surprisingly, but also the Atraxa. So Atraxa number 2 is going to be dangerous for the rest of the game. One of the cards that was drawn this turn was Thoughtseize, which has been fired off, and Kenta responds with Archdruid's Charm.
And this is very dangerous for Kenta, because now, or sorry, very dangerous for Go, because now Kenta sort of has it all rolled up, and obviously his hand is kind of, 6 random spells. You can take the one you want. But with this much mana, I think that Kenta's in a really good position regardless.
Oh, Christmas, thank you very much for the sub. Greatly appreciated. We will bring you some premium content. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so the charm has found the stage. So as we were talking about, there are plenty of ways for this deck to get that stage back that has been sacrificed. And now the Thoughtseize resolves and finds what looks like Impulse, Vizier. Definitely 9 lives, another land. And what's this blue card over there?
That's
Hidden Strings?
Yes.
Okay.
Classic and well-known staple of Lotus Field, Hidden Strings.
Yes. All right, so, not surprisingly, we're going to go after Kenta's life total from 18 rather than after Kenta's life total from 9 damage events. And we're going to take the 9 lives and kind of leave him with, I would say air, but let's be real. He has plenty of action to try to find something. And the other card that was found off of Fable Chapter 2 is Transmogrify. And the fact that we're going through this suggests that Atraxa number 2 was not drawn.
Nice. Okay. And that makes a lot of sense, because I was going to say, if you don't have the Transmog, it's not pretty much that 9 lives actually matters. You might have been tempted to take the Hidden Strings or something of that nature. But given that you have the Transmog, you want to clock them quickly. This is now, I think, a 2-turn clock, most likely. That makes a ton of sense.
So it does look like Kenta is going to have to spend his next turn kind of spinning his wheels. Will that give Go enough time to get this done? Also, all right, Atraxa Trigger has found useless Fatal Push, but a Thoughtseize, which is going to be pretty big. The land is going to be Mutavault, and then he has a choice between Case of the Stashed Skeleton and Fable of the Mirror Breaker number 2.
And Kondo can fire off this Thoughtseize immediately off a treasure token as well. So he's going to get another bite at the apple. In fact, I'm not totally sure why he chose to first play a discard spell, then play the Transmog, then play his next discard spell, as opposed to cast the Transmog, get your 10 Atraxa cards, and see if that changed anything. But it's fairly irrelevant. I don't know how things could possibly change, really.
I think it was a mana consideration. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Because it was just like he attacked with the... Oh, okay, here's your answer. The treasure was spent for the Transmogrify. So his turn was, I have 4 lands, attack you with Goblin Shaman. Now I have 4 lands and a treasure. And then the 5 mana total was used A for Thoughtseize and then B for Transmogrifying away the Goblin Shaman.
Sure, but you can still get more information before you... I guess you'd still more... Maybe you'd rather see their hand to get information about what you take on Atraxa. Yeah, right. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the treasure token is pretty different.
All right, so we start with a Botanical Sanctum. And now here's Hidden Strings. So we're up some mana from that, and we'll Impulse.
Yeah, I think that die on that little thing is representing the floating mana. I can't quite tell. I think it says 1 floating there, but
yes,
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there's 1 blue floating. So we tapped for... now we have to do Lotus Field math. So we tapped for 4. Used Hidden Strings, untapped them. Jason points out that Otawara is a card that's in Kenta's deck, and that would have blown out Transmogrify, so we could get some information about whether or not that was there.
That's very reasonable, yeah.
All right, so now Stage has been turned into Lotus Field, and we are cycling Vizier to untap Lotus Field. So we were on 2, now we should be on 5. We're apparently going to spend 4 to play Granted. we're going to go get a treasure cruise. And
so I want to call this out
Delvex.
because granted is a bit unusual actually, as far as the win conditions these decks go. At some point in time, everyone had kind of collectively moved away from that as the kill, mostly because its sort of value as a fair card was considered, I don't know, pretty diminished, and people were playing like Chandra as the win condition, claiming that was a better fair card. I don't know how much this actually matters, but it's interesting because in the last sort of few weeks, it seems like everyone has moved back towards graded, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not sure what force the metagame is pushing that way. Anyway.
Well, if the hope was that Kenta would have found some action for next turn from the treasure cruise, it looks like we just have more wheel spinning preparing to happen because there's 2 more impulses, Sylvan Scrying, and Hidden Strings, and that's it. I see someone in chat suggest that Granted plays better with Archdruid's Charm than Chandra does. Like, once you have Omniscience, then Charm can go get Fae, which can go get something out of your sideboard.
Well, okay, but that still only does it if you have a way to get back to the approach. Right, because you're grading for approach.
Yeah.
But I guess you can recast the Fae for Adventure and bounce it. Okay. So you can probably figure it out, yeah.
I think Kenta did have the option to grant for Unable to Scream if he wanted to turn Atraxa off, but he seemed to be okay with taking the hit this turn.
Yeah, I think that you'd rather find the Treasure Cruise and try to win next turn than try to kind of fight through the Atraxa. I mean, things are pretty rolled up. I think there's a lot of combinations of 3 cards that would give him W here.
All right, we've drawn Impulse number 4, I believe. So all that Kenta's hand really does is Impulse. So let's Impulse.
I mean, he needs a mana, but that is mana. And that is also an ultimatum.
All right, we do have strings left to cast, which should happen here. So now we're floating up to 4.
Okay, so the colors here are a little tricky, but I believe this is just ultimatum with blue floating. And the shortcut for Lotus Field is you ultimatum with blue floating, it's checkmate. Nothing matters. It's over. We'll see how long Go wants to let this kind of happen, but it's checkmate. Nothing matters.
Yeah, you have.
If there were only one Lotus Field, the game might continue, but here, it's over.
The illusion of a decision, but all right. So Pour and Omniscience are going to get cast.
And I think people worry a lot of like, oh, what precisely is the deterministic kill in these spots? But I think that point is usually not important. Like, you're just allowed to take a very small percentage of a fail case in exchange for not having to put bad cards in your deck, such as the Triple Demonic Tutor, which, as you can see, Kenta has excluded. Also, a lot of the time, there still is a deterministic kill. It's just more involved. That is to say, you could draw a flowchart for the deterministic kill, but the flowchart depends on like exactly what's in your graveyard. Do you have spell mastery? How good is Lier? Like all this kind of thing. And in general, it's all irrelevant. It's deterministic-ish.
All right, so Pour now 7 floating. Time to fire off Impulse number 2. We find Dark Petition.
Yeah, I mean, this is over. This is academic. Yeah.
We have entered garbage time.
Like, I think that Kenta can just play the Fae from the Adventure Zone, bounce it back to hand, recast it to wish for the approach at this point, but maybe that's vulnerable to the Fae getting killed in response or something. I don't know. You can do whatever.
If Kenta wants to take game actions, he's on camera. We'll just sit here and watch him.
Well, I mean, it's less Kenta. I mean, I think it's more Kenta's opponent. I mean, Kenta, I think, is maybe playing around Fatal Push with all this, is the point.
Sure.
But it's whatever.
I guess while this is setting up, we might as well get the decks ready because we can look at what is going to come in out of the sideboard.
Yeah, so we can talk about the sideboards a little bit here. Um, so on the Lotus Field side, I think we're going to see pretty light adjustments in this matchup. I don't know if Kenta even really wants to bother with something like Unable to Scream that can answer Atraxa. I suspect that's more for the faster decks than for this. I also don't really think something like Silence is really where you want to be in this matchup. You sort
Mm.
of just want to do your thing, play your game, and try to kind of work through their thought seizes. Kenta might board in the Treasure Cruise, but I'm not
Well,
exactly sure because
that
if he
was
boards in Treasure Cruise, he loses the wish for Treasure Cruise equity in some sense.
that was a cute exchange there. So Go did have the fatal push, but we saw earlier that Kenta had Sylvan scrying to go find Otawara. So Kenta was able to blow out the fatal push in response to the Fey activation by just playing Otawara on his Fey of Wishes.
Yes. So honestly, the only card that I'm confident Kenta's gonna, I'm not sure Kenta's gonna sideboard like at all. Is the way that I feel here. Uh, like you could board in this Treasure Cruise if you're okay not being able to wish for it. You could maybe board in like a fourth Ultimatum to have a little more gas in your deck against all these thought seizes. But I'm really not sure the formula's gonna change that much. I guess maybe you might want the one into the Flood Maw to be able to counter Transmog. That seems pretty reasonable. It's kind of just a 1 mana kill spell, but I don't think you'll see big change on those field side. It's going to be a couple of cards, not a big deal. On the Transmog side, I think we might see some more substantive changes, just because the Transmog deck has so many bad cards to cut. Basically, all of the small kill spells are going to leave the deck. All these Fatal Pushes are going to go. Torch is going to go. Volcanic Spite is going to go. Damping Sphere is going to come in. There are 3 whopping copies, which is a ton.
Yeah,
That's
the hate
respect.
is strong here.
We're gonna see this duress come in. We might see these go blanks come in. It's a bit unclear. Go blank is fine against Lotus. It might be better than what you're cutting. It's not exceptional or exciting. Mm-hmm. It looks to me like we have enough bad cards that probably at least some of them are gonna make it in, but it might not be the full 3, depending on exactly what you want to leave. It is also sometimes I think right to leave in a couple of big removal spells. You don't have to do this, but being able to kill the air is sometimes worth a card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bitter Triumph can work. Shieldred's Edict is a similar card, but none of that is like exciting. I honestly don't know if Go is going to prefer the big removal or more Mind Rots. I think it's close. But that's going to be the kind of broad sideboard plan here. You also could see the Unlicensed Hearse. It does more than nothing. It does less than a lot. It can fizzle the regrowth effects. It can remove Spell Mastery for Dark Petition. All that stuff can matter, but it doesn't matter much. Again, this is all pretty marginal. The big thing is 3 Damping Spheres, and I honestly think if you have 3 Damping Spheres post-board, you'd rather be on the Transmog side. That's a huge deal. Because not only is this card just a savagely good hate card, it's a savagely good hate card that you can find off Atraxa.
Mm-hmm. Right, it's not really in competition with anything else that Atraxa is going to give you.
Yeah, it's sort of like if there happens to be Damping your 10 cards, you get that plus whatever else you would do.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, going to be backbreaking a lot of the time. Friend of the stream, Tristan, likes to identify matchups as Lotus Field as you can phrase any matchup in terms of number of Damping Spheres. That is like, how many Damping Spheres would they need to be favored against you? You know? So, like, if like, they're favoring against you with no Damping Spheres, that'd be a 0 Damping Sphere matchup, right? And then if they'd be favoring against you with 1 Damping Sphere, it'd be a 1 Damping Sphere matchup, and so on. And what I can say is, I don't know exactly where Transmog falls on this scale. I'm not a Lotus Field scientist, but I would guess 3 Damping Spheres is well over the Damping Sphere line.
Yeah. Speaking of lines like that, maybe while people are sideboarding, if you haven't filled out our prop sheet, this is a good opportunity to suggest that you do so. And because I am now wondering, how many cards did Kenta draw when he comboed off? I actually don't think it was that many. I think he impulsed a fair amount, tutored a fair amount. I doubt he drew 9 cards, even though maybe 9 cards entered his hand.
Or, I mean, that'd be a very different prop if it was never cards that entered your hand.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because then also, like, Atraxa triggers would count, for example. Things would get strange.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, my guess is that both players had a turn where they drew approximately 4 cards. I mean, there was like Fable Chapter 2 happening. Yeah, basics in top 8 has become a more challenging prop than it used to be. I think people played more basics in Pioneer 2 years ago than they do now. It's more of a standard kind of thing. But, I mean, many decks have one, and, like, the spread of which decks play which basic is pretty wide. So
yeah. Well, it's just okay. Over time, Eternal formats often move away from worlds where you can just play, fair creature-based strategies. You have to do more and more broken stuff to compete.
yeah,
And I just think a lot of the heavy basic decks were these fair creature-based strategies.
I think that's right. All right, we're underway with Temple into Otawara on one side and Blood Crypt into Blackleaf Cliffs on the other. So first play is Kenta on the draw with Sylvan Scrying, finding the Lotus Field.
And Kondo hasn't done anything yet, which is interesting.
Yep.
Because one possibility, one thing you sometimes do against Lotus Field is if you have Damping Sphere, you shouldn't always slam it at the first opportunity. It's sometimes right to like kind of let your opponent Lotus Field and then turn off the Lotus Field, which is a savage beating. But of course, Kenta, being the absolute master that he is, knows that Kondo might do this, and is at this moment, I think, pondering the implications. Like, if he has the Damping Sphere, can I play around it? Can I play other lands and wait on my Lotus Field? Do I need to just get into play and hope? How devastating is it if he slams Damping Sphere into my Lotus Field?
Yeah, we're actually going to play Balagad Recovery on the back, whatever it is. Balagad Land.
Sanctuary, maybe, but I'm not confident.
Ooh, it sounds reasonable. I'm sure someone in chat will tell us. So yeah. All right, Fable goes to Chapter 2, both players being a little cagey this game.
Yeah, and so now, because Kenta's waited on the Lotus Field, if his opponent plays the Damping Sphere, Kenta still will have the green mana to potentially Beseiju it, or maybe Sylvan Scrying for the Beseiju, something along those lines.
I don't know, I guess Chapter 2 had gone off, but, and Go had declined to discard anything. Interesting. So my guess is that the blue spell was fired off beginning of combat to deny Go the treasure.
Well, yeah, but decline discard everything is a strong statement.
Yeah,
Go
real
here,
show
right?
of strength.
Go is basically saying, I have the Damping Sphere. There's no way you decline discard anything if you don't have Damping Sphere. I don't believe it.
All right,
and
so now
what this is going to mean is...
Yep.
Now there's a weird subgame. It's basically Kenta can try to go off all in one turn that he plays the Lotus Fields, and thereby completely ignore any Damping Spheres kind of in Go's hand. But if this kind of fails, then he has, in fact, sacked 2 lands for nothing when the inevitable Damping Sphere hits. So it's a little dangerous. That said, this is pretty scary looking.
Yeah.
It might work.
So this was Vizier to go up 1 mana, Vizier to go up 1 mana, and now Pour of the Pages.
Yeah, now, I know the one Lotus Field lines are tricky. Like, the one Lotus Field lines are much less resilient. It's much less kind of free just because it's so hard to go up mana in general. That doesn't mean Kenta won't succeed here, just that even if he succeeds in drawing a bunch of cards and doing a bunch of stuff with only one Lotus Field in play, it's not over, so to speak.
And that's all he's going to do this turn, so he must be passing with approximately 7 cards in hand. So he drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that turn, right? 2 cycles and a Pour.
I believe so, yes.
All right, here comes Skelly, knocking Kenta to 18. How much longer are you willing to wait, though, if Damping Sphere is over there? I see Atraxa, Obnixilis, another vertical card, which was either a... I think it's another Case of the Stashed Skeleton. We're going to Transmogrify.
Oh, this is shocking. I kind of can't believe he declined to loot if he didn't have the Damping Sphere. I mean, I guess maybe I was wrong this whole time.
Yeah, I didn't see it in his hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I was very wrong about... All right, we saw Go Blank. We saw the Hearse. We've seen some Damping Spheres. Now, everything gets shuffled back in, right? Or not?
Yes. No, Transmogrify shuffles before the Attract trigger happens.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it just put these on the bottom.
Yeah, it was cast against me a lot at the USRC last weekend, so I'm very familiar with the resolution of this particular thing.
So I feel like from the first 10 cards that we saw off of that, if that had been an Atraxa trigger, I was very wrong about the idea that it wasn't competing with other things, because I think he flipped 4 artifacts before he reached the Atraxa.
Yes, agreed.
All right, here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10th card is the Damping Sphere. So we're going to get Duress over Go Blank, the Sphere, a Case, and a Mutavault as the land. And 6 clunkers go on the bottom.
I mean, pretty good Attracts, all things considered. What he really wants is immediate action and a Sphere for later.
Yep. So now he'll use his last land to Duress. That gets met by Archdruid's Charm. And Kenta kind of knows the stakes now. Sphere is coming next turn. Alright, so we're just going to find another temple. Someone in chat asked this a little bit ago, Andrew. Temple versus Hedge Maze? Is there a reason to prefer one versus the other here?
Oh, good question. They're plus and minuses to both sides. The problem with Hedge Maze is you could mill over a key piece that you only have one of. Like, let's say you play a Hedge Maze on turn 1 and you see Omniscience. Well,
right,
what are you
and
going
you're kind
to
of
do?
stuck. Yeah.
I mean, so that's the advantage of Temple. Now, the advantage of Hedge Maze, which is also somewhat real, is it can give you Spell Mastery for your Dark Petitions, which... And, like, you have Regrowth in your deck. That's just a card in your deck. The other half of Balaged's Recovery.
Yeah.
But on the whole, I just think this situation where you see the worst card ever and you can't bid it because it's Omniscience or Granted or whatever is just so devastating that probably on the balance Temple is the right card. Just to be clear, that there is some tension there. There's advantages to either side.
All right, so Kenta's hand has Petition, Ultimatum, and 3 blue 2-drops. Go is going to leave him with the Dark Petition this time. He has solved the case.
And I think that's lethal. I mean, I haven't fully done the math, but the second Lotus Field, at least one of those is the hidden strings, right? I think
there is one hidden strings there. Yep. So we're going to have a lot of mana and a Dark Petition to work with.
Well, yeah, we can hidden strings on tap, and then we can just TP for alt, right? I think that's enough. +4, -2, yeah, I think so. 10, 8. Wait, there might be a colors issue. We can get Leah. Yeah, this is trivial. I'm pretty sure this is checkmate.
It looks like we did just go get Ultimatum. Was there another hidden strings?
There might be another hidden strings. I don't know.
Yeah, there was another hidden strings. So the mana was going to be fine.
Yeah, okay.
And Kenta, I would say, is operating dice with the confidence of someone who knows that they're about to cast Emergent Ultimatum.
What's the whiff chance here? I think it's 0. I think the game has ended.
Yep, so the traditional pile of Pour, Petition, Omniscience.
Oh, see, this is actually a little interesting, because this pile does have the downside that your opponent give you Pour Omniscience, and then it might be possible to fizzle. But okay, we're not going to see that.
Go has decided that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to see so there's kind of the old gas pile is another pile that exists, which is Mark Petition, Poor, and Lear. And I was kind of expecting that pile to get to there, but it's possible that the unknown card was more gas. If the unknown card is a Pour over the pages or Lear itself or something of that nature, then obviously you can just go for the Pour Ultimatum pile and you'll always win.
Right. We never actually saw what Kenta's draw step was in that turn. There was one card
and even with, and just to be clear, even with just the Pour, the Omniscience, and the Impulse in hand, his odds of succeeding are like over 90%. I mean, I don't have the exact math for you, but they're extremely good.
Yeah. Okay, so this concludes round 1. So I'm going to get set up for round 2, and to try to stop ads from happening at random intervals, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad here while I move stuff around. I guess we can answer one more question from chat. So what is the Lotus player plan against aggro? Is it just 9 lives, or is it dodge them?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly Kenta's plan is to run 9 lives, but I think the broad plan of Lotus players is basically when you play Lotus, your deck is actually pretty good against most stuff in the tournament at the cost of being bad against aggro. Like, you look at the rest of the metagame, it's honestly pretty friendly to Lotus, but you are just bad against the most popular deck, so it's a bit of a gamble. But yeah, that is I think what's going on.
Can you talk for 1 second before we switch to round 2 here about the the optics of beating someone and then just being like, all right, I'm out of here. Have fun decideboarding. Because Kento was gone.
He's got places to be, He's got to go relax, get some water, refresh himself, check out on his friends, He can't just be sitting at the table while his opponent takes an hour to decideboard, That's what I would do. I think that's the smart play for sure.
All right. So we will be back in 30 seconds, chat. See you shortly. All right, so let's see. Our next round will involve Ken, so we will see the Mardu Greasefang list. So let me close this, get round 2 set up. Now the other thing that I'm going to have to deal with, I might have my own YouTube ads. It looks like not for this one, so that's good, but that is definitely something that I'll have to worry about because some of these YouTube videos are monetized.
Yeah, that's weird, but obviously we'll deal.
Okay, so let me put deck lists in chat, and I'll go ahead and bring up the 2 lists. So we are going to get a look at Mardu Greasefang, which I don't know if this is Ken's brainchild or what, but here's what they have decided to bring.
This is not Ken's brainchild. I mean, I'm not saying this exact list doesn't have some Ken Yukuhiro touches or what have you. But since the release of Dustmourne and the addition of Fear of Missing Out, I've seen lists broadly like this on Moto a fair amount.
I guess what I mean is
that unusual.
Not necessarily that this is like a list that Ken brewed up, but Ken's decision to bring this list.
And you're saying did someone else on his team persuade him to play it, or did Ken specifically be like, we should play this? This deck is great.
That
is an open question. Evidently, over the years, Ken Yukuhiro has played a lot of wild brews. I don't really think of Ken as someone who likes kind of traditional stock decks.
No, that's right.
And I don't know if Mardu Greasefang is... It almost might be too tame for Ken Yukuhiro, is what I'd say about it.
That's fair. The 2 decks that I remember Ken as kind of the brainchild of, he was the first person to play the mono blue deck in Standard that went on to be very popular, the one that Autumn Burchett won MC1 with. He was playing it before rotation, so he was using Slither Blades, and he made top 8 of Japanese nationals with it. And then the other deck that I associate Ken with is the Black-White Auras deck at the very beginning of Pioneer. He was the one who put that together originally. That was right after Theros Beyond Death came out, so it was using Baleful Eidolon as the kind of reason to play
I
auras.
Completely about that deck. Yeah. Blast from the past there.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's look on the other side, because what we're playing against is not one of the usual decks. We have Goblins.
So this deck is kind of weird. I mean, it is sort of just all the good goblins printed lately. I mean, you see the
Yep.
Runfeld Hordemaster, you see the Battlecry Goblin. We've got Conspicuous Snoop, which I don't think there's a combo with here. I think it's just Conspicuous Snoop more or less for value.
I think that's right.
But nothing wrong with that. We also do have Goblin Chainwhirler, and we actually have the Call the Deathwhirler Chainwhirler combo,
Yep.
which will Plague Wind your opponent if you can arrange it. That I think is the joke. But, there also are some tricks you can pull with, like, Horde Master Prospector, sack a bunch of goblins, get a bunch of triggers, play a bunch of stuff, and then call back the goblins you've sacked is sort of a thing.
Yeah, you do have Battlecry Goblin, so that if you do that and are floating a bunch of mana, you can give everybody haste.
Yeah, I mean, this deck definitely has some weird lethals out of nowhere. It can definitely work. That said, I can't imagine playing this Goblins deck and being particularly happy to face Greasefang.
Yeah.
And
yeah, the whole Plague Wind thing doesn't look very good against a giant boat in a graveyard.
Yes, exactly. I'm also worried that, so decks that lean on Fatal Push as their primary way to stop Greasefang have a problem. Mm-hmm. And that problem is they need to make sure they have Revolt rolled up on turn 3, which just isn't very easy to do. I mean, yes, we have 4 square Prospectors. And if you happen to have a Prospector and a Fatal Push, fine, you have Fatal Push up. But if you don't have exactly square Prospector, you'll never have Revolt. Which means the Greasefang player can slam their namesake card with impunity. I mean, they're not going to respect this one go for the throat, okay? That's not enough to play around. So that's pretty obnoxious. And also, let's even say you have it all. Let's say you have Script Prospector, Fatal Push lined up. You got the perfect draw. Your hand is, Prospector, Horde Master, Fatal Push, 2 lands, and a couple other goblins. All right, well, what if they just Thoughtseize you, take your Fatal Push, and then Greasefang you anyway? It seems pretty nightmarish to me.
Yeah. I will say, as someone's pointed out in chat, there are a number of honorary goblins here, right? We have 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 4 Den of the Bugbear, so very much on theme.
Yes, agreed. I mean,
Kaku
Fable has been a staple in these goblin decks for a while at this point.
And Ken has rolled an 8 and will be on the play. What is on the back of Kaku's sleeves?
That I am unsure of.
Yeah, I cannot parse it. Maybe someone in chat can figure out what's going on over there. I think we're keeping 14 cards here. Is Ken looking for something out of the token box?
Maybe some angels?
Yeah, maybe. Looks like he's got 2 lands and 5 spells. Did not get a great look at Kaku's hand.
Yeah, I didn't either.
It's like a Fable.
Honestly,
FOMO,
I guess
Greasefang.
I'm less worried about what's in Kaku's hand. Yeah, like I sort of think Ken's hand is the big difference maker here.
Mm-hmm. Sure, Kaku's just going to make some
fundamentally. Right, like no matter what Kaku has, if Ken has a great draw, Kaku loses. Okay, that's the reality. So the question is, how good is Ken's draw? And specifically, whether Ken has a vehicle is, I think, an important variable. Because, look, the Mardu version of this deck, it does not have the self-mill to put the vehicles in the yard. It also doesn't have a chariot, so which means there's less total vehicles. And that means it's very possible that Ken could have a draw that, maybe he has the Fatal Push, maybe he has the FOMO, maybe he has the Greasefang, but if he doesn't have an actual vehicle, getting one to yard is not trivial.
Mm-hmm. I think we saw Bitter Triumph in Ken's hand, so that is at least the discard outlet. He also obviously has Fable. And Kaku will certainly present targets.
It's more just like there's only 6 things, right? You can just easily not draw one.
Yeah, there's 4 Parhelion and 2 Skyboats.
Yeah, no, his deck has a million discard outlets, okay? It's just that there are 6 actual vehicles I'm trying to emphasize, way less than Abs and Greasefang.
Yeah. Usually Abs and lists have like 10. Is that right? 9 or 10?
Yes, Absinthists have 9 or 10, and they also have more self-mill to get them into the yard
Yeah.
without actually drawing them.
I think we're just waiting on a signal, so maybe we can start jumping ahead 5 seconds at a time here to see when card number 1 is going to get played.
All right.
Oh, and
Advantage
here we
of
go.
being not live.
And the first card in play is an Elegant Parlor, I believe. Met by Cavern of Souls. Probably naming Goblin? And there's Skirk Prospector. Is that an Onslaught foil Skirk Prospector?
I think so, yes, although I'm not 100% sure.
At this point, I now believe that Kaku's very happy to be playing on this Goblin Guide playmat because he seems to be taking some care to get some nice goblins.
Agreed. But that Skirk Prospector is actually a big deal for Ken, because what this means is, as we discussed before, this is the only Revolt enabler his opponent has, and therefore, Ken may not want to just slam a Greasefang while it's on the table. He would prefer to Thoughtseize first, or maybe just kill the Prospector on Kaku's turn off Revolt, and then untap and play a Greasefang. Something along those lines.
Well, I'm going to continue mentioning the bling over here, as Kaku plays 7th foil Sulphurous Springs and puts a Cacophony Scamp into play. Then cycles Skirk Prospector to play this Skirk Prospector off the top of his library and passes with Battle Cry Goblin there. So Sulphurous Springs is an important play from Kaku because it does represent black mana, right? If like he only had Mountains and Caverns of Souls, then he was not going to be able to Fatal Push no matter how many sacrifice outlets he had.
Yes, agreed. But I also want to bring up an important fact, which is Ken on turn 2, he played FOMO and he discarded FOMO.
Yes.
Right? If Ken had any vehicle, he wouldn't have discarded FOMO. He would
That's
discard
right.
the vehicle.
Yeah, there was. So, I mean, we have seen Greasefang in hand, and it looks like he has now drawn into Parhelion, so he's kind of rolled up with Chapter 2 here.
Okay. I was going to say that means, yeah, he had not found it as of turn 2.
That's
but
correct.
Of course, he could easily have since found it.
Yeah.
And he also has the Thoughtseize, so a single Fatal Push will not save Kaku.
All right. It doesn't look like Kaku has the Fatal Push anyway, as he continues to just jam some goblins. Though the Goblin Shaman on the other side, some sort of like defector spy goblin, is holding back the 1/1s and 2/2s.
Okay, so one other interesting note here. So, okay, if Ken makes Parhelion, probably he will win. This is obvious. However, if he makes Parhelion with Delirium, he will literally win.
Yeah. Yep. That Parhelion will attack twice.
Yeah, and you know what? It's the second Parhelion attack that gets you, as I've often said.
I guess there is a world where Ken only attacks with Parhelion once, and then Kaku has the ability to, like, Call of the Death Dweller back a Goblin Chain Whirler and mop up all the angels to keep the game going.
Yes. Now, I don't think that's particularly likely. I think
certainly not from this
hit,
position.
You'll win anyway.
Yeah, certainly not from this position.
Whoa, wait, what's happening?
Yeah, I did not. I thought I saw a Parhelion in Ken's hand.
I think he just must not have had it. I mean, it's the only real explanation for this, right?
Yeah, I must have been wrong.
Yeah,
so,
I can't imagine Ken would have discarded if he had Parhelion.
Cacophony Scamp gets sacrificed.
So it looks like...
Is that right?
Okay, I believe I just got a glimpse of Ken's hand. I think it's Land, Greasefang, Bitter Triumph, Fatal Push.
Okay. Oh, I see. So Ken did make the treasure. It was an attack for 2, and the Goblin Shaman traded for the Cacophony Scamp. 1 combat damage and 1 trigger damage. I guess also if you have enough Rundvelt Horde Masters in play, then a 3/3 Cacophony Scamp could get sacrificed as a lightning bolt. Trying to come up with very unusual ways to kill a Greasefang.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that one, but that you're not wrong. So I don't know if they just play a normal fair game here. What I'll say is that certainly is the game Kaku would prefer to play, but it's not a game that can't win. I mean, the entire premise of this Mardu Greasefang deck is look like I'm playing all the good red and black mid-range cards.
Yeah.
You know, my deck just has Fable in it, has Thoughtseize, it has Fatal Push. I can definitely just win a normal game. Even Overlord the Bailmerk, I can just cast that for 5 and get back a creature. It's pretty good value.
All right, so Ken couldn't go off that turn. His mana suggested that he should just play this Greasefang. He saw Fatal Push on top of Kaku's deck, so he elected to use his own Fatal Push to clear the sacrifice outlet, removing the ability for Kaku to revolt, and then he just played post-combat Greasefang. Here's a 4-3.
Well, part of it also, right, is that the Script Prospector is kind of a dangerous card in combination with Conspicuous Snoop. Obviously, Kaku hasn't fully assembled a combo or whatever, but killing the second Conspicuous Snoop just is kind of a straight-up worse creature than the Prospector, I think.
So I guess Kaku had the option here to leave Skirk Prospector on top of his library, which would have let his Conspicuous Snoops be... Aha, there we go. Be Skirk Prospectors. But elected not to because he did have a third Sulphurous Springs. So there was black mana to cast Fatal Push. Since Runvelt Hordemaster has come down, these Snoops are now 3/3s and are free to attack into the Greasefang.
Yes. I mean, you also just, over the course of doing your combo, the Horde Master will flip cards off your deck, so you kind of need the Square Prospector in play, or else pretty quickly you will just lose the ability.
That's right. I mean, it was mainly a question of just this specific turn. Like, he could leave up black mana and have the ability to interact with Greasefang.
Oh, sure. That's fair.
Now, it's not clear that he needs that ability. Greasefang doesn't have anything to recover at the moment.
No, it sure doesn't.
And we are going to just go beatdown mode. Both creatures attack, FOMO triggers, Greasefang untaps. Kaku takes the 8. Now Greasefang could attack again. Takes 6 to 8, rather. 4 plus 2.
I mean, I have to assume it will. Maybe he just wants the blocker, but it doesn't block that well on this board.
Right, I mean, we've got some 3/3s coming in on the other side. Ken can't really do much about it.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could just trade the Greasefang off. Because, okay, I mean, here's Ken's plan. Or at least, a plan is strong, but an option available to him. If he manages to untap with both Fable and FOMO, he can perform the Fable-FOMO combo, as is often called, which is to say every 1 mana will essentially deal 2 damage, presuming that FOMO has a clean attack. Now, obviously, we know, and Ken knows, that Kaku does have a Fatal Push, but Ken might be hoping to get that Fatal Push out on the Greasefang to clear the way for his combo, or maybe vice versa, bait out the Fatal Push on the Fable so that his Greasefang gets to live, something of that nature. Broadly, I think all this means I like the attack for 4.
So, Kaku has obviously done a lot of damage to himself with these Sulphurous Springs, but it looks like we have found a Battlecry Goblin, which is going to mean that he's not going to have to use that much more red mana to potentially present lethal here. Let's Battlecry Goblin activate. All his goblins are going to get +1/+0 in haste.
And worse, there's an issue where if Ken goes to kill one of the goblins, then Kaku can sack that goblin for mana and use that mana to activate the Battlecry Goblin again.
Yeah. Yep. So I believe Ken has at least one removal spell. Is it better to get rid of the Horde Master or the Battlecry Goblin? Because the Battlecry Goblin represents another attacker, right?
I mean, the Horde Master can attack too. I assume Kaku's going to send with all of his creatures.
Oh yeah, everything's coming.
I think you just kill the Lord here, assuming... Wait, what's going on?
We're paused at beginning of combat. And Kaku has gotten a blank sleeve out, prepared for the Pack Tactics trigger. And it's going to be clear the Battlecry Goblin. which I guess makes some amount of sense, because if you clear Horde Master, then you can activate Battlecry Goblin in response, but if you clear Battlecry Goblin here, you can't simultaneously sack it to Skirk Prospector and use that mana to activate. So you would have to go down an extra creature in order to give an additional +1/+0.
Right, agreed. And we know here in the booth that Ken's last card is a Fatal Push, but I think he only has 1 black mana.
Yes, the 2 lands in play that are untapped are Elegant Parlor and Sacred Foundry.
Yes, and that means that Ken can't do something like Bitter Triumph the Battlecry Goblin, regardless of whether it's activated again, then kill the Horde Master. He's actually just has no moves here. He has nothing up, completely tapped out. And worse, it's open deck list. Kaku knows that Ken doesn't have any spot removals, so Kaku knows it too. Now, let's do some math here. I don't think he has lethal through the Battlecry Goblin being killed, but I guess I'm not 100% sure of that.
So everything is +2/+1 from its posted values, right? So we have I'll use my mouse, 3/2, 3/2, 4/3, 4/3 right now. And
yes.
Ken has 1 blocker, whether that blocker is Reflection of Kiki-Jiki or Fear of Missing Out.
Agreed.
And Kaku does have a Fatal Push, but I think that he can't stop Ken from blocking.
Okay, wait. So I think what just happened in response, if I'm not mistaken, is did Kaku activate Battlecry Goblin and then pay for its activation by sacking itself?
That is, I think, what happened.
Okay, I missed this line. Very weird.
Yeah, because you can announce paying, and then... So hold on a second before everything goes away. And then you have to decide how you're going to make the mana for it. And so you can use the land plus sack to Skirk Prospector to do that. It's kind of like a KCI line.
Yes, and that's just lethal.
So then Fable blocks here. He takes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And that's lethal. Wow. That was saucy.
I mean, I think there we saw a couple of the disadvantages of this Mardu Greasefang deck. I mean, we saw... Big one is it's much worse at getting vehicles into the bin because that's naturally a draw of them, has less self-mill, like I talked about. We also saw a disadvantage of, I guess, all the Greasefang decks, which is, frankly, the mana in Pioneer for 3-color decks is not good.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if Kenta could have played a kill spell on top of his Bitter Triumph, he could have won Fatal Push Bitter Triumph there, he, I think, would have been in a much better shape. It's just he wasn't able to because his 3-color mana base doesn't permit that. Because, I don't know, all 3-color mana bases don't permit this in Pioneer as the format stands.
I guess I'm still thinking about this last game as if it were a game of limited. Should Greasefang have attacked the second time?
Well, I think it probably... I think it sort of had to. I don't know. I don't think that his opponent finding Battlecry Goblin was foreseeable, necessarily, and that he should have been playing around it. I suspect he's not in a good enough position to play around a card that good off the top.
Okay, let's go to sideboards. So, I mean, we know what Kaku's up to. He's got a bunch of goblins, some Fatal Pushes, and some lands. We have access to another Go for the Throat,
yes,
which seems like an improvement over Fatal Push.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not even... You'll have all of them in. It's not necessarily competing with that.
And then we have access to some Graveyard Hate.
Yes. I mean, I expect the Go for the Throat to come in, the Ghost Vacuums to come in, the Soul Clutcher to come in, and the Thoughtseize to come in. Basically, all the cards that disrupt his opponent's combo are, I think, going to make their way into the deck. And as for what goes, I would expect Chain Whirler to go. I don't think it really does anything of note in this matchup. I would expect Call of Death Whirler to at least get trimmed, maybe go entirely. Obviously coherent with cutting Chain Whirler, and just, it's not really what the games are about. Maybe Cacophony Scamps go as well, kind of just an underpowered card.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize-based matchup, you want to cut kind of your weakest individual components, and that is the weakest individual component. So that's, I think, what we're going to see on the Goblin side. On Ken's side, it's a bit more complicated. I think Portable Hole is going to be great here.
Yes.
It's sort of the perfect card. Um, kills their hate, kills their goblins, whatever job you need done, Portable can do it. Definitely going to be getting that into the deck. After that, I'm not sure what Ken's going to want. We could see something like a Braid, kills the creatures or into the artifacts. If we want to have more than 4 answers to that, which we might. Also, could choose to go for something like, I know it's probably just Portable Hole and a Braid, is my guess as to how Ken's going to sideboard. I think cards like Duress are just too narrow in this matchup, even given the boarding and hate. I think there's just not enough good targets. So I would expect the Duresses to come out rather than more to come in. And I'm not exactly sure what other cards Ken is like allowed to cut to make space, so I'll leave that to him.
How do you feel about Thoughtseize on the play against a deck that tries to vomit its whole hand against you? Is that a possible shave? Like, it's fine in your opening hand, but very likely to do nothing if you draw it late.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. I mean, first of all, I think this Rakdos deck isn't that fast. I mean, it has a bunch of 3-drops in it, so you can hit those Thoughtseize. Also, I think hitting specifically the graveyard hate is really impactful, and it's so impactful that it makes me want to leave the card in even when it's not optimal. Definitely on the draw, I think it gets a little worse because some of the graveyard hate costs 1 and will come down kind of before your Thoughtseize. But on the play, I expect them all to stay in. Maybe that's wrong. I definitely not expert on the matchup, and I will defer to Ken's expertise. But mostly, I just think kind of in the year of our Lord 2024, people cutting Thoughtseize is kind of way down. We see it way less. And so I expect Ken to leave them. But it's within the realm of possibility.
Someone in chat asked about whether or not this is an open tournament. So if you are unaware, I mean, this is a regional championship, just like the regional championships were in the United States. Let me pause this for 1 second before we get too far into game 2, so we don't miss the action. So, like, you would have to win an RCQ to qualify for this. Japan is different from all their regions in that there's actually 2 tiers. So if you win your store level RCQ, you go to something called an area qualifier, and the winners of the area qualifiers are like top 20 or something in each area qualifier gets to come to the actual RC. So there's an extra level in Japan compared to every other region.
What this serves to do, I think, is it makes the Japanese RC kind of small field, but it makes the field that they have very elite.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Trouble for Ken here.
Okay, so Ken has led on Search for land number 2, playing Elegant Parlor, banning Bitter Triumph, and bricking. Now he's played Portable Hole to clear the first play, and bricks again. And now here comes Goblin Chainwhirler, chaining Ken's face.
And look, okay, I think if your hand has 2 Portable Holes in a Scry land, and the rest of your hand is good, I can totally imagine keeping that. It's a fair number of looks. Portable is one of your best cards. I don't mind this keep at all from Ken, but now that we missed that many times, I think this is going to be a complete non-game. I think Ken is about to start this tournament out with a loss.
All right, here comes Fable. So on the plus side, we have put Parhelion in the graveyard. Yeah, Darth Dog, I think if you look at like a number of qualifiers for the area qualifiers, like the number of people who play at the second level, it's like not quite the same size as US, but at least similar. There's like maybe about 1,000 people who get through the first level of RCQs, but then only about 250 get to come to the RC because of the second tier. All right, Fable Chapter 2 has gone off.
Yeah, and the problem with Fable Chapter 2 is that I think it's going to be really backbreaking for Ken, because, okay, the way you can win games like this, where you're missing a lot of land drops, is your opponent's a little flooded, you kill a bunch of their threats, their clock is really slow, and that gives you time to draw out it. The problem with that is, if Fable is involved, that they're not going to flood.
Yeah.
That's how Fable works. So now that Chapter 2 is resolved, Kaku's got plenty of gas, he's refilling on threats. I am pretty skeptical of Ken's chances here. Even if we manage the Greasefang into Parhelion next turn, the odds that Kaku just has found a kill spell in all his looks are pretty high, especially because, well, he hasn't found a graveyard hate spell, because if he did, it would be on the table.
Right.
Which means I don't know, if I ask the question, what's in Kaku's hand, it sort of seems like it almost has to be a graveyard or a kill spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I am very concerned.
Two Cheney boys getting in, taking Ken from 10 to 4, I expect. I guess Ken does have the option to block with fear of missing out, but has ultimately elected not to. And Kaku doesn't bother attacking with Cacophony Scamp, and Cacophony Scamp number 2 shows up as well. Might as well have some ground blockers. Those points of damage aren't going to matter, I guess. Scamp is cute with Fable. I hadn't thought about this before.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how often that actually comes up, but it does seem like it could happen. And okay, Ken's thinking here, but I don't really think he has moves. Look, like, you're really far behind. You're at 4 life points. Okay, if you make a play other than Greasefang, I think Kaku's just gonna kill you. And I know the Greasefang is pretty likely to get removed or answered somehow, but at least if you play it and Kaku has nothing somehow, you do just win. You know, just if I'm Ken here, I have to jam, and he's agonizing because he kind of knows it's not going to work, but it's sort of like, what do you like want him to do? You know?
Yeah. And now it's Ken's turn to have fatal pushes against 3-drops, which we thought was going to be the story from Kaku's side this game, but somehow we've wound up in the other direction. So Ken elects not to do anything.
Okay.
Kaku decides, well, I'm going to just get this go for the throat out while the getting is good. That enables revolt for Ken's fatal push. One of the Chain Whirlers is down. But there's still another Chain Whirler left. Ken's only at 4, facing 7 points of damage.
I mean, he's dead through a removal spell here. Like, I don't really understand. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, everything attacks and Ken dies. I mean, he even had like kind of a secret bonus point of damage if he didn't attack with the Fable, because he could have copied either Chain Whirler or a Cacophony Scamp, and either one of them would have done 1 damage on the way in or on the way out.
Sure, but that risks a kill spell on the thing you're copying in response, right? So I think you'd rather just take the guaranteed 2 damage of the reflection attacking.
Apparently, when you die on stream, you just get covered up by your deck list. Is that the way this works?
Classic, when you die on stream, you get covered by your deck list.
One other thing I didn't mention about how the Japanese qualifier system works. Most smaller stores run qualifiers to the 2nd level, to the area qualifiers, but there are some each season. The big stores like Heredia or Big Magic will run direct qualifiers into the RC. And the other thing that's going on this weekend, which we'll see a little bit of in the day 2 stream, the Standard Cup, is an open event which qualifies you for the RC. So it would let you bypass the area qualifiers. So there's like more different kinds of tournaments to work with, given that there's more levels involved. But yeah, I mean, Japan has a ton of players. Like, Japan had a 4,600 person Grand Prix in 2016. So I'm sure if they wanted to have a US-like system where there was a bajillion players involved, 1,500 players, they could do that. I also wonder, like, the size of the country might mean that there's just not as many shops. So the US has this geographic advantage where you can have thousands of stores all running 3 qualifiers, which will get you a ton of people at the RC. And Japan has kind of a different dynamic where there's a lot of players, not as many stores. So they might have felt like, well, if we just have each store run 2 qualifiers or whatever, it wouldn't make the field very large. So they elected to do it this way.
I mean, definitely the area qualifier system has some appeal. I don't know overall if it's better or worse, but it has some advantages for sure. I can totally see Big Magic's point.
The GP I'm talking about is GP Tokyo 2016. You can look this up. It was definitely greater than 4,000. We can find a list. Between rounds, I'll look. What was the biggest GP ever? We'll figure it out that way. I mean, Vegas 15 was bigger, but it was split into 2. Okay, round 2 is done. So we're going to do the same thing we did at the end of the previous round. I'm going to take a water break. We're going to get the decks ready for round number 3. I'm going to run an ad, and then we'll be back for more Magic. All right, so here's the ad running. And then we're going to have Rei Sato on stream in the next round. Have you seen what Rei is playing?
I have not.
He is on Demons.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see that, honestly.
Yeah.
Since Rei is basically, I don't know, I think of him as the Japanese Craig Westco, we're going to say. Yes. Rei really prefers to play aggro decks, almost always finds a way to turn some creatures sideways. If he's playing Demons, what he's really saying is aggro is not currently playable in this format. Which you do hate to see that. I mean...
All right, so we'll start with Rei's list. Which is pretty classic looking Demons. Also a strong contender for putting a bunch of swamps in the top 8, huh?
Yes, that is true. Although these Demon decks do have a fair number of non-basics. But that's neither here nor there. Yes, so this is pretty classic Demons. We saw this a bunch at the USRC. 8 discard spells, pretty standard for this archetype. The Unholy Annex, the Bloodletter of Alcazotz is both a demon and doubles the damage, so it's good with Slasher, it's good with the Annex, it all kind of fits together. The Invoke Despairs are a little interesting. Definitely not every Demon list has these Invokes. Maybe a concession to the Mirror. There are a lot of these generic Rakdos decks in the field, and I do think Invoke is probably pretty good in both the Demon's Mirror and the Pseudo Mirror against the Rakdos midrange decks. So that's, I imagine, the intention there. Also, obviously, fine to draw in any matchup, even if it can be a little slow sometimes. Yeah, I think this list is pretty much what I would characterize as stock Demons.
And then on go ahead.
No, that's about it.
Then on the other side, we've got what I'm calling your grandfather's Rakdos midrange list. The main innovation here is a couple of Unholy Annexes, but like all of these cards were legal a year ago otherwise.
Yeah, I don't really buy this. I mean, I guess this one is a little bit more towards the Demons deck because we have these Annexes and stuff, but I just feel like those Demon synergies, and especially kind of the strength of your mana base, is part of what makes the deck so strong. Now, I'm open to playing Fable in the deck. I think that's totally reasonable. Fable's a really good card, but come on, like, let's get real. Can we please not put Bone Crusher in our decks? Like, please, have some respect. I don't think this card is really playable nowadays. I don't think Graveyard Trespasser is really playable. Like, how about instead of a 2/2 split of Trespasser and Annex, we have 4 and Annex, for example? Yeah. It'd be a lot more appealing to me. I am pretty skeptical of this deck list. Now, as far as in the Pseudo Mirror, I also think I might rather be on Rei's side. Now, okay, Fable's a really messed up card in the Mirror. Don't get me wrong, it's one of the best cards. Totally valid. But I also think Invoke Despair is really good, and Rei has 2 of them in his main deck. Now, like any card in these mirrors, you're going to have to top deck them at the right moment. If it's in your opening hand, it's going to get Thoughtseize. That's just sort of how it is. But I think top decking that will be incredible. I also expect Unstoppable Slasher to be pretty good in this matchup. I think neither player has great ways to exile it permanently. It's going to be pretty annoying. It's going to keep coming back and being threatening. Obviously, it has all the combos, but even beyond that, I just think this is going to be a matchup where it really shines.
Unstoppable Slasher also lines up very well against Bone Crusher Giant, doesn't it?
It does. In fact, Bone Crusher Giant has almost no good targets because Rei doesn't have any Bloodtooth Harvester.
That's right.
In Bloodtooth Harvester, despite being a really good Magic card, it is definitely something that I think has become kind of worse and worse positioned over the Pioneer format as of late. So I definitely don't mind that Rei kind of doesn't have access to that card. I also think Reckoner Bankbuster is likely to be a pretty big factor in this matchup, and it's relevant to me that Rei has 3 to his opponent's 2. Bankbuster is really good because you can play it, and you can leave up mana, threaten to draw cards, or kill their things as needed. And then at will, if they tap out, you can just play a big creature, crew it, and chunk in for 4. And that adds up quickly.
Right.
It historically has just been one of the strongest things to do in the mirror. And part of what's so devastating about it is it's very good at wasting their mana. You know,
Right. It's
say your opponent
simultaneously
plays
a mana sink for you. It makes it so that you never fail to use your mana, and it makes their turns awkward.
exactly, yes. If your opponent shocks, leaves up black for Fatal Push on their turn, like they pass with 1 mana up, you can just play a Bank Buster, pass the turn back. Their mana is wasted. If they play a good threat, you kill it. If they don't, you draw a card. Either way, your mana is getting spent. It's really nice in these mirrors. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Definitely not a huge advantage towards either side. I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag out value fight. I also think in these Rakdos mirrors, historically in the Pioneer format, life total is definitely relevant. Don't think that it's only about cards. These creatures these days kill you fast.
All right, Ray leads on Sunken Citadel, and we're underway. So, for whatever reason, the stream says that there will be no sound on the stream until 3:29 p.m. Okay. So, it's kind of weird.
Okay, weird.
So Ray shows 2 Field of Ruins, a Castle Lochthwain, another land, and a Fatal Push, the only target for Duress. So here comes the colorless lands. This is one thing that I'm slightly interested in. Ray has obviously put a couple of these Invoke Despairs in his deck, but he's going to have to cycle through his Field of Ruins and or draw a few Mutavaults in order to make them castable.
Yeah, agreed. And this is not really the matchup for Field of Ruin. I mean, Field of Ruin is a card that tends to really shine against blue-white, against the control decks, where you can both take out their fields to clear the way for your other lands, and take out their value lands, which are quite good. But in a matchup like this, I think they're mostly going to be a liability. I think they're going to mess up their mana more than they're going to impact the game.
Now, it is true that Field of Ruin was a combo with that turn 1 Sunken Citadel, so it enabled the cycle immediately. And we have found a slasher off the top to finally put a play on the battlefield. Masayasu responds with the Blood Tithe Harvester.
And this is actually a big check here, because now, if Ray has found a removal spell, I understand that his only one was taken before, but if he's found one, he can kill this Blood Tithe Harvester and crack in for a hideous amount of damage.
12 damage, no big deal.
I assume he would do in that spot.
11, I'm sorry.
But he just might not have it. Obviously, he didn't have it a few turns ago. He's only had a couple draw steps to locate the kill spell. Also, if he just attacks, it's not bad for anyway. He forces the trade. His slasher comes back with stun counters. Maybe Tanahashi kills it before it untaps. Maybe he doesn't. But either way, Ray's sitting pretty with the 2-for-1.
Also worth noting that the graphics were apparently not prepared for someone with a name as long as Masayasu Tanahashi, because they've elected not to put his first name on the stream. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, here's Field of Ruin number 2. And so now we'll see what we have access to. It's a Bloodletter of Aclazotz. And obviously, the Blood Tithe Harvester is jumping in the way. And the Blood Token is going to cycle a Bone Crusher Giant away. So, as predicted, Bone Crusher Giant does less than nothing.
Oh, well. Okay, well, Fable Pass here, though, is not a sign of great strength, I would say. Because, look, okay, Fable's a great card in the matchup. Don't get me wrong, but Ray's board is pretty scary here. I mean, the Bloodletter is going to hit for a bunch of damage on its own, much less if Ray lands something like an Unholy Annex on this turn. The pressure is going to really get amped up very quickly. I think you'd much prefer to kind of handle Ray's threats before rushing to the Fable, although maybe for mana efficiency reasons you just have to play the Fable first. I don't know. It's
it looks
pretty
like
awkward.
Masayasu had Heartless Act as well as Blood Tithe Harvester, but not another land. And so he elected, I guess, to try to fix his mana and double spell next turn. Probably was his thinking.
No, I mean, I like that decision, to be clear. Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to be mana efficient in this matchup. I'm not saying Tanahashi, like, punted or something like that. I'm saying it's unfortunate.
Yeah. So now he's shown a hand of Fable 2, Heartless Act, Unholy Annex, Blood Tithe Harvester, and Archfiend of the Dross. And any hope of double spelling is going to require Chapter 2 to come in handy.
Yeah, so this is an interesting pick here. There's definitely a pretty major temptation to just kind of take the removal spell and just try to take kind of a beatdown roll and just start ending your opponent. However, you could say, don't get cute, just take Fable. It's really good in these matchups. That wouldn't be crazy. But I like Ray's decision, just take the kill spell, try to end the game. So can we discuss how embarrassing Heartless Act is against Unstoppable Slasher? It's really embarrassing.
It's pretty embarrassing. Ray's decision may have been influenced by the fact that his last card in hand is one of these Junji Ito Thoughtseizes. So he knew he was going to get 2 bites at this apple. So he could just turn around and take the Fable anyway. Though I wonder to what extent it's going to be the Grotto instead. To what extent Ray would just be okay with Tanahashi playing effectively like a Gray Ogre this turn. Obviously a Gray Ogre with upside down the line, but Fable does kind of eat his whole turn here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Ray is very deliberately assigning himself the beatdown role, and all of his thoughtseize are geared towards that. You know, he's saying, I'm not playing to play a long game. I think your hand is much better equipped to fight that than mine is. I'm trying to play Slasher and this Bloodletter and just kill you before any of that matters.
Ray has somehow perfectly arranged his mana to have Castle Lockswing available with 0 cards in hand. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, and I do think the Second Citadel is playing a big role here. Castle Lockswing can often be too slow for these mid-range mirrors. I mean, I'm not saying it never matters, but it matters kind of less than you might naively expect. And I think that 1 mana discount is going to go a long way towards giving Ray the ability to activate it when he otherwise wouldn't be.
So concerns about Invoke Despair are now cleared because Urborg has landed. So we definitely can cast it if we need to.
Did he draw it? Is that what's happening?
And we need to. Yeah, he did draw it.
Wow. Okay. So, wait. So what happens here is Tanahashi loses his 2 non-demon permanents. And then he also loses 2 life and Ray gains 2 life. And then also that damage is doubled by the Bloodletter. Is that correct?
Yes. And the card drawn off the Invoke Despair was another Thoughtseize. So perfect use of 6 mana. It takes the second Archfiend of the Dross and leaves Masayasu with just a Blood Crypt.
Yeah. Also, I think, isn't the Slasher out of counters now? I believe
Slasher untaps next turn. Yeah, Slasher untaps next turn.
Yeah, so the Slasher, just to be clear, has already gotten Ray a bonus card, is now about to untap, truck back in, and Tanahashi's only option is to take lethal damage or chump block.
Well, we got a Bankbuster that's, I guess, willing to take one for the team here.
Okay, I mean, that honestly is a big improvement, because now, at least, instead of having to trade for a 6/6 flyer, which he really does not want to do, he can instead just trade it for the Bankbuster, which, you know, it isn't great. You don't love it, but I think is acceptable.
Do you think the Heartless Axe are in Masayasu's deck because there's so much Rakdos midrange in the room? Like, could he get someone in the mirror playing their own Archfiend of the Dross?
That is what I have to imagine the idea is. But I would like to say I don't really buy it.
Ray flicking 2 cards around looks like he's considering the redraw off of Castle Lockswing. Might be considering if and when to blow up this Mutavault as well.
Yeah, I don't think he has to rush to kill the Mutavault. At some point, he'll do the thing and it will die, but I don't really see why it needs to be this moment.
Yeah, let's just put Masayasu to the question. Here comes the Slasher. How do you want to deal with this?
I mean, I feel pretty confident that Tanahashi is going to crew and block, although I guess it's annoying that he loses out on the card if he does that. Yes, maybe he'll like animate the Mutavault, force the field, and then end up crewing the Bankbuster and blocking. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we're going to try to animate. It's going to be disallowed. Float 1 mana.
Disallowed can counter an activate ability, so that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. Chose my words carefully there. So now we're going to draw. And then we're going to put the 6/6 in front of the 2/3. I like that Masayasu seems to be walking around with a dice cup. It's kind of... I don't usually see a cylinder used for that.
That was a bit surprising. I mean, I guess the intent here is that we're going to block with a 6/6 because if you block with a Bankbuster, there's an issue where the Bankbuster is crewed, and therefore you can't draw the card.
Right, it's something
sick.
Just
feels...
Yeah,
he kind of just needs more resources to get out of this, but those resources do not come, and it looks like we're going to the next game.
The slashing was unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, again, I fundamentally think that Unstoppable Slasher is a card at 2024's power level, and look, Bone Crusher Giant just isn't. Graveyard Trespasser just isn't. If I were playing a black and red mid-range deck, I would have Unstoppable Slasher in it. I feel pretty strongly about that.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're getting a look at the lists. Oh, Ray also does have access to some Heartless Acts, so that is interesting. I wonder if this dynamic is going to show up where Archfiend of the Dross is going to start working for the wrong player.
Yeah, possibly. It's also possible that because the kind of black deck is so good at just killing Demon at mana advantage, the Tanahashi is going to sideboard it out. That wouldn't be crazy at all. I don't know if he has enough cards in his sideboard to kind of arrange that, but historically, it's not been uncommon for players to kind of do that kind of thing in these black and red mid-range mirrors. That said, looking at his exact sideboard, he doesn't have that many cards to bring in. I see these 2K commands definitely going to come in. Ways to kill the Bankbuster, good value, etc. His third Bankbuster, going to get in there as well. Probably these Liliana of the Veils. There's not really fodder running around, so Liliana can often do kind of its old school Jund thing of, edict into leave something behind. Pretty good value there. But beyond that, probably just those cards. I don't expect Duress to come in. In fact, the ones in the main might go out. I'm not sure. I think it is debatable nowadays how many Thoughtseize you want in these mirrors. I believe I am of the opinion that the card Thoughtseize is strong enough and the good cards are enough better than the bad cards. Plus, you've so many ways to loot away that Thoughtseize usually should not be trimmed. But I don't know if I would have Duresses on top of them. That seems like a bit much to me. Especially because if you ever miss, it's an unbelievable disaster.
Yeah.
On Ray's side, I don't think there's too much talk. Oh, I guess I reversed it because we switched to Tanahashi's list here.
No, that's okay. I can switch back to Ray for a second.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, you're good.
On Ray's side, I think we'll see these other two Invoke Despairs getting the full 4 in there. Definitely going to bring those in. I expect them to be absolutely excellent in this matchup. And I think not too much beyond that. Maybe the Epic Downfall, maybe the Kalidas, but none of that really excites me. It might just be as simple as, +2 Invoke Despairs, -2 Duress, or something along those lines.
All right, let's jump forward to the start of game 2. Where, looks like they've updated the graphics so that we can have some lowercase letters fit Masayasu's first name in. And he begins with a Duress. Ray shows Swamp, Mutavault, Shieldred's Edict, Duress, Unholy Grotto, and Bloodletter.
Yeah, so the most natural selection here would just be the Grotto. Just, I don't know, it draws cards. This is a grindy matchup. It also does damage. It's great with the Bloodletter. But it's possible that Tanahashi has something he wants to protect from his opponent's Duress. Maybe he has a Fable of his own. He doesn't want to get taken. Something of those lines.
Yeah, it's just going to be the grotto.
Not too sure.
And Ray goes ahead and sets up the duress. And then finally picks up the rest of his cards. But it seems like almost no matter what, that's what's coming down. So we'll see what's going on the other side. We have lands 2, 3, 4, Grotto, and Heartless Act from Masayasu. This definitely feels like a hand that you keep because it's a Thoughtseize matchup, and you kind of have to keep cards regardless of what they say on them. But this duress is going to leave Masayasu with basically nothing.
Yeah.
Answer to the first threat, and that's it. And it looks like duress number 2 is the draw, but we know that Ray doesn't have anything that we care about, so I'm going to just let things develop for a minute. Maybe he'll draw Fable this turn that we can get rid of. But we're punished because Ray has top-decked a Bankbuster.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't hate this from Tanahashi. Like, waiting a turn to try to hit a 3-drop is, I think, reasonable since the 3-drops are so impactful. But I was going to bring up that, you know, if Ray's drawn Bankbuster, it's a huge punish, and indeed that is what we saw.
Yeah. Also, I think I just said that Ray could draw a Fable, but that would be quite unlikely.
That would be unlikely, yes. I mean, anything is possible. Maybe he shuffled one of Tanahashi's in, but...
I think we would notice the green sleeve going into his hand.
Probably, yes.
All right, so we're just going to play the hold-up Bankbuster game, and here comes a Thoughtseize from Masayasu. So we'll see what else is going on over there. We knew about this Bloodletter, and now Ray has second Grotto, as well as this Sheoldred's Edict that's been there for a while, and the duress that we waited to fire off is now going to take the other Grotto. So 2 Grottos down, leaving Bloodletter and Sheoldred's Edict, plus the card off Bankbuster and the draw step.
Yeah, Ray's hand is kind of just excellent, I think, to be honest.
The one thing that was missing was land 4. And so now if we're debating activating Bankbuster right now, it might be because we still haven't found it. Oh, there's swap off the top. Never mind. Just land go from Masayasu. The only card that we know on his side is Heartless Act. He does have a second and maybe a third card in hand, but could not quite see what they are. Maybe a Bitter Triumph as well?
I think Ray is waiting a bit to play the Annex because he's concerned about kind of the accumulated damage of repeatedly taking 2 when he doesn't have a demon and isn't that sure he'll be able to stick one anytime soon. So instead, just choosing to kind of spend his mana on the Bankbuster, kind of wait for the time to be right on the Annex. Definitely at some point do you want to start drawing those cards since, you know, our Bankbuster is kind of out of bucks. I don't really know what the Bankbuster runs out of when it runs out, but it's out. Whatever it is.
It's the bank has been busted, right? It's gotten into the vault. It's chewed up all of the jewels in the vault or whatever. And it looks like it has created a paper scrap and a book of matches. I don't know which one is meant to be the pilot and which one is meant to be the treasure, but that's what we got.
Yeah, I imagine around now Ray's going to want... He still has an Annex, right? Am I mistaken?
No, they were both taken.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. Ignore me.
They were both
I thought
taken.
the Ray had another copy in his hand, the third copy, but I guess that's...
Yeah, I think all 3 were taken. One was taken very early. There was duress number 1, and then duress number 2 took 1, and on the turn of duress number 2, there was a Thoughtseize. So there's 3 in the yard now.
Okay. In that case...
This Castle Lockqueen that he's just drawn could be the way out of this, but it's going to be painful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, way out is... I mean, Ray's winning. He doesn't necessarily need a way out.
All right, so we're going to crew Bankbuster in response to this Heartless Act. So duress, that seems to suggest duress had no other targets, and in fact we do see 2 lands as Masayasu's holdings. So since we sussed out the Heartless Act, now Bloodletter can land, and we'll do oodles of damage between the Bankbuster and the Mutavault, and another land off the top ends the game.
Just an absolute slaughter there from Ray Sato.
Yeah.
I mean, Basically, Unstoppable Slasher completely soloed Tanahashi in game one. That's how I would describe it. Post board, players were on pretty even footing. We didn't see kind of any of the differences between decks really come up. But Ray navigates the game beautifully. Bankbuster lands and runs away with the game.
I mean, Masayasu did have several turns where he could have drawn a Blood Tithe Harvester, a Bone Crusher Giant, or a Graveyard Trespasser. I think none of those would have mattered whatsoever, but he could have drawn them.
Yes. It is definitely true that throughout this game, had he drawn any of what we might call your grandfather's red-black cards, they would all have been bad.
Yeah.
Shocker on that one.
All right, chat, we're going to take another break. Round 4 is the one I've been looking forward to. So I'll give you a preview of what we're about to see. We're going to see two-time finalist Kenta Masukado, who is a master. I really enjoy watching Kenta play. And he is going up against the OG master, Shota Yasooka. So we've got Transmogrify against Phoenix on the other side of the break. So I will put an ad up, get the decks ready, queue up the video, and we'll be back for round number 4.
I'm going to run and grab something. I'll be right back.
I'm shocked that we haven't had to sit through a YouTube ad yet to get one of these ready. There we go. We're going to say that I called it. Now I can skip this. Shibaraku omachi kudasai. Oh, there we go. Please wait a minute. It says. Then I want to pause this. Copy and paste. Load the lists. This wasn't my active Firefox window, so they loaded in the wrong screen, but now we're there. All right, so there's the Transmogrify list from Kenta. Let me take this moment to figure out exactly what Kenta's pedigree is, because I know he's very, very good. Every time we've seen him on camera, he's been great. So he has 3 RC top 8s and a win. 3 out of 6. And he won the previous Pioneer one, so... Basically, I think this match is tweet-worthy, so let me just go ahead and tweet about it. So if I look at the summary card, man, I love you too. This is great. Kenta is 38-15 in regional championship matches. And as we've discussed, the Japanese RC is stacked. So 38-15 is like incredibly impressive. 3 top 8s and a win. Kenta definitely prefers Black X, let's say. Like he was playing a blue-black control deck in Standard. I'm not surprised that he's elected to go with a deck that has Fatal Push Thoughtseize in it. Though it looks like he has expanded his range to the Transmogrify range to include like Courier's Briefcase and Careful Cultivation in order to have the fodder to go find Atraxa. This is like more in line with the way some Transmogrify decks were built several seasons ago, I believe. But within those parameters, I think most of these card choices are pretty normal. I don't see anything that is surprising, short of just playing this deck the way it's configured. A lot of people have moved to just straight up red-black. Then I'll wait for Andrew to talk about the Phoenix list, since I know he has Phoenix opinions.
Yeah, I can offer some Phoenix opinions. Let's see what Shota's working with here.
Yeah, let's bring it up. So here is Shota's list. So he's playing the full 4 talents, which I find a little interesting. I know people have debated whether or not like copy number 4 is necessary, or is 2 or 3 the right number, etc. But he's gone the whole distance.
Well, I definitely don't mind the 4 talents. I think it's totally reasonable. We talked about it a lot. I mean, I think I would play 4 talents if I was playing a tournament tomorrow. That I don't find to be at all surprising. What I think is surprising is that he has no ledger shredders.
Yep.
Because a lot of the lists that we had a few ledger shredders. And the idea of having a few ledger shredders is that you kind of put your opponent in a bind where they aren't sure whether to leave in, for example, Lightning Axe or Fatal Push, because they see that there's a couple of them.
Right.
But they kind of are priced into having some of them, and then you get to play a game where you can board them out, or you could not, depending on what they do. He has completely not done that. He's not playing any games. He's saying there is 0 shredder. I don't need it. Artist Town is better. It'll be fine. And in their places, what he has is the 8th removal spell and the 2nd bounce spell, which he's playing into the Flood Maw, but there are various options.
Right.
Now, the 8th removal spell, I think, is a reaction to the Japanese metagame. Here in the US, I played 7, and I think most people that kind of I know and respect played 7. And the reason for that is that, decks like Blue-White Control, like Enigmatic Incarnation, decks where all the removal spells are bad, were so popular that we thought that it was just kind of not legal to have 8 main deck. You were too kind of exploited by drawing dead cards in game 1. However, if your metagame has less of those decks, like the Japanese RC, then maybe playing 8 is more reasonable. I do see Shota's point. As far as the Flood Maw goes, that one I don't totally get. Because I think of Flood Maw as being a reaction to High Noon, and High Noon is mostly in these same decks that I'm talking about, these same Azurius decks, these same,
Right.
And so I don't fully understand what's caused Shota to play that card. I'll also say that, there is a card, Stern Dismissal, that exists. That
which
you can
could bounce an enchantment, right? Yeah.
Creature or enchantment, yeah. So I don't really get, like, what he's playing at with Flood Maw. There are occasional times where, like, giving your opponent an object can be beneficial to, like, let you play a kill spell on it. But that's pretty rare. These times are far and few in between. So I don't really get that. But yes, other than that, this list is basically the bog standard. You see the 1 Shivan Reef, the 1 Sokenzen, rapidly becoming normal as far as these lists go. You see annuls in the sideboard, the 2nd Profs. Other than those minor quibbles, I think this list is pretty much what you'd expect.
All right, let's get down to business. Andrew, I don't know if you heard the stat that I looked up about Kenta's record in these tournaments, but thanks to the magic of ELO V2, I could go see how Kenta has done in these regional championships. So Kenta has 3 top 8s, 1 win, no big deal, and is 38-15 in his RC matches.
Well, right, and you know that he won with this deck.
Yes. Yeah, that's
His
right.
win is just playing Jund Transmogrify, which I think is really important to bring up. Like, I don't know if it's right to play Jund Transmogrify, but I'm not surprised to see that Kenta, who has won with it famously, is playing that build. But yes, so we're getting the Transmogrify matchup. Let's talk about it a little bit. So Shota is playing Phoenix. In this matchup, Phoenix is pretty good at stopping kind of the Transmogrify combo from landing. They just have too many rules spells to play in response. There's no tricks like targeting a treasure token. There's no multi-targets. None of this is present with Transmogrify, unlike Creativity. And therefore, what the kind of Transmog deck is going to do is sort of try to distract the Phoenix deck as much as possible. They're going to play a fair game. They're going to just, like, play out some Chariots, play out some Bank Busters, draw some cards, make some cats, and try to exhaust all of Shota's resources before going for the Transmogrify. They're going to fight the fair game, hope that they win the fair game enough that Shota is forced to tap out of Transmog. Whereas Shota is hopefully going to just play a very long game, never lose control, win the fair game, stop the transmog, and at some point at his leisure kill with phoenixes. Now, there is some weird stuff. It is possible, for example, for Shota to beat a Traxa. You can bounce it, you can double kill spell it, and if you have like lethal on the board, it is conceivable that it could be irrelevant. This is rare.
Yeah.
But it does happen.
Sure, like you could send in some phoenixes and then blast the one that's blocked to negate the lifelink and get over the finish line that way.
Yes, exactly. I'm not saying that that necessarily will come up, but it's just important to keep in mind from Kenta's perspective that even if you get through the Transmogrify, it's just not lights out. And it's just another reason why Kenta's going to, again, be playing it very slow. I would expect to see him value Transmogrify very high in his mulligans. He could easily tuck it, for example, on his Multi 6. That's kind of what we're signing up for here.
I agree with Cal in chat that Shota has a very pleasing looking shuffle. I think what he does is like he has more three-dimensionality to it, right? Like he pulls his hand up as the cards are going in. Interesting to see. Whereas Kenta like puts the cards between the other cards and then forces them together. So it's kind of in the same plane.
Also, I should probably mention here that since time immemorial, almost everyone believes this matchup to be Phoenix favored, and broadly, I agree with that. I don't think it's unwinnable for Transmog. I think it's competitive matchup, but you'd definitely rather be on the Phoenix side. I think the smart money is on Shota here.
All right, both players look like they're going to keep 6. Kenta deciding exactly what that last card in hand is going to be. He's got 2 Fables and considering putting one of them down, and it looks like that is probably where we're going. And we kick off with Stormcar Coast. So here we go. That is met by Blackleaf Cliffs. Some sort of blue-red land. Apparently not a steam vent, since that is that just like one of these Fire Bluff canals from OTJ.
And Kenta has to be pretty happy to see Shota casting Double Consider here, because what that implies is that Shota both doesn't have a Free the Fae and also doesn't have an Artist Talent, because he would have played it main phase.
Right.
So it means we're going to be dealing with probably a bit fairer of a Phoenix draw. Nothing too exciting.
All right, there's the shock. All right, so now we know that he's playing Ravnica Remastered, old border-looking steam vents, and Artist's Talent has landed. Kenta has played whatever the back Leaf Crown Pathway or something into Dark Boar Pathway and Fable Lands. So Kenta has reasonable mana quantity, but not great mana quality, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's paying the price for his Jund mana base here.
Yeah. All right, so it is Fiery Impulse, clear the Goblin, Talent away the Lightning Axe. And I believe we're still on end step. We're going to... Oh, no, we can't.
No, we're main phase.
Yeah, we're main phase. Like, sleight of hand, excuse me. Okay, I need to revise where I thought we were. Talent away another Lightning Axe.
Yeah, I believe Shota actually had the Impulse end of turn, but didn't cast it. I think trying to ensure that he's going to have a Phoenix turn this turn, if he ends up finding a Phoenix, which obviously there's no guarantee, but he is going to see 1 million cards, so it was pretty plausible.
Yep, and it looks like he's pumped the brakes after landing on Riverside Pathway. Keep some ability to look again next turn.
Well, I think his hand might be... I think he has Lightning Axe, Shivan Reef, and something. His hand is not that great.
I think it's another Fiery Impulse. I think he's got a bunch of red cards. And if we needed targets for red cards, at least this Esca's Chariot is going to provide them.
Well, sure, but it's also just sort of... This is kind of what Kenta wants the game to look like. Kenta wants to, he's doing a good job distracting Shota right now. See how distracted Shota is? Shota's not really going anywhere. Like, he's answering these Goblin tokens, he's answering these Cat tokens, but until he finds a Treasure Cruise or a Phoenix or something, his Artist Talent is actually doing anything. Like, Artist Talent is strong because you find Phoenixes and Treasure Cruises along the way. But that also means when you don't find those cards, it kind of doesn't do anything.
All right, so Fiery Impulse number 4 has been cast. I think there were 4 in the top, 18 cards or whatever he's looked at. And it has been to Phoenix, but now Shota has the problem of like just not having a lot of rectangles. So he's going to have to find something that's more than a 1-for-1 if he's going to be able to get these Phoenixes back. We have not seen a cruise yet. That must be on the radar at some point, right? How much further can we go? The play from Kenta is a courier's briefcase and another courier's briefcase. So that'll be the 4 power necessary to crew the chariot. And citizens are popping out of the woodwork.
Yeah, and Shota's low on cards. He needs a Treasure Cruise stat. We are officially in the Treasure Cruise waiting room.
All right, sleight of hand, pitch, pathway to talent. We found a brazen borrower. That's not quite it. So now do we use borrower as spell number 2, trying to get Phoenix back this turn? It's only 1 Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because if we do that, we might be tapped out and allow a potential Transmogrify to land here,
Right.
which could easily be Kenta's last card. But I mean, this is sort of the bind Shota's in. I mean, he needs to handle this fair game. He can't just keep getting hit by this chariot, keep letting these tokens proliferate forever. He's sort of iced into action. I'm not sure what Shota should do. I think it's a tough decision.
Sort of in the abstract, it looks like Kenta has forced this game into a race, right? Like, Shota's way of beating a board this wide seems to be get some Phoenixes back and just cross the finish line first.
Well, I mean, he can block with the Phoenixes and he can kind of Treasure Cruise through it.
Sure.
In general, Treasure Cruise solves a lot of these kind of problems, right? Like, you can, even if you have no sweepers, if your opponent has a big board, you can win by answering them all 1-for-1 if you draw 6 additional cards, you know?
Yeah.
That is part of it. But
now we're going to
very
play
concerned.
Proft's Eidetic Memory. Cycle away Sekenzen. And I think we've drawn the last Fiery Impulse. Honestly, I thought we had already drawn the last Fiery Impulse, but it seems to be Impulse number 5. From my count. I guess one of them wasn't cast, but I saw him draw it and he never played it. Crew. Attempt to attack. This is where Brazen Borrower is going to come out, I'm assuming? No, it's going to be an attack for 5.
Well, he does, again, he thinks Kenta's last card is Transmog.
Right.
He doesn't want to be dead to it. That's what's going on. I mean,
I actually think Shota is right. I think that there is a Transmogrify over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kenta now has... Wow.
Just going to see what's up. And the answer is Brazen Borrower is up.
Now I think what's happening is Shota is considering the impulse in his hand. Because he'd really like to loot it away. Okay, he needs to find Treasure Cruise, he needs to get something going. But he knows that's very dangerous.
Yeah.
If
he cycles that into a land, he's kind of just dead.
Well, yeah, but I think he maybe needs to. God, it's a tough decision. I mean, if his next card is a land, then he could keep his impulse and next turn impulse and cycle the land. I mean, it's not terrible, but this is a really tough spot.
I think he drew a spell. He drew... Oh, okay. We did draw a spell.
Adam, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling Treasure Cruise.
Yes. That was a good one to draw at that time. All right, so we're going to put dice on Profts to keep track.
Yeah, this is actually the technology I was using as well at the RC, which is it's really hard to track your profs in paper. You just like draw so many cards with this deck. So
all right, now we're doing Phoenix thing. So Fiery Impulse number 4, cooking. Bin Phoenix to Artist's Talent.
Also, yeah, this is also relevant for the props, as it were.
Yes. Opt. We've drawn into Sleight of Hand.
And so that's, I think, 6 cards, maybe?
Yep, because we just drew off Opt. Is Shota going to remember this? Or is Kenta going to remember this?
Yeah, they're like double checking to count now. Okay, cool.
Because we didn't draw off Sleight of Hand, but we did draw off Opt. So we've cast 2 spells. We've activated Talent twice. And we're going to put Brazen Borrow in play, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to use the counters. The Phoenixes come back too late for that.
Yeah, and this is totally shields down for Shota. I mean, he says, look, you committed your transmog. I don't have the ability to wait around anymore. Let's go. Game on. Attack your 6 down to 14. And the idea is, I think with profs, Shota is very likely to have lethal next turn.
All right, so now Kenta is going to use most of his turn to put an Atraxa into play.
Right, but I wonder, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I wonder if one reason Shota might have chosen to completely tap out is that he might have found into the Flood Maw.
Right, in which case, this is not as good a blocker as Kenta might think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it draws cards, so it's not like a lock that it's insufficient, but Shota might be thinking he can beat it. He might also be thinking, I just need to hope he doesn't have another transmog. I'm in a tough spot. It's hard to say.
All right, we're going to separate Thoughtseize. That's definitely going to get cast. We've got a Fountain Port, an Escus Chariot, a Careful Cultivation, another Transmogrify, and you probably decline the second Atraxa, right? What does that do in your hand? Or do we not have a choice?
No, you almost always decline it in this deck, yeah. You can choose to pick none of the cards, if you would like.
I think he's actually putting the second Atraxa in his hand. I find that interesting. I mean, I guess he could just cast it.
Possible.
Right, Courier's Briefcase is a treasure, right? So that's the white mana. So he could probably cast it.
Okay, the reality, just to be clear, is Shota didn't have the Flood Maw, but he was just like, okay, I have Treasure Cruise and Slight, which means A, I don't have anything to hold up because I just don't have, an instant.
Yeah.
And B, I'm just going to see so many cards on my turn, I can probably figure it out if he does Atraxa. It turns out that he Atraxas into the Thoughtseize, and that's a beat. A pretty reasonable decision from Shota, I think.
All right, so we're going to start with Slight. Kind of have to go find Cruise 3 now. And we are not going to Talent. I think we just hit a Cruise.
If we didn't Talent there, that means our card is got to be pretty good.
Yeah,
there aren't a lot of things you'd be willing to keep.
All right, we have hit a Cruise. So we're going to lead on that. Delve 7. So we should be keeping track. We didn't Talent, so there was no... And Slight doesn't draw cards, so there was no card pip for a Proft off the first spell. But now we've drawn 4 off Talent, 5 off Opt. Or Consider, rather. We've got plenty of stuff to pitch, so let's just keep going. Consider, toss, Phoenix, 6, draw, 7. I know there's another spell in hand. We found a Free the Fae. Mana is becoming an issue.
Well, I mean, if we find... I think at this point... Well, I guess a little tricky. So if we find the Flood Maw, right, then what's going to happen is Kenta is dead if he doesn't have a kill spell.
Yep.
If he does have a kill spell, he survives, but he goes to 6 and doesn't have lethal in play.
Right, he just has 3 1/1s.
So if Shota's found that, it's easy. If Shota hasn't found that, it's trickier. Because then he might need to try to make a Phoenix big enough to force the block, which is a bit difficult. It's 10 right now, so he needs 2 more draws to do it. But that play is a lot more fragile. For example, if it does have a removal spell, then making Titanic Phoenix is not going to go well. There's also spell period considerations.
We definitely have Island and Free the Fae. So if we wanted to go digging for Flood Maw, we can see 5 more cards.
Well, sort of. I mean, wait. If the cards are Island... Oh, I see. You have a third card. It's Island, Free the Fae, Unknown. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So did we just attempt to go to combat?
That's Spell Pierce. The other card is Spell Pierce.
Yes. I'm going to try to put the counters on this Phoenix. No, you're not. Torch the Tower. Response is Spell Pierce. So I think Shota drew 9 cards that turn, right?
I think just 8, yeah.
But... Well, 8 counters got moved.
Okay, 8 extra. Yes.
Yeah, so 9 total were drawn. I think that actually does satisfy the prop.
Ah, all right. Okay, so now if Shota has a lightning axe or something, he can alpha. If he doesn't have a lightning axe or something, he can't attack at all.
And that is the situation that we're in. I mean, I think he's got 2 cards left. One of them is still this Picklock Prankster. I don't know what the other one is.
Yeah, I mean, we can't say much about it, because if it were a spell, he probably wouldn't have cast it, because there's not a lot of reason to cast it on your turn.
Yeah.
If it's a land, he wouldn't have played it, because he just wants to loot it away on his next turn, probably. Right? So I think we know almost nothing about what Shota's other card could be. And nor does Kenta. Kenta's just like, he's got 2 cards.
Has this been a game where we can't really think about turning talent off? Because Shota's library is starting to get a little thin, I think.
Well, I mean, count is optional. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you start to decline, right?
Oh, yes. I mean, we're definitely approaching that point, although, honestly, I think...
I mean,
there's mostly just needs to deal with the Atraxa.
Right. I think there's 2 different considerations here. One is that, well, I don't want to deck myself. The other is that, like, I need to keep seeing more cards or I'm going to die. So, like, we might have been in a... This might be a game, this is what I'm asking, where we just couldn't elect not to. We couldn't elect to start declining.
Yeah, and I mean, Shota did decline a few times lately, to be clear. I mean, I think what happened is his card was Consider, and he declined to discard it twice, which makes sense to me.
All right, so we're just going to put a bunch of dummies on the battlefield, and that's all that's going to happen?
Wait, did Kenta tap out?
Kenta did tap out.
This is very dangerous for Kenta. I mean, it might be right, to be clear. I'm not saying Kenta made a mistake. Obviously, he doesn't have it. Bluffing is pretty bad, but I suspect this turn Shota is going to be able to draw his entire library, find into the Flood Mob, bounce Atraxa, and win the game.
Yeah, we have found
it. Right? Like, oh, wait. I guess Courier's Briefcase can be sacrificed, right? Is it a treasure? Is that right?
It is a treasure. So we could have Fatal Push-Up through that.
Okay, but we don't, and Shota wins. And there you have it. Just calmly beating the Atraxa through the power of Artist Talent. This card is so broken. Can we just discuss that for a moment?
I mean, it looked really good there.
Okay, now we're going to go to the sideboards. And sideboarding in this matchup is typically pretty interesting. Wait, sorry, I don't have the deck list pulled up. Give me one moment.
Yeah, here.
Okay, there, that works.
And they are going to start to show up on stream as well. So we can start by talking about Kenta if you want, since that's the one that is visible to us.
Yes. So Kenta's sideboard, I would say, is pretty prepared for the Phoenix matchup.
Yeah, 3 Goblins.
Probably what we're going to see is all of these Goblinks are going to go in, and Goblink is awesome against Phoenix. There's no 2 bones about it. It's exactly what you want to do. It depletes their resources, it exiles their graveyard, and it fights back against Talent in a pretty direct way, because Artist Talent inherently makes you more reliant on the graveyard, and additionally, it makes each discard more punishing, because kind of all of your cards are going to turn to good cards over the course of the talenting. So that part makes total sense. We're also going to see this 3rd Bankbuster come in. I expect it's just a reliable way to draw cards, get value. At some point, it might do something, but mainly it's a distraction. It's part of the distraction plan. It's such a big part of how Transmogrify wins this matchup. We're also probably going to see Duresses come in. You sort of just want all the disruption you can get, and those are part of the deal for that. And to fit all of this, Kenta's probably going to mostly cut spot rule spells. You don't want a lot of those. Yeah. You might want a few. Probably the Torches stay. Maybe a little bit more than that, just to have outs to profs things. But I would say not much. We also might see like these Careful Cultivations go. This is a card mainly for the fast matchups. It helps you be able to transmog on turn 3. That's not really what the Phoenix matchup is about. It's about resources, not about speed. So we might see those go. Maybe even trim the Courier's Briefcases, although maybe that's going too low on tokens. I am not sure.
So evidently the way that game 1 ended was casting Careful Cultivation as a reach aura. And then that was met by the Lightning Axe, which stopped Kenta from being able to block.
Yes. Okay.
It's a pretty thin line. I would expect them to come out for that reason. They don't really do much. All
Now,
right,
on Shota's side, this is going to be more interesting in terms of the sideboarding. So, Go Blank is a very annoying card for Artist Talent. So, when I was playing this matchup, I could feel that 8 discard spells and lots of Go Blank, I was sometimes trimming Artist Talent,
Mm.
but I had Ledger Shredder in my deck.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Shota's deck is really set up to do that. I don't think he's kind of allowed to board out Artist Talent ever, the way his deck is configured. And so that means I'm less sure what he's going to put in. Definitely second Profs is a great way to fight against Graveyard Hate and Hate in general. That's going to come in. We might see these Iconoclasts come in, kind of the new Young Peasy.
Sure.
This could be a spot for it. Try to fight back against that fair game, stall out those chariots, trade for those tokens, buy some time. It's not amazing here, but I think it's decent. A Braid is also a card we might see Shota turn to. A way to answer the Bankbusters and the chariots is definitely warranted. Also a way to fizzle them going for it. And as far as to make space for this, he's mostly going to cut red removal. You just don't need that much of it. You want a little of it to stop them from comboing, but you need 3 pieces, maybe even 2. You don't need a ton by any stretch. We also might see Shota board in a null, actually.
Sure.
Fable, Bankbuster, Chariot, that's a fair number of targets. It only costs 1 mana. It's a pretty flexible and cheap card. I wouldn't at all be surprised to see that coming in.
Interesting.
It's mostly going to be about the space, though. I think it's going to be hard to make space for all this because, again, there's really only the 8 red cards to cut, and you don't want to cut all 8 of them.
Wow, perfect timing. Well analyzed for the amount of space that you had, though you had no idea how much space you actually had.
Yes, agreed.
All right, players have presented, shuffled opponent's decks, and we are dealing out opening hands. Kenta will be on the play. The angle is just not good enough to tell what is going on either side, but it looks like we have kept 14 cards, and we are leading on a Black Cleave Cliffs. Maybe? Now we're leading on a Tap Blood Crypt. Okay, Tap Blood Crypt.
Okay.
Shota responds with Spire Bluff Canal after drawing a Treasure Cruise, and we'll start with an Opt.
Yeah, and I believe I also see a Consider and I think a Fiery Impulse. Is that what that red card is in Shota's hand? But I'm not 100% sure.
All right, we're going to draw a fresh card, which is a Sleight of Hand, the only white bordered one, and then we've drawn a Pathway. So here comes the Sleight. Looking at red card and I think blue card. Taking the blue one. And we'll make the Llanowar Elf clone. Llanowar Elf at home, whatever you want to call it.
Interesting. Again, I wouldn't have been surprised to kind of cut all the Careful Cultivation, so I'm a little bit surprised to see him leave the card in. I mean, it's not terrible by any means, but it just strikes me as not what the games are about. I'm interested to see what Ken's kind of plan is for this.
Courier's Briefcase is the play, holding up 2 potentially red and or black mana. And Shota has the optimal number of Spire Bluff Canals. 3 as his first 3 plays, and we're going to continue cultivating. So we've got 2 elves and a citizen.
Yeah, I mean, this is all well and good, but I don't think Shota really cares. I mean, he can take 3 points a turn for a long time.
Yeah, now we'll finally get a look at what's going on over there. And we are cruise heavy. So we've got a null, looks like a 10th edition of null or something, 3 cruises, and 3 lands.
Yeah, I mean, he takes the annul. This is not good.
Yeah, so we're not on pace to cruise next turn either, are we? I guess like Picklock Prankster could potentially get us there. But yeah, that also means that the coast is very clear to just tap 2 elves, 2 lands, and Transmogrify, and now we've got no prospects for the next turn, and we're facing down the Grand Unifier.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is basically just a checkmate. I mean, look, like, in Shota's defense, when you play against these decks that board into 8 Thoughtseizes and Go Blanks, you're kind of going to keep a hand sandwich, you know?
Right.
You can't really be forced to mull marginal hands against a deck like this. And Shota's hand was totally functional. You know, it had a cantrip, a treasure cruise, I think the annul in it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I would just keep that kind of no matter what happens. And if you end up drawing a couple more cruises and dying, I mean, that's a beat. Even if the second or third cruise was in his opener, I still might keep. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah.
look, they have 8 thought seizes, okay? You don't get to mulligan against that. Um, but it does appear that when we punished on this occasion, his opponent does have the fast transmog, backed by the duress to learn the coast is clear and also to clear the way as needed. And I don't think Shota can come back from this situation. I
Yeah.
kind of can't imagine what that would look like.
So Kenta is drawn into go blank off of this Atraxa, meaning that we're going to need to cast this treasure cruise right now, or they're going to start being 8 drops. But I don't know.
Sure.
So consider flip over anything would get us there.
Well, I think it looks like Shota's going to succeed at treasure cruising this turn, and maybe bring back this Phoenix too, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not. It's not exactly exciting.
Like, oh, you get to draw 3 off treasure cruise. That's cute. I just drew 4, and also I'm going to go blank you and make you discard 2 of them. You know, it's like
Right. All right. Delve 7. Draw 3. Phoenix returns. That's all Shota can do. Does he have 8 in hand? I think he does. So goodbye, Steam Vents. Start with the attack.
Brutal to be discard to hand size just before you go blanked. My God.
I know. Is there something better that is in Kenta's deck that he could do instead of going blank here? I assume that...
Good question. I'm not sure. I mean, he could decide to wait for it, to kind of wait for the graveyard to be fuller as possible.
Yeah, I think that's what he's electing to do. Yeah, he's just going to play 2 Bank Busters and pass.
That's not crazy. It's a little dangerous, but it's definitely not crazy. And another consideration is by playing it this way, maybe Kenta's thinking he might next turn like be able to go for lethal by creating all these Bank Busters.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna go talent into talent.
Okay, well, having 2 talents has some advantages against Goblin. I mean, it does mean the graveyard exile aspect of it is basically irrelevant.
Yeah.
You'll be able to rebuild your graveyard more or less instantly. The thing is, it's not really going to do anything to mitigate the mind rot aspect of the Go Blank, which is still quite problematic.
All right, so we used the elves to get the first card out of a Bank Buster, and then we cracked the Courier's Briefcase to get the second card out of the other Bank Buster. So Kenta is drawing a fair number of cards per turn as well. And we'll duress and see the other 2 treasure cruises that we knew about, then 2 ops and a Fiery Impulse.
Which does mean that if Kenta had a second Transmogrify, he could like take the Impulse and re-Transmogrify just for the Atraxa trigger. I don't know how interested he would be in doing that, but it is an option.
I think it is time to go blank. So we took an opt, and probably one of the cruises is going to go because they kind of compete with each other, and the Fiery Impulse is also going to go. So now we know that we're down to just cruise opt as the 2 cards in Shota's hand.
Yes, and
that kind of mitigates the 2 talents for this turn, right? Like we can't really cast opt on end step and get anywhere. Oof.
That is true.
Phoenix gone forever, thanks to a Torch the Tower. And Atraxa comes through and scores a touchdown. It's 31-5.
Yeah, and I was to say, if I was right here, I would definitely not cast my opt. I think I would just want to, draw into other cards, loot away. I'll pretty much loot them away no matter what they are, but I just am perfectly happy to wait, because if you opt, like draw land to say, you're just like so punished for not having the patience. So I like how Shota has decided to play this. I know, big shocker, Shota's a master.
All right, so it was like opt mill 2, and the 2 cards that we milled over were Steam Vents and Arc-like Phoenix. Not a bad one to get started. Impulse. There goes Iconoclast, so that answers the question of whether or not that was in the deck. Mill the first one.
Yeah.
Hold on to the second one. All right, we are going to have to answer this Grand Unifier one way or another. I guess with Proft, we're less concerned about Kenta, like, getting up to 55 or 60 life or whatever. Like, we can close the game even if that happens.
Yeah, that's not a problem. The problem is our death.
Yeah. But if we get ourselves into a cycle where it's like, well, all we can do is bring back a Phoenix and block for a couple of turns, that would convert time into Kenta gaining life. Probably we would die to the riffraff if that happens, but...
Yeah, I'm pretty scared of the riffraff, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, one of the Bank Busters has one counter on it, I believe. So, for example, you could use that Bank Buster, make a pilot token, use it to crew the other Bank Buster
yeah,
next
that's
turn.
problematic. Agreed.
Yeah.
And in any case, the one Phoenix blocker plan falls to a go for the throat, and so we will get a game 3 for the first time.
Which, honestly, you love to see, because
Yeah.
I would much prefer to watch Kenta and Shota play more Magic.
Agreed. Shota is not playing Thassa's Oracle.
To be clear, I was playing that circle last weekend, and I was not boarding in against Transmog. Although I did lose a game of this matchup to decking, I still believe it is most likely not correct to have the Oracle here. I don't know. There's enough pressure on you to do stuff that I kind of don't think you have time for that. But it wouldn't be insane to board it in or anything like that.
Getting a look at the decks again. I'm guessing that there's not much here that needs to be done play versus draw.
No, I wouldn't expect anything like that. I don't. I expect them to present pretty similar decks play and draw. I think that it might be though that they have learned information about how the other one sideboarded and might react to that information.
Sure,
You know,
like for example, yeah, I wonder if we're about to say the same thing, like the fact that Shota showed the third path iconoclasts or whatever.
Yes, no, I think that's a great example. I think Kenta might be inclined to board a little bit removal back in. You know, maybe he cut just down to 2 Torch the Towers, nothing else. Maybe he boards in like 1 or 2 Fatal Push back into the deck because of Iconoclast. That's possible. But by the same token, then maybe Shota takes out his Iconoclast, or maybe he leaves them in, but he moves some cards around in sideboarding, so his opponent at least has to consider the possibility that he might do that. That I think is the sort of thing that's happening.
Thank you for the sub, Rebecca. I hope we. I mean, I see that you've got a 9-month streak going on, which is pretty impressive, given that we have not streamed all 9 of those months. So it is very much appreciated. Actually, maybe this is a time where I can point out that I actually have some stream goals in the works. One thing that I've wanted to do for some time, I found the standings for Pro Tour New York 1997, the oldest event that I think that there's still surviving data for. And I believe that it's possible to reconstruct all the pairings from just the standings pages. But it's going to be a big job. There's going to be a lot of tiebreakers involved, etc. And I haven't really felt motivated to attempt to accomplish this, mainly because we've been working on ELO 2.0 and I've started a new job, etc., etc. But things are quieting down, and I would like to try to do this. I would like to try to rebuild PT NY97, and I think the way that I'm going to do it to motivate myself is to do it entirely on stream. So if you enjoy watching some data analysis, tiebreaker puzzles, etc., stay tuned on Twitter because I will make some announcements about that coming up soon.
Okay, that's a great plug. I also think we should mention that if you enjoy this stream and if you enjoy ELO Project generally, you should consider subscribing to the MTG ELO Project Patreon, which does exist.
Absolutely fair. I'll drop a link in chat.
Yeah, it's part of what lets Adam and I do this kind of thing. Additionally, if you like my commentary and hearing me talk about Magic, you should check out my stream at twitch.tv/It'sTheMagic. #plug.
Yep.
All right. But anyway, we're back underway with a sleight of hand.
Yeah, so Shota leads off with sorcery on turn 1. And seems to have a decision to make here. Probably the decision is between two spells, right? Yeah, so he's going to take another sleight of hand. It looked like he had lands 2 and 3 set up, so I'm not surprised. We'll get a better look now. Yeah, Artist Talent, the immediate take, and Shota will just play the rest of them face up. It's an Opt, a Slight, and a Fiery Impulse. Yeah, that is another good point from Rebecca in chat. Now that ELO 2.0 exists, and we're not spending all our time doing that, there should be more goodies for players, for people, or for our patrons. We've kind of prioritized the site over fielding questions, doing data dives on stuff for players, for patrons, etc. So that should pick up again in the near future. Plus, you could just like support the site. Like ELO 2.0 costs more to serve than ELO 1.0 did, so you could help us out on that access as well.
Right, so Kenta has stuck a Reckoner Bankbuster here after taking the Artist Talent, which is really kind of how he wants the game to look. Shota doesn't have a threat, doesn't have the talent going, is forced to kind of play a more fair game, and Kenta has played his best fair tool in the Bankbuster.
Ooh, that was immediate main phase activate Bankbuster, draw your card, pass. So the warning light is going off on Kenta's side. We need to find land 3, and we need to find it pretty fast.
Yes, the question is how is Shota going to play to sort of exploit this? And actually, the Young Peasy here is perfect, because what Shota wants to do is push the tempo, kind of get threats going, try to end the game before Kenta can recover, and Young Peasy is going to do a great job of that.
All right, Carp Forest off the top is going to let Kenta continue acting. Worth noting that the 2 lands that Kenta had in play were Swamp and Blackleaf Cliffs, so it was also possible that he was sitting on a pile of Courier's Briefcases and Careful Cultivations and just couldn't deploy them.
Yes, the peril of the 3-color mana base in the Pioneer format.
Yeah. So now...
Meanwhile, Shota's just churning out these constructs.
Yep. Every spell comes attached with a 1/1 artifact creature.
Yes, and for those curious, it is definitely right these days to have the Iconoclast over Young Pyromancer, because Artist Talent and Props are both enchantments, which trigger Iconoclast, but do not trigger Pyromancer.
Iconoclast is recent. People did at one point play Saheeli in this slot, right? But obviously 2 mana is much better than 3. I assume.
Yeah, I think that card's just been pushed out as the power level of the format has increased.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, unfortunately we don't have any more constructs, as Shota can only cast a Picklock Prankster and pass back.
Well, okay, I think what's happening there is, so Shota paused for a moment there, and I believe he was considering whether to play his Sokenzen. To be clear, the situation is that Shota has Spell Pierce, but nothing else up right now, and he thinks that he might end up wanting to channel Sokenzen, especially because he's playing this game kind of in such an aggressive way. He's sort of the beatdown here. And so he's going to choose not to play it, miss his land drop, and not have Fiery Impulse up, but still be ready for a Transmog with the Spell Pierce. And then later, maybe he channels it, maybe he ends up playing it later, but if so, no harm done.
Also,
I think that was a really heads-up play.
Kenta did pitch 2 green spells to Chapter 2, so I think our suspicion that he was potentially gated specifically on green mana was correct. And that could wind up being the difference in this game. Like, Shota has had the ability to develop over these first couple of turns, and Kenta has not. So here comes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, knocking Kenta from 17 down to 12. And ultimately, Shota does play the Sokenzen.
Okay. We delayed, we waited to see how things played out, but we ended up drawing a spell for the turn, I think, and therefore maybe just want the land in play. Totally reasonable.
Oh wow, speaking of being gated on green mana, we have now channeled 2 monks on end step. And actually, Kenta did elect to make the second elf rather than draw a card off of Bankbuster.
Well, that makes sense, right? I think Kenta's far more gated on mana than he is on cards.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't realize, even after pitching 2 cards to make these mana dorks, he's still got 6 in hand.
I mean, missing your land drop multiple times will cause your hand to be full of spells.
Yeah. That is true. All right, land for turn is Fountain Port. I'm just going to play another Fable, or what do we have for 3 mana? Yeah, it is another Fable. Shota makes the universal gesture of, I guess I can't spell pierce that, and it resolves. Now we're going to try to play a briefcase, and Shota might make the gesture of, that's not worth spell piercing, and that resolves.
Yeah, I don't think Shota cares about the briefcase.
Yeah. All right, let's free the Fae instead.
I think a major role that card plays in this matchup, that card being Spell Pierce, is often you're going to end up making a really big creature with profs on a turn your opponent is tapped low for, say, a Transmog or something of that nature. And in those situations, being able to Spell Pierce their removal spell on your Phoenix is often the difference between having lethal and not. So I don't expect to see Shota expend the Spell Pierce until such a big turn.
What all of these 1/1 tokens are doing on Kenta's side is gumming up the works, though I assume that Shota's Construct army wouldn't mind trading for these cards that Kenta has invested one of his draws into.
No, certainly not. Additionally, I think Shota has a bunch of Phoenix in the yard, and I believe didn't cast a spell at the end of Kenta's turn just to set up a very probable Phoenix turn here. So I think this turn he's very likely to succeed in getting Phoenixes back, and when he does, the game is just going to end. I don't know. He's going to attack for a bunch of damage in the air. He's going to have lethal kind of all rolled up next turn, and also he's going to have plenty of interaction up for Kenta's Transmog.
There are 2 Phoenixes in the yard at the moment and 1 in hand. I don't know if Shota has a way to get it out of hand.
Definitely may not, because it's common against a heavy discard spell deck like this, especially one that doesn't actually have any large creatures really. I would expect Shota to cut almost all of his lightning axes, maybe 3, maybe 4. He's just going to rely on talent, discard the Phoenixes, and you know what? That's totally okay. But given that, yeah, I don't expect the other Phoenix to enter the graveyard or the battlefield very easily.
And because of the early chip shots with Kenta trying to get his feet under him, we don't really need more than 2 Phoenixes to get the job done here. We'll just send 7 in the air, and we've now presented a real problem.
Oh, right. I mean, now Shota has lethal through a removal spell on the Phoenix. So he's sort of forcing a Transmog from Kenta, but he also has the Transmog covered.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how Kenta escapes this. I think he just missed his land drop for a little bit too long.
Extinction Event the draw.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I said I don't know how he escapes this. Update on that. I know how he escapes it.
Yeah. And we can definitely pay for Spell Pierce. Shota only has 1 available. Oh, yes, that is a real bankrupt on the Wheel of Fortune wheel. Holy goodness. All right, so we'll convert the Goblin Shaman into a treasure. It just runs into the Construct army. We can actually see what is going on, starting with a Thoughtseize. And now that we've done that, Kenta's going to 2. He is forced to take this Phoenix, right? Or he just dies to Snare Thopter.
Oh, but wait, is the card next to Phoenix, is that a null or negate?
I believe... Ooh, I don't know the answer to that. Chad, help us out. It's Artist Talent, Arc Like Phoenix, Negate, question mark, Spell Pierce, and... yeah, it was Negate. It was a... like a March of the Machine Negate or something like that.
Okay, so given that it's negate, he has to take the negate, because otherwise the Extinction Event will resolve. Then he's going to Extinction Event, and then he's just to hope that... And then he's to have a rule spell for Shota's Phoenix, which maybe he does, I don't know.
Yeah,
and
but...
then... God, it's just really bad.
If...
What is happening?
Oh, we're going to Transmogrify. Okay, so new plan. We're going to try to survive by gaining life on blocks. I mean, this is going to prompt the Spell Pierce, which he will answer with 1 Monk and one of the briefcases. Now it, of course, resolves.
Oh.
Attracts is a 7/7, so it's not going to be the case that Shota can, chain together 2 fiery impulses to answer it. And there's like no way he's brought in the beacon bolt, right? I'm just trying to imagine if there's some way you can use red cards to get this out of the way. Wait. Can he just attack with a bunch of phoenixes and then use the fiery impulse on his own creature?
Yes, I don't understand it. It looks to me like Shota just has lethal.
Okay, but we've now found a duress, and there is still one more courier's briefcase in play. So we can duress away the fiery impulse, and then that's going to stop that from happening. So he will gain the life. On the other hand, I think the construct army is just too big.
Oh, this is an absolutely wild line.
Yeah, so, okay, duress on the stack will just fire off the impulse to get an extra construct.
Wait, I just want to discuss what happened this turn, because
I'm going to pause for a second. Go ahead.
So what happened this turn is Kenta found Extinction Event, and he thought he used his opponent to clear the way for Extinction Event. He sees that if he Extinction Events, he's just going to die to a Snare Thopter from the hand. So instead of that, he forces the Transmogrify on the Bank Buster to play around Fiery Impulse.
Right.
And then after the Transmogrify finds Duress, Cat starts to take the Fiery Impulse, but Shota just responds with the Impulse because it's the only spell in his hand, as both players know, which means that now Shota cannot kill his own Phoenix, is where we ended up here, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, I think that Kenta at an effective 9 life is not at enough life to survive, right?
Yes, but even after all that, so okay, you can't deny the life gain, fine, does that even matter? This I think is maybe just too much power.
Yeah. Torch the tower to clear one of the phoenixes, block another one, so you go to 9, you take 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yes. Looks lethal to me.
Yeah,
what a game.
Plenty lethal. That was a really nice one.
I mean, basically what happened is Shota was really far ahead, Kenta was missing land drops, and then Kenta almost was able to play his way all the way out of that. He was very close, on the cusp of a comeback. But Shota is able to get in that last attack just before the game slipped out of reach.
Right. If we could have gotten that Extinction Event off, it would have worked beautifully, but it just didn't come together in time. And you can see Kenta thinking about it. He was scratching his chin before he started on sideboarding. Like, was there a sequence that... Obviously, he did what he could with the information that he got on the very last turn. But was there something the turn before that might have mattered, etc.?
I don't think that there was, but obviously he should think about it.
Shota does what very few people can do, namely beat Kenta at an RC.
Yeah, I think Kenta played the hell out of that game. I think it was an incredibly well-played game on both sides. Yeah. Also, I loved a lot of the subtle things Shota did, like not casting the spell on his opponent's EOT to guarantee the Phoenix is coming back that one turn was a really nice play. He waited to play the Iconoclast for a turn so that he could make sure that he would get guaranteed value off it. I mean, I thought Shota did a lot of not casting spells for strategic points, and I thought it was really nice. Beautiful game on both sides.
Agreed. All right, let me catch my breath. I'm going to refill my water. We're going to get set up for round number 5, and we'll be back. There's still 4 more rounds to watch on the day 1 stream. So we'll see you all in a minute, chat. I'm going to run an ad. So let's now turn this off, turn this off, turn this off, get round 5 set up. We are going to watch Rakdos Midrange against Mono Green. Okay, so I'll pause that there. Let me get the deck lists set up. I'll put the decks on the main Firefox. This is our... Oh, okay. This is actually not Rakdos Midrange. This is Rakdos Demons. So we'll have a little bit more to look at than we did previously. And then we have the mono green list to look at as well. I've got 15 seconds left, but I'm going to go get some water. I will be right back.
Right.
Okay, I've got my water. Let's do this. So we are going to watch one of these demons lists, but one of the ones that are splashing red. So the deck is just called Rakdos Midrange on Melee, but that's kind of a lie. This is not your grandfather's Rakdos Midrange list. This is one that has slashers and bloodletters in it.
Yeah, and this I don't mind at all. This list has, like, I would say, modern cards at a modern power level. No one ever said the problem with the red cards was that the Fable. I was mostly objecting to the other nonsense, kind of.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I like that here. FOMO is interesting. It definitely does some cool stuff with the Bloodletter now and again. But not a crazy addition by any means. Interesting to see it over Bloodtooth Harvester, I suppose, but I definitely, again, I don't think that's crazy.
On the other side... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Anything more to say about Rakdos?
No, this is pretty much what I would expect from a Rakdos mid-range list, yeah.
Sure. Then on the other side, we've got Mono Green.
Right, so the big innovation with this list is the 4 copies of Sylvan Scrying.
Yeah.
So historically, these lists have kind of just relied on Natural Draw Steps, Storm the Festival, and Cavalier of Thorns to locate Nykthos. And the thing about that is it mostly means that once your deck kind of is online, you'll always be able to find Nykthos. So what Sylvan Scrying allows you to do is kind of mulligan very aggressively for Leyline, safe in the knowledge that your deck kind of has 8 effective Nykthai.
Right, so because Nykthos in play, as long as you've got the Leyline down already, is going to be mana positive. So you don't have to worry about, like, how am I going to try to turn the Nykthos on and turn it into a real card?
Yes, exactly. And I think that is nice because it's going to mean the deck is in some ways less vulnerable to having its mana dorks removed or things of that nature, just because it's going to be so good at having Leyline Nykthos. The flip side, though, is... Okay, the cards that were cut for these Sylvan Scrying are like business spells.
Right.
This deck doesn't have less of... It just fundamentally has less action as a result of having these Scryings. And against a Thoughtseize deck, that's pretty problematic. Like, there's a pretty real risk that your opponent will, Thoughtseize your Old Growth Troll, duress your Storm the Festival, and then you'll just have lands, Sylvan Scrying, and the Leyline, and you'll be going nowhere. So I'm not sure if this decision is likely to pay off in this matchup, but it is interesting. It does make it more frequent to have those busted draws.
Now, I have not kept up on Mono Green following the ban of Karn. Is this one Stonebrain typical, or is this just kind of for old time's sake?
People sometimes play in the sideboard. Originally people were playing a lot for Amalia. I don't totally know what it's for now. My guess would be Lotus Fields, but it doesn't seem that good to me. I don't think I would be inclined to register it. But, yeah.
I also must say that if you're going to register 3 Fogs in 2024, they better be Alpha Fogs. Like, you obviously mean it, so you need to back it up.
Yeah, I mostly just don't believe in the Mono Green deck these days. I'm worried it beats nothing. Like, even this Rakdos Midrange deck, which I understand is the historical prey of Mono Green, I'm just worried that the loss of Karn combined with the Rakdos deck getting better over time, and the fact that the matchup was never like a blowout, and it was always favored, don't get me wrong, but it was like 60-40 or something. I'm worried that your margins have just been eaten away to the point that even this matchup is very losable. They have 7 discard spells, Fast Clock, and the Slasher. I'm not a Mono Green believer nowadays.
All right, players are shuffling up. I will mention for anyone else who runs an ELO project out there, maybe it's just me, I don't know. There's actually 2 Satoshi Hashimotos in this event. So you have that to look forward to when you're curating. Make sure that you separate them. I don't know what Satoshi rolled, but I think Yoshitake rolled a 2, so it didn't especially matter.
Yeah, shout out to all the other ELO projects in the chat.
Yoshitake seems to have drawn approximately 5 lands. But maybe I misunderstood. We'll see in a minute.
Well, I think there are definitely 5 landers who would keep out of the Rakdos deck. Okay, Thoughtseize Fable 5 lands. Sounds like a keep to me,
it sounds
right?
like a keep. So Satoshi does lead on the Leyline of the Guild Pact, and now we're going to look at 2 Llanowar Elves, 2 Outland... 2 Llanowar Elves, Outland Trailblazer, that's a Cavalier of Thorns next, right? And then Forest and Storm the Festival. So notably only 1 mana source.
Right, so here Yoshitaka can choose kind of what axis he's going to be fighting on. But is he going to be fighting the mana, or is he going to be fighting kind of the payoffs?
Yeah.
If he's fighting the mana, he might consider something like Thought Seize the Elf, Fatal Push the other elf.
Right.
But of course, if he doesn't have a Fatal Push, that's kind of just like right out. And yeah, taking the Outcast Trailblazer sort of implies to me that he's more thinking he's going to let the elf stick. Maybe he doesn't have a Fatal Push rolled up, and he's just going to try to fight on the threats. His opponent does not have that many total lands.
Ooh,
so
Sylvan Scrying off the top. Okay, that just got spookier.
But you can't Thought Seize the top of the deck, Adam. And
no, you can't.
Yeah, that I think is Satoshi's best draw. Well, other than, I guess, actually drawing the Nykthos naturally. So...
Yeah, but we've seen from Lotus Field that you're willing to pay 2 mana for a land that makes more than 2.
Absolutely. And then he just taps it for green off the leyline to play the elf.
It's pretty nice. All right, so Devotion is 6. I like that we've got a visual on exactly what it is.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
All right, so is Yoshitaka just going to play an Unstoppable Slasher? Like, that seems kind of small ball compared to what Satoshi has the ability to untap and do next turn.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I sort of don't know what his angle is now. I mean, I think maybe he should play the Slasher on the logic that he can find a Bloodletter he can try to cheese, but I don't know. Satoshi's going to block if he does that.
Yeah, Satoshi now has blockers for days. It looks like Yoshitaka kind of has to go over the top, and by over the top I mean in the air. All right, so we're not even going to bother fighting over the battlefield at this point. We're just going to play an Unholy Annex and try to get control of the game from the top of the library.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we're going to do. I don't... Man, this is going to be tough.
All right, so Elf begets Elf. That's now 7 Devotion. We'll use 6 of it to Storm the Festival.
And this actually is a big moment for Yoshitaka, because the green deck is very capable of having bad Storm the Festivals, and a bad Storm here would be pretty devastating. Although I think honestly, Nissa plus Oath is a pretty decent Storm.
Yeah. Kiora is going to at least allow a redraw, right? Like, we have 1 mana floating, and we still have an active Elf, I believe.
Right, so we can re-nick those into, like, the Cav or what have you, I believe. I think that says there's 1 floating. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there is definitely 1 floating. Because we've spent 6 of the 7. And now Oath of Nissa found a forest, so we have our land drop as well. So, like, we can definitely re-storm, I believe.
Well, or Cav.
Yeah. Yeah, we have our pick of the litter here. All right, so we're going to Nykthos again. I think we have a double-digit mana floating utility. This is obviously not Satoshi's first time mono greening.
No, certainly not. I mean, the deck is very capable of getting 20 plus mana in the pool on occasion.
Those are both Ulvenwald oddities. We saw that there were only 2 of them in the deck, and they are both in the graveyard now.
Okay, so both of them being gone is annoying for Satoshi. It means he cannot completely win the game in 1 turn.
Right.
But it also just usually doesn't matter. I mean, in this matchup, let's say he doesn't win the game, but mostly does. You know, maybe he puts like 40 plus power and makes 1,000,000 bodies. It's like, hey, Yoshitaka has no way to come back from that in game 1. Now, post-board, when there are exchanging events around, it gets a little tricky. It might create situations where Satoshi has to like go off but not go too deep. But in game 1, I think pretty irrelevant. Don't really need the Uber Wallets in game 1 against Red Black.
The front card is a Mutavault ? I think it's like Mutavault, Castle Lochthwain, Unstoppable Slasher. There's a Fable in the back. and there's one other black card. The
Yeah,
problem
I
for me is
cannot.
that it's kind of tough for me to tell like an unstoppable slasher frame apart from like a fancy Takenuma, for example. Like they all just look the same to me as people are shuffling their hand. All right, so
Yeah,
we
I mean,
Fable, draw a card, lose 2 life, pass.
this is about to go really badly. I mean, there's a cab in Satoshi's hand. There's a storm in the yard. There's a lair of the Hydra in play.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Yoshitaka just has 100 problems, and Satoshi has 100 threats. Um,
Oh, I see. The extra mana was spent. Yes, I see. I missed that Mutavault was activated. So, never mind. Yoshitaka gained 2 life rather than losing 2 life. That explains the 4th mana spent. He did have a demon in play.
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Classic Mutavault demon. Do you think Mutavault is the best demon ever printed?
It's got to be up there. All right, so we're gonna start by putting like 20 something mana in our mana pool. We have used Kiora already, and now we storm with flashback into cav number 2. Should I call it cav number 2 or cav number 3? I guess it's cav number 2 on the battlefield, and a forest. We'll draw a card off Kiora, and now we'll cav. How do you feel about Kiora before anything else happened? I guess if we knew we were going to storm, we could storm into another Kiora or into another Nykthos or something, so we needed to get that out of the way.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about things here. You definitely should always use everything before you storm. That's kind of well-established green doctrine, and there are a few exceptions, but it is true, upwards of 90% of the time. What I don't like here is, I think if I was Satoshi, I believe he could have played his like he can activate Nykthos once, cap from hand, activate Nykthos again, something like that. Like
Right. We could have gotten more devotion in the middle. Yeah.
Yes. And even if you hit another Nykthos, that's fine, because your Nykthos is tapped at the time the cap trigger resolves. Then, after cap trigger is resolved, you untap with Kiora. So, I think he missed out on 3 mana here. I also think it's, like, basically completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, unless he flips over a storm here with this cav, he is struggling to use his mana, right? Like, he's still got 12 floating, and I don't think that... Oh, check that. He has, like, 23 floating or something, and he doesn't seem to have any way to actually expend it. Well, I think he's just dumped it all into just an absolutely massive layer of the Hydra. So if you wondered whether or not the biggest creature we would see on stream was 13 power or more, I believe that just happened.
Yep. That layer sure had 20 power.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Goblin Shaman takes one for the team. And now there's just a bajillion power split across 6 different bodies coming next turn.
Yeah. I mean, if Yoshitaka, at this point in time, drew Extinction Event from his sideboard, I think he might still be losing. So, that's about how the game is going.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right.
We can play a 6/6 flyer or something,
Yeah.
that blocks a cav, one of the 3.
No, the problem is that, like, it looked like he could only generate 1 blocker, and if that's the case, that was going to have to go under the lair of the Hydra, and there was plenty more than 10 damage split across the rest of the bodies.
Yes, agreed. So, we move to the sideboard games, and that's good news for the red-black deck. They're going to improve quite a bit with sideboard. Definitely going to be getting these Extinction Events in here. Really impressive card in the matchup. Kind of the historical best sideboard card against mono green, and that still holds true today. The red-black deck might put in something like... They're definitely going to put in the Shieldred. I guess we can add that. The Shieldred, very good here. Just like Green deck draws a lot of cards. Sometimes, if Shieldred's in play, it can completely prevent the deck from going off. And historically, the main way the Green deck answered Shieldred was with Karn. So now it can force them to put some awkward or bad cards in their deck to deal with it,
Right.
Which is pretty nice. After that, there's a bunch of kind of medium options that you might board in, you might not. I'm less sure. You could put in this Cut Down. You could put in... this Go Blank. You could put in Invoke Despair. All of these are pretty whatever, nothing special. You could put in Damping Sphere. Normally, I would advise against that, but in this case, because the opponent has these Sylvan Scryings and is so all in on Nykthos, it's better than it usually is. But I'm still not sure it's actually worth it, to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I see with the Rakdos deck. As far as cuts go, uh, you don't have any horrible cards by any means. Probably you could cut some of the kind of less aggressive two true drops. Like I'm not sure you need FOMO in this matchup.
Right.
It's just not a card that hits very hard. Bloodtooth Harvester could kill elves, which was a big part of why you would leave it in. I don't think FOMO has much to recommend it, but the rest of the cards are all fine. Maybe you trim Unholy Annex as well is a reasonable option.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are the cards I would say cut there. The green deck sideboard is much weirder. Can we go ahead to see it?
Here it is.
Yeah. So this list, okay. If we're playing Skyward on our sideboard, it's got to come here. Come on, right? Like what is in our sideboard for if not red black midrange? I have to imagine that we're going to board in Wolf Willowhaven because it's very hard to remove and it ramps you. It's exactly what Doctor ordered for the matchup. I also have to imagine that we need some out to Shieldred. Like we can't just pretend that if Shield hits the battlefield, it will always stay in the battlefield forever. So I suspect Chemna's Transformation will come in, although it is kind of awkward.
It's a tough way to do it, but it would do it.
As far as cuts, basically he's going to cut a bunch of elves. In this matchup, historically, you mainly cut elves. Elves are just not what it's about. They get killed a lot, and you kind of just want to hit your land drops and cast your spells normally on curve. You don't necessarily need to accelerate into them much of the time. Also, it's possible that this like Scrap Shooter goes that I'm less sure about, but it could go. Scrap Shooter is a weird card. You can use it to answer Fable or Annex, but I suspect the Annexes are going out anyway, and also I don't think Fable's that important. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that getting cut, as well as some elves. And I'm not past that. I'm not really sure. Those are the main cards that kind of spring to mind. So yeah, we'll see kind of what happens. I expect the mid-range deck to improve a lot more than the green deck in sideboarding, even though Wolf Willowhaven is quite good.
Alright, looks like players are still shuffling their own decks, so we'll use the magic of YouTube to jump forward a little bit further. Alright, now players are shuffling their opponent's decks, and we are presenting. Is there a second land for Yoshitaka?
I didn't get a great look, but I don't think I saw one.
I see the black leaf cliffs at the front, but that's it. I thought. But he's keeping, and Satoshi is not. So, I mean, this kind of plays into what you were saying about how Satoshi's deck is set up to mulligan for Leyline pretty well.
Yes, agreed. Although, I would say that mulliganing it all like it's a matchup where they have 8 Thoughtseize is not at its best. Although
yeah,
I guess wait, actually, sorry, it's only 7. My apologies.
Somewhat dubious.
And I would expect the Duresses to mostly remain in the red-black deck post-sideboard. I know some people have toyed around with cutting Duress against green historically, but I suspect that overall they just have enough good things to hit, especially with these Wolf Willowhavens coming in, that they're going to remain right where they are.
Oh dear. Well, I think Yoshitaka is in a position that I'm often in, where I've made a sketchy keep and then my opponent mulls to 5. Where it's like, wow, I really should win this game now, but my hand has a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not what you'd prefer, right? When you, I put this, if you keep a hand on 7 and your opponent mulls to 5, what you want is a hand that is not that good, but guaranteed to be functional.
Right.
What you don't want is a hand that has a chance of being awesome and a chance of failing. So, we'll see what happens.
With all that said,
assuming
Satoshi's only had a Forest. He might have had a Forest Oath of Nissa, but that was about it. And it looks like he's going to 4.
This is pretty surprising to me. I think I would keep forced to go with Nissa any 3 cards on 5, more or less. But it is true that he can hope for some sort of leyline hand. You know, I mean, that's the argument we're going to 4 is definitely, look, if my hand is leyline Nykthos, it'll be better than my 5. But may I point out the counterfactual, which is, what if it doesn't?
Yeah. All right, well, I see the Nykthos, and I see the leyline.
Okay, we're talking. I mean,
it looks like
Satoshi is very good.
Satoshi is subtracting from his hand. I think if I've mulled to 4, I'm going to pick the cards I want to keep rather than the cards I'm going to toss.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, wow, it's actually a double leyline Nykthos hand.
Hey, we might have a game here.
Well, especially if Yoshitaka is actually starting the game on fumes, which it kind of looks like he is. Duress, showing Lair of the Hydra Nykthos. So that answers my other question, which is, how are we going to actually activate this Nykthos? I see. One of the cards that I couldn't recognize as a spell was this Magic Player Reward Mutavault. Oh, and we've drawn Oath of Nissa off the top. Yeah, that is true. So you mentioned earlier, Andrew, that you don't really want to mulligan against a Thoughtseize deck. What if you mulligan so far against a Thoughtseize deck that all the Thoughtseizes are blank?
Yeah. I mean, it is pretty funny, but that does appear to be what's happening.
Oh, no. Satoshi never played the Nykthos, and it got swept up by Go Blank.
Oh, playing the Forest over the Nykthos there is, I think, a real misstep. You definitely want to get the Nykthos into play.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like, this is, wow, what a turnaround. I think that might cost Satoshi here. I mean, Fable's not the most blisteringly fast clock in the world, but the problem is to get out of this, Satoshi kind of needs exactly another Nykthos, or a scrying into it.
Right. I mean, I think that Satoshi's logic was, well, I'll play and activate it next turn. But yeah, it's way easier to draw a Forest to activate the Nykthos than it is to draw a Nykthos to get the ball rolling. So it looks like Yoshitaka doesn't have a better play than to attack with Goblin Shaman and Noted Demon Mutavault.
Yes, Noted Demon. And I mean, it used to be true that sometimes having Nykthos in play early would be a big downside because it doesn't tap for green. But if you have Leyline out, then that isn't really the case, right?
Right.
Just, your Nykthos just does tap for greens, so I don't know.
Wow, yeah.
Yoshitake here is fabling away and whatnot, and I think is mostly thinking like, okay, imagine my opponent peels Nykthos next turn. Can I ever win? Because hilariously, if Satoshi draws Nykthos now, I mean, I don't know what his hand is, but there are, I think, combinations of cards that could still win the game. For example, what if he had drawn Nykthos, played Nykthos, activated it, cast Storm the Festival into Cav Kiora, draw, untap the Nykthos, re-Nykthos off the Cav, you know, like...
Yeah, I could have
put, like...
30 mana worth of stuff on the battlefield. But
yeah, it's funny. In the end, he never makes another thing, which means
Yoshitaka does just win by default.
Yes.
Wow.
And the Nykthos decision was irrelevant in the end. He never hit a third land drop. Hashtag no justice. Hashtag never punished. All right. What do we think of these Sun's Cries and Mono Green? I don't care for them, but it's interesting.
Now, that game had so much potential energy, but it just didn't go anywhere.
Yes, agreed. A lot of potential energy. So yeah, now we're going to see any adjustments for Yoshitaka kind of on the draw here. Definitely, if you were going to trim any duresses or something like that, on the draw is where you would do it. Just because the play pattern where the opponent leads on Elf and then you want to kill it before you discard, so your discard ends up kind of getting delayed. Still not sure that will actually come to pass. Wouldn't be surprised to see Yoshitaka leaving all the duresses anyway. But definitely, were you to do it on the draw, it would make more sense.
One thing that we haven't discussed since we've just been going round by round here and we haven't had quite as much downtime, is the tournament structure. So these two players are both 4-0. The cut for day 2 is going to be top 64, but that top 64 basically winds up being 5-2, and then maybe a couple of 4-2-1s are going to sneak in. So winning this round would lock you for day 2.
Oh, interesting. Good to know. That's not that aggressive a cut, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I thought when we first started covering these that cut at 5-2 meant 15 match points or go home, but it is actually 5-2 or top 64, and the way it's worked out, 5-2 hasn't quite gotten there. There's been like high 50s, but not 64 people worth of players on 15.
I see. Makes sense.
All right, we are almost ready for game 3 here. Gonna take one more look at Satoshi's list before we get started, apparently.
Yeah, it appears that the Japanese coverage sometimes is this thing where they like cut to the match and then quickly cut back to the list. And
yeah.
I'm not sure if that would make sense if we could hear the words they're saying, but as someone who's solely watching the video, I do not understand this particular development.
Yeah, they might be getting faked out by like presenting deck for opponent to shuffle versus presenting deck to draw their opening hand or something. Let me also just take this moment to say thank you all for coming along with us. We have done, this is cycle 7, right? So I've done like 9 Japanese tournaments. I think, Andrew, we've done 6 or 7 of them together.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
It's always a pleasure. Happy to be able to bring these events to people that might not have watched them otherwise. Yeah, so I'm just also tickled that people find it compelling enough to watch. I mean, I would probably be watching more or less whether or not I was doing commentary. Obviously, I started doing this because this was my only avenue for doing commentary. Like, I was never going to get myself onto one of the main broadcasts because I'm a scrub. But so I kind of felt like if it was going to happen, I would have to do it myself. And it's been great that we've found this niche to be able to have these tournaments, watch them together, and that we get to commentate it for you.
Yeah, agreed. It's always fun. Love watching some good Magic here. And I'm hoping that was what we're going to see in this game 3. Both those first 2 games were a bit of a blowout in alternating directions. And I wouldn't mind kind of a close back here in game 3.
The tournament might just be a little tired because that last game from Shota was a banger. So I'm not surprised if it's going to take us a couple rounds before we get another good one.
Yeah, I honestly think Japanese RC might benefit from the Shota cam,
Yes.
V-cam fan. Just, who's the feature match every round? Oh, it's Shota, just non-stop Shota. But, maybe I'm biased. That is certainly what I would personally enjoy watching.
It looked like Yoshitake had drawn the one Shieldred in this opening hand, but going to 5, he's not able to keep it. And Satoshi has the combo, as it were, Leyline, Nykthos, Oath of Nissa, and we are off to a cracking start. Yoshitaka may have gotten juked here, keeping Fatal Push in his opening hand, as Satoshi's ramp is Oath of Nissa into Willow Haven. So, I mean, already bad to have drawn a Fatal Push with no target, but like having the Fatal Push in your deck in the first place might have been awkward, given we don't know exactly how many elves Satoshi has. But definitely keeping it in your 5-card hand after mulling to 5 and not getting to fire it off is like pretty brutal, isn't it?
Yes, yes. I definitely am not sure Yoshitaka should have kept it like following the mulligans. I think that's pretty unclear. But I think you're definitely not going to be able to cut all the elves on the
Yeah,
mono
yeah.
green side. You're able to cut some of them, but I think Yoshitaka definitely kind of has to leave in fatal pushes. I'm not really, I don't really buy that he can afford to just let every elf live, especially because you might cast them on like Outcaster Trailblazers or
Hmm.
maybe the occasional Old Growth Troll. Like there are other targets, even if they're not the greatest. Um, but yeah, once you mull to 5, you might just need to kind of pick your shot and call it. And maybe the shot you want to call is, look, they just won't have an elf this game. Um, that is sort of reasonable. I'm not sure. I didn't get a great look at the hand, so I don't know the exact options he was considering between.
All right, so it was turn 1 Oath of Nissa, turn 2 Wolfwillow Haven. Now we've gone Kiora, activate, untap, activate. We're going to just cast another Leyline.
Okay, not a sign of strength.
It looks like the hand left over is what? Sylvan Scrying, Skyboat, and maybe another Wolfwillow Haven or something? I can't see what the back card is. Presumably this Sylvan Scrying is going to find Lair of the Hydra. It does.
It looks like Satoshi is maybe kind of flooded.
Yeah, he's a bit on fumes at the moment. Like, we've somehow drawn a lot of mono green cards, but not drawn a single creature. Yep, the last spell is Wolfwillow Haven, so that's it. That's what his deck was able to produce. A lot of potential energy again, and just a Skyboat as a business spell. Now, with that said, Yoshitaka has to do something this turn, or he's going to get hit for a bajillion from this Lair of the Hydra. Update, no he's not, because Yoshitaka has Fatal Push.
Well, yes, but like, okay, what do you want Yoshitaka to do? Like, not play his 3 drops in his multi 3 drop hand?
No, I mean, that's his choke point, right? He has a bajillion threes. He has to play them on turn 3.
Right. Like, okay, I get that playing Fable here is pretty rough because you might have to shove block with his goblin. It's not a great situation, but there just isn't really an option. I mean, his hand, he also has Go Blink in hand. He has to get moving. He doesn't have a fourth
Yeah.
land. That said, how much damage is this? It looks like a lot.
If that thing is really on 18, then the boat cleared the Goblin Shaman and enabled an attack for 16 or something.
Looks like
17, because
17
it's
according
XG to
coverage.
activate, right? So he had 18 mana to sink into it. He took Yoshitaka from 20 down to 3.
All right. And I mean, maybe I think that's it. I think it's over.
Right. Well, we do need like a way to crew or something. Like we can attack with Lair of the Hydra again, but that's not. We know that's not going to work.
Sorry, we have a way to crew. Layer the Hydra.
We can just activate Lair, threaten the attack. Oh no, I see what you're saying. So we can just play around Fatal Push by crewing immediately.
Yes. Also, I think there are 2 Wolfwillow Havens in play.
Yes.
So it also might be possible to just like use Nykthos, sack Wolfwillow, crew the boat off that attack.
Yeah, we could make like a
yeah,
small but lethal Lair and send that alongside. Oh, or we could just
Yeah.
tap out for Bloodletter, and now we are in fact just dead to the Wolfwillow line, though I don't know if we see it. We'll find out in a minute. I mean, start by putting like 15 mana in the mana pool. Aha. So it was crew with Lair of the Hydra, use Cure to untap the Lair, attack with 2 lethal threats.
Sure. However you want to slice it. I mean, that works
Yeah.
too.
All right. Well, I don't think we got the game that we were ever hoping to get. But the good news is that there's still 3 more rounds to go. So let me run a short ad, and we will get round 6 set up. And we will see if we can find a good one. So back in a minute, chat. All right, exiting full screen, close, close, close. Let's put the deck lists over here. I should get this started because there may be an ad. There is not. That is nice. All right, we're going to pick up with the die roll. All right, so I'll get the decks in chat. I don't want this to be full screened. Okay, so I'm showing that the ad break is over. So we are going to watch a 5-0 matchup between Hiroki Toyota and Hirotaka Kawasaki. And Hiroki is playing, what do you want to call this? We can call it red aggro, red prowess. We can call it wizards, since we have access to wizards lightning. We're playing Gidu Lava Runner, which sometimes shows up in decks that you might call wizards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is mostly to take on the, Rakdos aggro deck that is so popular in the format. For some reason, his Bone Crusher Giant, because, I guess Bone Crusher Giant's a Japanese citizen now.
Right. I mean, the one thing that's missing here, we are not playing the Callous Sellsword, right? So we're not trying to fling.
Yeah, well, there's also no mice.
Correct. Yep, no Hardfire Hero. Which, I mean, that makes some amount of sense to me. If we're going this route of not playing Callous Sellsword, then Hardfire Hero doesn't do as much. We can play Soulscar Mage instead, since it has prowess. Now we've got more wizards, so then we could play Wizards Lightning. Okay, I'm still kind of with you. And then Bone Crusher Giant instead of Fatal Push, because that's the one-for-one swap.
There's no Emberheart Challenger. That's the part that bothers me.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's like a mouse.
Challenger is really broken.
That's like a mouse hero. What is the card type? It's not wizard, right? It doesn't cast Wizards Lightning well.
No, but neither does Bone Crusher Giant.
True.
I mean, Emberheart Challenger just is a really messed up card. Is kind of what I think about it. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, but
2-2 prowess haste is a pretty good rate straight up, and the fact that you might sometimes draw a card is really nice.
Right. I mean, the thing is that those decks are playing the 4 Monstrous Rages, which are here, and then they have 4 either Titan Strength or Turn Inside Out, and some number of Ancestral Angers or Might of the Meek or whatever. But they have 11 things that target, and we've gone all the way down to just the 4 Monstrous Rages, and we've replaced all of the rest of them with burn spells, right? We have Play with Fire, which can go to the head. We have Bone Crusher Giant, which can go to the head. And then we have Witch Stalker Frenzy as well. And light up the stage.
That's fair. I guess you're right. I guess I mostly just fundamentally don't believe in our premise here, but you're right that it's consistent.
If we've come to this point, then I think these cards do fit together. Is it as good as the other thing that we can do? Debatable. I guess we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah.
On the other side, we're playing Sacrifice, but we're not playing any red cards. So what red cards are typically in a Sacrifice deck? It's you probably have some Blood Tithe Harvester, some Fables, whatever.
And Mayhem Devil.
Oh, and Mayhem Devil. That is a very good point. Mayhem Devil is absent. And instead we've got Trail of Crumbs, which I don't think I've seen in several years.
What I would say about this deck is when you construct your deck this way, okay, I mean, there are some advantages, but I think there are more disadvantages. Basically, you've really kind of neutered your fair game. You don't have those Mayhem Devils to clean up those wide boards.
Yeah.
You don't have Fable the Mirror Breaker, greatest red card in the format. What you have instead is you have a lot of resiliency to spot removal spells. It's nice that Trail of Crumbs can kind of just do its thing, irrespective of number of kind of spot removal spells they bring to bear. It's also nice that your deck can just hard cast Yigra. I never know this card.
I think Yigra, but I don't know. Actually, I have a way to decide. 1 second.
All right.
Because I can do this, and we can see what it is in Japanese, because it's slightly more phonetic. It is Yigra, is what it's called in Japanese. So yeah, we'll go with Yigra.
Okay, so Yigra, I guess. Yigra, you can cast it much more reliably. You don't have to do any awkward things with just a very small number of red sources and kind of scraping by on green sources. But and you're going to find it very reliably with the Trail of Crumbs. So in general, I guess I'd say your deck is better at comboing.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is a matchup about comboing. It's a mono red aggro deck. I mean, you can easily beat them with just Mayhem Devil and some kill spells. I mean, you don't need anything fancy. And I think all of the fancy, weird stuff in this deck is just going to harm this matchup. I mean, we also have, like, this Ashiok main. Which
that's a little weird.
It's just going to be a bad card here. I mean, we have this Garruk Unleashed main, I think that is.
I can't tell you what the text of that card is. I know I'm looking at it on my screen, but it's pretty small, and I cannot... I don't know. It's a Garruk. We'll figure this out if it comes into play.
Agreed. I just don't think any of this stuff, like this... I don't think Trail of Crumbs is going to matter in this matchup. I don't think Lily's going to matter. I don't think Ashiok's going to matter. I don't think Garruk's going to matter. I don't think Thoughtseize is going to matter. I think we're just going to really miss our red cards for the most part.
In the abstract... So, ignoring this specific matchup, how do you feel about Elvish Archivist? Like, I feel like there's something behind it. Like, it makes some amount of sense to me, given that we're trying to play this long, grindy Trail of Crumbs kind of game. It's sort of like Trail of Crumbs copies 5 through 8.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, we have 8 enchantments, right? It really wants enchantments.
Yes, that's right.
That's why we cut Fable. So, with 8 enchantments, it is going to draw cards at least pretty reliably. And, you know, as you're looping cats back and forth, making foods, it does get kind of large quickly. That part I sort of buy. I don't think that the Archivist is a terrible idea. That's not the part of this that I really object to. Yeah. It's more just that, like, what we've cut to make space seems kind of unacceptable to me. Like, why do we have 3 Witch's Ovens? Can we talk about this? Like, isn't Witch's Oven, like, one of the best cards with the Archivist?
Yes. I don't know. Right. We only have 3 pushes because we have 3 Haywire Mites. Like, it is kind of strange.
Yeah. I think, like, the list, I would say, the Archivist is an interesting idea. I think the list as a whole strikes me as a bit undisciplined, is how I would describe it.
Yep. Well, we can't fault Hirotaka's progress so far. He is 5-0 in the tournament.
Well, I mean, maybe it's possible that Hirotaka knows something we don't. I mean, maybe Elvish Archivist is really strong. I mean, that is definitely the part of his list that I believe in the most. The Archivist, there's something to that.
Yeah, so Cal, no Deadly Dispute. I assume that he felt like the Trail of Crumbs is kind of playing the role of Deadly Dispute or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know quite how you get here. There's also something to be said about having an unrefined list where the blemishes may or may not show up in a small sample of matches, right? Like, maybe you're playing 52 of the, in quotation marks, correct 60 cards, and you just happen to draw hands that overlap with the correct 60. And
that's true.
It hasn't come up yet. All right, so Hiroki's gone to 6. And I assume Hirotaka has kept, since he hasn't actually gone through mulliganing yet. Are those Pikachus on his sleeves?
I believe those are Pikachu sleeves, yes. All right. Pokemon Master Hirotaka is ready to throw down here.
Yeah, though it's Hiroki that has the lightning. So we lead on Kumano. Whoa. A mid-stream ad. Wow, get wrecked. Okay. We're back.
Okay, wait. I have some good jokes to make, but it's fine. I'll wait till the stream comes back.
Kumano is the first.
Looks like we're back.
Yeah, we are back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think that every time Hirotaka plays a Cauldron Familiar or returns from the graveyard, he says, "Cauldron Familiar, I choose you"?
It's a good question.
And then when you sacrifice it, you can be like, "Enough, Cauldron Familiar," or "Cauldron Familiar, come back." I really think there's a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right, so Slick Shot is the play on Chapter 2 of the Kumano. Gets across for 3. For 2 total, sorry. Hirotaka has taken 3 altogether. Bez asks, is the Japanese under their names the deck names? Yes. So this says mono red, red mono aggro, and on the other side it says Golgari sacrifice. All right. Well, he has chosen Cauldron Familiar. Now, I do think that there's something to fighting the Gitu Lava Runner deck on the axis of cat oven bullshit. On the other hand, it doesn't look very good against specifically Slickshot show off. And cat oven stuff is
Yes, agreed.
more awkward against etching of Kumano.
Yeah, I mean, the Kumano isn't the end of the world because often you're going to be blocking with cat and sacking it before damage is assigned.
Correct.
What it mostly means is, okay, against many of these ground-based aggro decks, you can also combo your cats with Scavenger's Talent, right? Because you just like block with a cat, get a food, sack food, and bring a cat back. And Kumano does completely put a stop to that nonsense.
Yeah.
But given that Oven has hit the battlefield, I don't expect Kumano's effect to be that big a deal. Now, if Hirotaka like leaves the cat exposed, like say he blocks the etching here, sacks the Oven, EOT brings it back without the Oven untapped, that would give Hiroki a window to potentially exile it with a Wizard's Lightning or something like that. But if Hirotaka's played it smart, I don't think any of this is going to matter.
Aha. So one way to get through this cat chump blocker is with a monster roll. So etching has just become a 5/3 with trample right now. And Slickshot is a wizard, so that enables a lightning bolt. So we've cast 2 spells. That's 4 extra power on the show off. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think Hirotaka is
I believe so.
2. Facing 2 lethal attackers. I mean, things just escalated very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the moment when Hirotaka would like to do something like play Mayhem Devil, ping down one of the attackers, and then like block the other one and narrowly survive, something like that. But here, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this. Maybe if he has like multiple spot removal spells or something, or I guess you could like eat a food. I don't know. It's all pretty dubious.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the ground creature has trample, and one of our lands is Fountain Port, so there's a lot of things working against Hirotaka here.
What green card is that? Sorry, is that a Trail of Crumbs?
No, I think it's an Elvish Archivist. It's an 0/1. It has a power and toughness, at least.
Wait,
Oh.
it's a Gilded Goose. It's a Gilded Goose. It's walking the fly. Gotcha.
Okay, it is a goose. Yep. Thank you. Anna in chat. That's why we went up on food, which is actually going to be quite relevant here because Hiroki threatens Lightning Bolt to the head in response to the Fatal Push, and we can now, or in response to the Boseiju. Wait. Does that work? Oh, it does work. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused between Boseiju and Haywire Might. Haywire Might cannot clear etching of Kumano, but Boseiju can.
Yes, indeed. Remember, but it's really simple to keep in mind, Boseiju's the broken one.
Yeah, that's about right. So,
like, it's seriously going to be one of the best cards printed in the last, 3 years. Anyways,
absolutely.
Here we go.
Okay, so then Bolt takes Hirotaka down to 1, I think. I don't know what happened to that Wizard's Lightning. There we go. The stream has been updated. And now we have another lethal attacker in this Soulscar Mage.
And we also still haven't really dealt with the flying lethal problem. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess Hirotaka can do something like, cycle the cat, gain 1 up to 2, sack the food up to 5, which is decent, but
It does seem to, kind of lose to any spell, though.
well, I mean,
Land off the top allows activation of Den of the Bugbear, so there's not really a bad draw from Hiroki at this point. Well, here they come. Attempt to sack the cat, and we're just going to respond to that with Play with Fire to the head, which is either just lethal by itself, or is going to make the Slick Shot lethal. So even if you try to sack the food or whatever, that's not going to get you out of it. And
yes, agreed.
Hiroki takes a pretty convincing game 1.
Right. Now, one of the other problems Hirotaka's going to have that we have not addressed yet is, okay, so Andre Klepclatch queued for the PT last weekend playing Drown to Sacrifice in the USRC, and was one of the higher finishing sack players, maybe the highest, I'm not sure. Anyways, he had a lot of red spot removal spells in his sideboard to
Sure.
complement his 4-mana Fatal Push. So to really kind of make sure he defeated the red-black aggro matchup and this deck by extension, right?
Sure. The slick shot deck.
Now,
We can say it that way.
yeah, the slick shot deck. That's a good way of phrasing it. But this deck doesn't have access to any of that red removal because, well, it's not playing any red cards. And I think that might prove decisive. I mean, he just does not have that many bangers to pour it in.
Right.
Now, to be clear, I don't think the aggro deck is going to be making some massive improvements either. I mean, like, maybe we board in these Ferocodons. They seem pretty decent for the life gain, have a big body or whatever, but not that many slam dunks. It's just that, like, look, I mean, game one, kind of fundamentally, the strategy of I have flyers and trample and burn spells is pretty good against you.
Yeah.
And you don't have that many tools to fix it in the sideboard.
All right, let's jump ahead a little bit to see exactly what Hirotaka is working with. I would describe the sideboard as 15 magic cards.
Oh, yeah, I mean, so, okay. I'll speculate as a sideboard plan. So, Fatal Push is going to come in. That's obvious. I assume Haywire Might's going to come in. It kills Etching. It blocks, it gains life. It's not awesome.
Yeah.
So maybe you only want 3 or something, but you only want some number of those. It also may depend on if you anticipate Vortex. If you think they're putting Vortex, you should have more mites, of course. But, yeah. Then there's the Thoughtseize. I assume you're going to get all these Thoughtseize out of your deck. You just don't want to be Thoughtseizing them on a red deck. Pretty straightforward. It's casting half a Wizard's Lightning for your opponent. And then you could have Meathook Massacres, and maybe you want them. They're not exceptional. The opponent's deck gets just so many haste creatures, and it's just not going to line up that well most of the time. But I sort of think it's a beggars can't be true situation. We don't have better sideboard cards, so I guess I'd board them in. Yeah. We also could have Assassin's Trophy. I mean, 2 is massively more mana than 1 in a matchup like this, and the fact that it does cost 2 is just a huge downside, but I bet you just have to board them in. I mean, you just need to kill the show off, and you don't have more ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the deck, we've got, what, Garruk and Ashiok over here? I think we do have some cuts that we have to make, too, right? And we haven't identified that many other cards that can come in.
I mean, I think there's plenty of cuts. I mean, I'm happy to cut Garruk, Ashiok, Liliana, Thoughtseizes. I mean, I may be even happy to cut, like, Elvish Archivist, although I'm less sure about that one, because I haven't played with the card much. You might also even be able to cut, like, Igra. Like, Igra is... You don't need to fully combo this deck. I mean, you just don't. If you stabilize, it'll be okay. So, you know, do you really want 3 Igras? Like, what about 2? What about 1? You know, I don't know the right number, but you could easily see cutting it.
Wow. Tear Asunder is the play to clear the Kumano, faces Kakazan.
But that surprises me, because Tear Asunder strikes me as mostly Haywire Might that doesn't gain life.
Yeah.
But maybe Hirotaka is choosing to play some over it. I'm not sure.
Okay, so now for the Elvish Archivist. And we'll follow up with Goose, Make a Food, Trigger, but we're not going to get the counter. It's going to get stomped instead. Whoa. Well, this video is significantly more monetized than all the other ones that we've watched. The 2-drop was Elvish Archivist.
Oh my god, this is a bit awkward, but alright.
Alright, we are now back. So it's Goose against the world right now.
I mean, Goose, to be fair, is very good in this matchup. I mean,
yeah.
It's just a continuous source of food and life gain. Unless, of course, Hiroki has a way to stop that life gain forever, such as Rampage Froston.
Is the land from Hiroki there Castle Embereth?
I believe that is Castle Embereth, yes.
Wow. That's a nice one.
I do think that the Fountain Port, though, from Hirotaka here is actually a pretty big game, though. Because that does mean Hirotaka can, for example, repeatedly make foods with the Goose and then eat those foods with the Fountain Port to draw cards.
Sure.
Which is obviously pretty slow in plotting, but it is an engine that requires him to commit 0 mana at sorcery speed on his turn. So I think not irrelevant here.
I mean, Hirotaka's deck is nothing if not slow and plotting value engine, so it is kind of right on theme. And it looks like we're going to cast the Bonecrusher Giant post-combat, and we played out the Monstrous Rage to just make sure that we get our Lava Spike in with no other targets at the moment.
I mean, that was a crazy aggressive Monstrous Rage because you're playing it on an already good creature into a ton of untapped mana.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it was wrong, to be clear. It's more like Hiroki saying, like, look, I think that against your Gilded Goose, I'm sort of in a bad spot anyway if you have a kill spell. So instead of trying to beat a kill spell that is going to be, hard for you to overcome anyway, I'm just going to jam, go all in on this Froston, and if you don't have it, you're really going to die. What card is that?
Is that Ron?
Oh, God. Executioner Thane?
Yeah.
I think that might be Grand Executioner Thane.
Whenever one or more creatures you control dies, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This happens only once each turn. I mean, the and you gain 2 life is not actually a thing right now because of the Ferocidon.
It's worse than that, right? Also, Hirotaka just doesn't have Cat Oven going, Like,
yes.
The creature's naturally dying is not the joke with this card. The joke is that if you have Cat Oven going, then they just get drained for 2 every single turn, which is pretty strong. Maybe even on your turn and their turn if you have, other stuff going on. But with no Cat Oven, I think he's both going to have trouble triggering Brand and not have those triggers particularly matter, which is quite the 1-2 punch.
I mean, playing Ron this turn seems to be saying, you're welcome to just hit me for 10, right? Like, what is Hirotaka's plan against just turn my creature sideways and then either activate Castle Embereth or Ramunap Ruins?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. I mean, I think certainly Hiroki's going to attack, and we can see if Hirotaka has anything tricky in store.
Uh-oh, Monstrous Rage. This may threaten lethal with the Castle Embereth, right?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, from Hiroki's seat, like,
we're not
I don't know, your opponent already didn't kill Froston last turn. You really have it this turn?
Yeah, Hirotaka goes to 1, and it looks like we elect to play Wizard's Lightning rather than save it for next turn, but it certainly does get the job done. Ouch.
Well, that was not a close match we just watched.
No, it really wasn't. All right, so we're still on the hunt for our next good game. But
well, I mean, look, like, maybe we'll watch this green-black deck more, especially if its pilot continues to win. Yeah. But for now, my opinion is, look, we didn't really see it look at all playable against the red aggro deck. It does not look really well set up for that matchup. And maybe we'll get to see its charms in a matchup where it makes more sense.
I am curious why this video continues for another 8 minutes, because that was it, right? Mono red 1 in 2 very convincing games. All right, I'm going to get round 7 set up, and we'll be back for... There's 2 more matches of Magic. So we've got 1 more before the cut, and then we've got 1 on the other side of it to finish out the day. So I will run a quick ad,
all right,
line everything up, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, so we'll pause that, close all these, get this ready. So we're going to watch the company deck next. Then save this, put decks in chat. So it should be Hiroyuki against Taichi. And I need to make this Firefox the active Firefox, so when I open links it shows up over there. Success. And then we have to answer the question. It says that Hiroyuki is playing Rakdos Midrange. Are we talking Grandfather's Rakdos Midrange, or are we talking 2024 Rakdos Midrange? And I would say, now that I'm looking at it, kind of a split. It's like we've gotten rid of all of the unstoppable all of the graveyard trespassers and converted them into unstoppable slashers. We've shaved a couple of the other cards. We still have like the Misery Shadows in. No sign of Unholy Grotto. We're playing 1 Bankbuster rather than more than 1. Then we have access to typical old mono black card, or we have access to old Rakdos cards like Misery Shadow, Kroxa, Liliana of the Veil, 2 Sheldred's main. kind of an interesting set of choices. We also didn't quite max out, but we almost did. We have 14 of 15 sideboard cards. Like 13 one-ofs in the board.
Nothing like a nice 14 card sideboard, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the classic there's 14 one-ofs, but we didn't want to play. No, wait, there's 2 duress, right?
There's 2 duress. It's 13 one-ofs and 2 duresses.
Okay, yes. just yeah, I want a diversity of effects, but duress is too important. Just two duress.
2 of those.
Very, very classic.
Yeah, just kind of a strange.
I do think the Misery Shadows are pretty weird.
Split of spells between like Virtue of Persistence, Go for the Throat, Torch the Tower. Which I guess makes sense if these are just meant to sort of like cover your bases, things that aren't Fatal Push, then you might as well go for a diversity of cards rather than necessarily loading up on one thing and potentially getting wrecked. Like if you played a bunch of power word kills, for example, I mean, chat, don't do that. You don't want to play a spell that can't kill demons right now, but like that would be a hole that you would expose yourself to.
Yes, I in general think it is reasonable to play splits of removal spells in your mid-range decks. I think, having kind of just a mix means usually you can find a use for each of them, even when kind of they're in a matchup where they're not their best. Maybe you have one powered kill, and if you have to play against demons, to spend not one of their few non-demon cards.
Yeah.
And then maybe you have one Go for the Throat, and if you play against an artifact deck, to commit it on their Inti or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking like in Soul here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't mind that part at all. The sideboard is much weirder to me because I just don't think it's true that each of these cards is like equally good. Like here's a good example. Okay, there's one Damping Sphere and there's one Krenko's Buzzcut. All right.
Right.
Can we just talk about this for a moment? Like, let's say that you've already drawn and played Damping Sphere against your lowest opponent. Like, they're just in play, right? I'm still not sure I'd rather draw Buzzcutter than just another Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
Like, second Damping Sphere is pretty good.
Yeah.
It means they have to kill both of them before they can win, right? Like, I don't really buy it. That kind of thing upsets me. Again, some of this stuff is reasonable. I do think that having a diversity effects definitely can be good. But yeah, like when we talking about one Buzzcutter, one Damping Sphere, my response is kind of like, grow up. Let's play more of the good one.
All right, let's look on the other side where Taichi is playing Green White Company.
Yeah, so I looked at this list a little bit. I think it looks pretty similar to what was being played last week at the USRC by Team Scrap Heap and Company. No pun intended. In fact, I played against one of them. I beat General Quinniac on day 2, and I believe he was playing this exact list card for card.
Sure.
So I think this is just, this person just saw the deck winning a lot at the USRC and decided to pick it up. Totally reasonable. I mean, if you're a green and white creature aficionado, this deck is the way to go. If you haven't seen this deck in action, the key card and the reason you're allowed to do this at all is Enduring Innocence.
Sure.
This card is incredibly strong. What it's going to do is it just draws a card every one of your turns and every one of their turns, and it never stops. And, or at least potentially every one of your turns and every one of their turns. And there's very few ways to kill it. You have to exile it, which is extremely annoying.
Yep.
And it's going to tie together kind of a motley crew of hateful creatures, none of which are that great individual cards, but synergize in various ways. We've got Archon of Mary and Imposter kind of play nicely together. You can't play 2 spells, plus your spells are plotted. The Anointed Peacekeeper plays nicely with the Interrupter. You make their spells cost more, and then you make them pay more for them again. There's a lot of small synergies within these cards. But honestly, the real story is all of these creatures are pretty mopey, unless you have Innocence, in which case your deck is great.
I was going to ask really quick. Innocence does not line up very well against these 3 copies of Misery Shadow here, right?
Yes.
We have
I was thinking about that.
Surprising answer.
Yeah, Misery Shadow is not a card that I think is that great right now, and not a card that I see in many lists. But given that this Rakdos list has decided to roll up with these Misery Shadows, I expect that fact to be very important. And I expect there to be some interplay on it. Because if you're the company player, you sort of like to land your Skyclaves on their shadows to prevent them exiling your instances,
Mm-hmm.
right? By the same token, they can try to not play the shadow until you play the instance and do something like shadow plus kill spell right then. So there's some interesting kind of dynamics there. It's sort of unclear whether you should run out the shadow on two, assuming you have some alternative play. Obviously, if you have nothing, you'd probably play it.
Well,
But
Hiroyuki's deck is definitely
yeah,
better suited to playing that kind of cat and mouse game than the other Rakdos midrange deck that we watched, which was kind of just a pile of threes. Like, the way that it fit in many of the new cards was to shave the Blood Tithe Harvesters, etc., and they didn't really replace them with anything. But Hiroyuki does have a lot of twos to play, so he's going to get on the board more quickly and have a diverse set of options for what comes into play on turn two.
agreed. I also don't think the company deck is in general set up all that well against these mid-range decks. I mean, again, Innocence is great, but assuming they can exile it or something, like fundamentally, if you're both just playing, fair mid-range games, I think the better fair mid-range game is the one that involves Fable, the Mirror Breaker,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
This company deck more exists to prey upon like Azuri's Control is a deck it supposedly plays upon. It preys upon kind of some of these were like aggro deck was quite a good matchup for this
Mm-hmm.
deck according to the stats from last weekend. I don't think Rakdos midrange is something you're excited to face exactly. Now, it's a somewhat fundamentally weak archetype, so I'm not saying you'll get crushed, but I would be a little concerned about that if I were a Celestia Company player.
All right, Taichi has mulled to 6, and I think we are ready to get down to business. We're just waiting on a thumbs up from the table spotter. Or is Hiroyuki like attempting to conjure a land on top of his deck or something? I'm not sure what is going on over there on the left side. No, we must be waiting for something. So I will jump forward until cards start to get slung.
All
And
right.
here we go. So we lead off with Razorverge Thicket, Llanowar Elves. Blackcleave's Cliffs pass back.
Not a sign of strength to have no one drop here. I mean,
Yeah.
if you had a kill spell, it would already be on the elf. If you had a Thoughtseize, you already cast it. So, I think Morikawa can basically assume that there is no spell here.
All right, so we're going to adventure Kellen, making a map, and then cast Kellen. And here's the Blood Tithe Harvester, as expected.
Mordecai thinking over his options, perhaps has
Yeah.
multiple 3-drops to play, as his deck is sort of 3-drop tribal.
Yeah, it's just a stack of threes, right? So, I mean, right, the flowchart is like, can I hold up company? Okay, maybe I should think about doing that. Otherwise, I've got a bunch of threes in my hand. Which one am I going to play first? We're going to lead on mapping the Kellen. So Kellen explores and finds a Razorverge Thicket, which kind of worked out. If he had a third land that wasn't Razorverge Thicket, obviously you'd much rather play the Thicket right now.
Agreed. And, Skyclave. Interesting.
And here comes Kellen.
All right, so let's talk about what it means to be played Skyclave, right? So, again,
Yep.
he presumably had a bunch of 3-drops in games, right?
Yeah.
So, you would probably be inclined to play Innocence before Skyclave, I would guess. I don't think Blood Tithe in play is, so terrifying that you wouldn't commit your Innocence. That doesn't really make sense to me, right? So, I think what it sort of implies is that Morikawa's hand probably is only like the disruptive threes.
Mm-hmm.
It also might imply second Skyclave is one reason you might fire it off there.
Right.
That would I think make a lot of sense. But yeah, I expect his hand is like Archon of Ameria, Anointed Peacekeeper, Aim Interrupter, like these cards, are things
Now,
that I expect to be in Morikawa's hand based on how this game is gone.
to me, I think I would have played even Archon of America, Archon of Emeria if I had access to it, mainly because it could disrupt Hiroyuki's development, right? Like it has 2 lines of text.
That's a good point.
It has
Maybe we can narrow what's in Morikawa's hand even more then.
right. It has non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped.
Yeah, so maybe the non-basic land clause. No, I think that's a fair point. Maybe he would have played it last turn. Huh.
All right, so both Kellen and Skyclave get in, willing to trade Skyclave Apparition for the Goblin Shaman. And Kellen's trigger revealed a Voice of Resurgence, which now we can cast. We had access to 5 mana, and that after Innocence is going to allow a redraw.
Interesting. So maybe Morikawa had the Innocence, but wanted to like lock in the card before he was going to commit it. Again, it's a little weird because it's just very hard to remove Innocence, but this does stop anything shenanigans with like Torch the Tower or Shadow plus Kill Spell or anything like that. Maybe he was playing kind of thing.
So it looks like 2 lands go down to Chapter 2, and Hiroyuki has 3 fresh ones to work with. There's the Misery Shadow.
Okay, that's a big game.
Now, do we have a way to turn on a Fatal Push? I guess you could like crack blood, cat play land, Fatal Push if that's how your hand lines up.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you're going to do, you have to do it now because most are just sitting in play.
That's correct.
But I expect Hiroyuki to do it. It being whatever. Whatever he has.
I mean, the front card in his hand is a Blood Crypt. I can't quite see what else is going on behind it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what he's thinking about. I mean, he might be thinking about, I have to use my blood to get Revolt. What do I blood away?
Yeah, that must be the question.
Like, his hand is mostly good. He doesn't really want to use the blood, but he just kind of has to.
Yeah, Unstoppable Slasher is going to get tossed.
And that is a fairly good card.
Oh, interesting. I was definitely expecting a black source. Oh, he must have said out loud. Oh, update. No, Seer Step Pathway is way better than Light Step Pathway because there's an Urborg in play.
Yeah, it's a common Urborg on coverage moment.
Yep.
Don't worry yet. I'm sure many viewers at home made the same mistake.
No, we got there.
Urborg has got to cause more of this than just any other card. It's so annoying for coverage. Anyways.
All right. Enduring Innocence has been dealt with. Not as enduring as we might have thought.
Nope.
And we're back on Taichi's side.
Now, I think if we're talking about like the advantage bar position, I think it might be slowly swinging toward Hiroyuki's side. I mean, he's got Reflection coming. He's kind of stabilized. The card drawing is stopped. He's at 16 life, not taking that much damage per turn. Like, his game looks pretty decent to me.
Ooh, wow. Okay, how about this return? We did have the backup Skyclave Apparition. That was one of the things we talked about that might be in Taichi's hand. So that cleared the Misery Shadow out of the way. Now we're attacking with Voice of Resurgence plus Kellen. Kellen trigger found Aven Interceptor. Or whatever it's called.
That's pretty nice. I mean, he has... I guess someone depends on if he's a land.
Interrupter.
Presuming he has the 3rd land to, hold it up, that's a really strong turn.
We're going to just cash in the Voice of Resurgence against the old Skyclave Apparition token. So it's going to be a 4/4 at the moment. Its power and toughness equal to the number of creatures that Taichi controls. And we do not have the extra land. So Interrupter is not live at the moment.
But that does mean that Taichi's hand is basically all business, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Like 2 cards, 3 cards?
I think it's 3. Kellen has been great this game, incidentally.
That is true. Kellen has been the absolute star of the show. It's drawn more cards than Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, that's right. It's completely undone the mulligan. All right, so Hiroyuki's turn is kind of his own version of a company turn. He accompanied into Unstoppable Slasher plus Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, pretty good company. I mean, it means that he's threatening the machine gun starting next turn, which
That's
will
right.
quickly take over the game. And worse, Taichi has just expended 2 of his Skyclaves, so he just doesn't have that many ways to break this up. I mean, his deck only plays 4 spot rule spells.
Yeah. I mean, Unstoppable Slasher seems very annoying too. Just a quasi-infinite death touch blocker is like a lot to have to
it's
chew
just
through.
not that close to being infinite, but I do agree that it seems good, yes.
I mean, all right, I agree with you that the main card is not really that close to being infinite, but a lot of cards look a lot better when they're right next to Reflection of Kiki Jiki. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. Not that again we really need it if the harvester sticks.
Oh wow, I really love the cut of Hiroyuki's jib to use these little beads as the stun counters rather than a die. I like that a lot.
So now there are some interesting tricks available to Taichi. For example, if he has company, which I'm not saying he does, but if he does, he could company on his opponent's turn, find Annoyed Peacekeeper, and name Bloodtooth Harvester, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Anointed Peacekeeper does tax abilities as well as the spell.
Yes. And we do see the company response to this. So company response here is interesting. Yeah, he can find Peacekeeper named Harvester. He also could find Aim Interrupter to put this Harvester, in a timeout, which is pretty good.
Oh, how
or
about Skyclave
Enduring Innocence.
3 and Enduring Innocence? That is a really nice hit.
Yeah, incredible hit. What I don't understand... Now, I will say that it looks to me like Taichi kind of gave up some value by waiting to the opposing's turn to company.
Yeah.
Because he let this Reflection untap, and also had he hit Peacekeeper, he would have let this Bloodtooth Harvester be cast kind of on the cheap. And in exchange for those things, if he hits Interrupter, it's much better. But I'm worried that it's still right to main phase. Like, Interrupter doesn't outweigh kind of the other 2 factors.
Yeah. Right. This is going to allow one bullet off the machine gun, right?
Yes. It's less of a machine gun and more of just, a regular gun.
a water balloon or something? Like,
yeah.
It gets used once and then it's kind of done.
So, okay, the question is, what does he go after? I mean, a natural choice would be one of the Skyclaves, just to kind of get material on the table, take out one of these threats. Threats are all sort of similar. Like, it is true technically that Kellen is, like, the best one or whatever, but you'd much prefer to have a body than to take out the best card that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen also doesn't do that much, having made this exchange where now you've got a 3/3 illusion on the other side.
Yes, agreed.
Like, the coast has to be clear for Kellen to attack.
And I mean, Taichi doesn't really have any ways to pump it, doesn't really have a lot of ways to remove the illusion. The illusion's probably sticking around.
And it seems like the last 12 points are going to have to come through the air somehow.
Well, I mean, that is pretty doable, right? I mean, this deck has a lot of random flyers.
Agreed.
Or I guess at least some.
Between Archons and Interrupters and stuff. Yeah, there's definitely a path to accomplish this. We could also just try to get it done on sheer numbers if we can put enough things in play. And double Enduring Innocence will certainly threaten to do that.
Yes. Just kind of drown Hiroyuki in value is, I think, a pretty viable plan. It's like, maybe your Unstoppable Slasher keeps coming back, but what if I just draw 2 cards per thing I play? Like, pretty soon that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. You would think also that Taichi is, like, incredibly incentivized to play out this Interrupter this turn now. Like,
absolutely. I think he might drop nothing if his opponent plays nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just have to get the value.
Okay, I have a question. So if you're the interrupter and you come into play but there's nothing to interrupt, like, what do you do? Are you just like tongue-tied?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, interrupter has a job. Is that job just can't be done? There's just nothing there. You're just like, all right, I guess I'm just a 2-3 vanilla flyer now. Bad. Mm. Anyways,
All right, so one of the Blood Tithe Harvesters has gone ahead and cleared the other Skyclave apparition. We know now that we've seen 3 of the 4 apparitions from Taichi.
yeah, I don't think that's going to be a huge factor in this game, but there could be some weird scenarios where Taichi just like draws almost his whole deck but can't remove one flying blocker or something.
Yeah.
The game could get pretty strange. Again, I don't think it's likely,
Does
but it's not impossible.
Does Hiroyuki have 1 Shieldred in his deck? I forget.
Good question.
Because that 1 Shieldred...
He has 2 Shieldred.
That's a lot of Shieldred when you have only 1 way to remove it and 2 Enduring Innocence at play.
Yeah, I guess the Werefox body can also remove it, although, okay, there that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's at least 1 more Werefox. That is true. So he's not completely out of options yet. All right, we're going to respond to try to clear the Werefox so as not to lose the token. We have to do that with the Exile on the stack. And Taichi's like, whatever, dude, I don't actually care about that. I just want my 2 cards.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, now Taichi has a grip. Yeah, this is kind of the like 2015 Bant Company line, right? Where it's like, I'm just going to play a bunch of Bounding Crazies, and I don't know. Now I've got 8 3/3s. Good luck.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say it's sort of like the Bant Company line where it's like, I have Tyler's Tracker and I'm cracking all these clues, and it's like, what's the plan after you crack all those clues? And you're like, I don't know, play some more guys?
Yeah.
Like, there's not like, you're like, what's the end game? It's like, end game.
It's just middle game. That's all that matters.
I just draw cards and I cast spells. That's pretty much it.
All right, so Elvish Mystic is the play for the turn to trigger the Innocences. And now that we've done that, whatever, let's just get in. And we're not going to expend the token to downgrade one of the Innocences from a creature to an enchantment, apparently. And Hiroki takes 4, going to 8.
Archon of America is pretty funny here. I mean, I know Taichi's deck is built to operate under Archon just between, casting spells with Flash and stuff. It does make sense. But when you just have this many cards, the fact that you can't cast more than 1 on your main phase is actually kind of annoying.
Agreed. Hiroyuki going down to... Wow, it's Archfiend of the Dross that's getting binned. Interesting.
Whoa, that's wild.
So I guess Hiroyuki is suggesting he doesn't think Archfiend versus the world is going to get it done. It's also true that we have this interrupter that has not been cast yet, and spending your whole turn to cast it and getting it interrupted is kind of a disaster.
Oh, that must be what he's thinking. Yeah, he's picked up on the fact that, like, when he keeps passing with lots of mana up, he just thinks, like, okay, they definitely have interrupter. I gotta not lose that.
I think Kellen revealed an interrupter, like, 8 turns ago. That's definitely one of the cards that's in Taichi's hand.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it's not even just a read. It's like he just knows it's there. This makes perfect sense.
And I like this play from Taichi. Hiroyuki gets in with 2 of his 3 creatures, and Taichi's like, whatever, dude. You're not resolving a spell this turn. You're going to cast something into this Archon of Emeria, and I'm going to interrupt it. And then I'm attacking back with everybody. Like, I just feel like the race is not favorable for Hiroyuki right now.
Certainly is not. I mean, I'm not sure he has better options, but the race is definitely not good for him.
But just funny to have this unstoppable slasher coming through, and you're like, what is it, like 12? Like, I don't care.
What is it, like 12? Yeah, you gotta be able to do better. So if we interrupt this, I think Hiroyuki can cast Stomp from the Exile Zone later.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Now, I don't know the plot rules exactly. I know you're not allowed to cast it on the same turn, but can he stomp, assuming he's allowed to stomp, can he stomp now?
Well, it costs 2 more, though, so he can't.
Oh, that's right. So he can't anyway. Yeah,
I mean,
so
I think he would be able to if he had 2 more lands in play.
Here comes everybody, and we're going to respond with... Oh, plot is you may cast it on a future turn at sorcery speed only, so we can't stomp at this point anyway. So we go looking for a fatal push, we don't find it, and the riffraff does get it done. Classic company endgame.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it when we were looking at the decks. I'll talk about it again now. The reason Celestic Company exists is because Enduring Innocence exists, okay? Like, yes, if you stick multiple Enduring Innocences against your red-black opponent, you're probably just going to bury them. It should not be a surprise to anyone. I think this specific list of Rakdos Midrange has some good tools to handle the Innocence, but those tools don't show up, or they're answered before the Innocence come down, then Innocence is going to endure right up until your opponent is guilty of murder. So that's the situation.
All right.
Anyways, now we turn to the sideboards.
All right, so looking through the sideboard really quick.
Rakdos sideboard.
Yeah, I see an Extinction event, which looks quite nice.
Yeah, I expect the Extinction event to come in. I expect Rending Volley to come in. It's just a 1-mana kill a thing, most likely. I am not sure if you'd want something like Reckon or Bankbuster. It's a little slow, but I also think you do want grinding value in this matchup, and I might board in for that reason. I don't think I would want like Higetsu Consumes All just for elves. I don't think that's enough. Maybe it hits tokens as well, so you could do something there, but I suspect not. Path to Peril on the other hand sounds quite good. Kill all the elves and all the 2-drops. I'm pretty down for that. And yeah, I mean those are basically the cards I'm interested in. It's nothing too crazy, not a huge number of cards. And as far as cuts, it's less clear to me. Definitely, there's a question of what's the right number of like clunky 4-drops that I think is tricky to answer.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to cut some of them just because they're bad against Skyclay, they're bad against Disruptor. They don't line up that well in general. Additionally, I think that you have to be a little careful of you have to be like a Bone Crusher Giant, but on the play, I think it's probably good. On the draw, I'm not sure it is because it's very bad against Thalia, and you can't stomp their elves on the draw. But on the play, I'd imagine the Bone Crusher Giants are all staying in. And since he is on the play, I think that's what we'll see. So yeah, I guess it's going to be pretty light sideboarding on the Rakdos side. There just aren't that many good cards decided in his sideboard. He has like 3 real cards.
Yeah. Well, there's only a few cards that I see that I'm like we said, we could shave a Shieldred or an Archfiend or something. Probably like Liliana is not very good here. Kroxa is like fine, but not exciting. Easy to toss that one. So there's not really that much that like...
The situation's weird. Like, it is a grindy matchup, and you definitely don't want to cut all your grindiness and just like lose a long game. But it definitely doesn't line up great into their deck. I mean, it's a disaster to get interrupted. It's kind of bad against Skyclave. Like, I think I would cut my Kroxa, but I'm not confident. Okay, so on this side, look, there are all these expensive Planeswalkers in the sideboard, right? There's Gideon and Wemp and stuff. And kind of my question would be, if I'm not going to board these expensive Planeswalkers, it's Rakdos midrange, what the hell am I doing putting them in my sideboard, right?
Yes.
So I have to imagine that those 2 cards are coming in. Beyond that, it's less clear to me. Like, you could board an Elite Spellbinder. It'll be fine. I mean, it's kind of fine against everything, which makes it a weird sideboard card. I'm not sure it excels here. You could put in Werefox Bodyguard to have more answers to things and, like, a way to exile Fable tokens painlessly. Again, I'm not sure it's great, but you could. As far as cuts, I mean, I would start by saying the age-old adage, I'm playing against Rakdos midrange, I'm going to trim elves. I wouldn't go too far on that, but I think cutting an elf or 2 definitely does make sense. And then I think as far as these disruptive spells goes, I think Archon is not really its best here. That's kind of the worst disruptive thing. So I might trim those. Just they don't double spell that much anyway. They have a lot of instances that are pretty good at like casting Fable on their turn, put a Fable on your turn, that kind of thing. The land's ability is good, but probably not enough to justify a vanilla 2/3 flyer on its own.
Can we get a quick is stream up for everyone, since there was a message in chat asking? I don't see any drop frames, so I think we're still powering on here, but if no one can respond to me, then maybe we should pause it. Okay.
I can check, but I think it's up.
I think it sounds like it was a localized issue. All right, thumbs up. I, for one, would love to see a Gideon ally of Zendikar here, but if we're going to see it, it's not in Taichi's opening hand, so We'll look after a mulligan. Now, I've played company-like decks a little bit. I guess the last one of these I played didn't have Aven Interrupter hadn't been printed yet, so I was using like Spell Queller. The mana was terrible, but I definitely found like my 75 was just a soup of very similar disruptive cards, and the sideboard plans were not obvious to me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, look, I'm going to freely admit to some inexperience here. I have not played much with this company deck. I played against it some recently, but I had the deck myself. So I don't have a good sense of, like, oh, what matches is Elite Spellbinder for?
Yeah.
I really don't know. I have some idea what matchup, for example, Portable Hole or Brutal Cathar is for. But yeah, when you just like take out some random disruptive creature, put in a different one, I'm like, all right, if you say so, I don't know which ones are best.
Taichi with a very slow start, no elf here, and just tap land. We're going to get some information as to what's going on. It looks like we've got land 3, land 4, Interrupter, Werefox Bodyguard, Enduring Innocence, and Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, so this is interesting, because if you didn't have the Shadow, like if you imagine Shadow wasn't in play,
Yeah.
then I think you just snap take Enduring Innocence. It's the best card in their deck in their hand. But with the Shadow, things are more complicated. For example, you could take the Wandering Emperor, but then you risk like Werefox Bodyguard into Misery Shadow into Enduring Innocence, something like that. Especially if your hand is removal light, like maybe you could kill the Bodyguard, but you don't removal spell back to the Innocence. Something of that nature. So it might just be right to not get fancy and take it during the Innocence anyway. Like, I know I have this exile creature, but I still want Innocence.
Yeah.
It really is going to depend on a lot on what exactly Hiroyuki's working with.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Bodyguard into Innocence is the obvious counterplay, so, like, that line is available to Taichi. Not taking one of those two halves does suggest that we have an answer for it. And what we don't have is a third
just
land.
Missed land 3?
Yeah, he just missed land 3. Quite unfortunate. And we're just going to main phase this. Let's not get cute here either. Make sure Misery Shadow leaves the battlefield for the moment. I think Blood Tithe Harvester was the draw. Not ideal, but it does answer the Bodyguard. But now we're at the point where the next thing that gets cast is going to get interrupted. And we might start to see a kind of tempo avalanche coming from Taichi's side.
Well, maybe. I mean, I was wondering if Taichi just wanted to, like, play Enduring Innocence.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's I guess kind of awkward in the Blood Tithe Harvester, because then they can, like, sack the Blood Tithe, kill the Werefox, get back the Shadow, and then kill the Innocence.
Right.
So maybe it's better to keep waiting and try to get that guaranteed card. Yeah. It's just awkward, because if you just pass, what do you do if Hiroyuki just kills the Werefox Bodyguard and passes back? Right? Like,
yeah, I mean, you seem to be priced into interrupting anything if you take this line.
you definitely are priced interrupting anything. I'm just worried that you're priced interrupting nothing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's fair.
Because it's just like, even though like this board may give the illusion that you're ahead on board, secretly once the Shadow comes back, you're behind on board.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So sort of like the onus is on you to act, and this line, I'm worried that onus is problematic. I don't know. Maybe Hiroyuki maybe it's fine to just sit there. Maybe Taichi's plan is just, if this happens, I'll just untap. I'm just chilling. I'm in no rush.
All right, here's land 5. And we've got Athalia. Ooh. That's a nuisance when you're only on 2 lands.
Well, again, I actually found what just happened a little bit surprising. Well, maybe not that surprising. I mean, he could have played Innocence Thought, right?
Yeah. Well, Hiroyuki did have Bone Crusher Giant, so it looks like that was what Taichi was trying to play around, and he did successfully play around it. And yeah. I think we also could have kind of put him on something like that, given that he didn't crack the blood looking for a land on his previous turn.
Good catch. That is reasonable. A 2 as well makes a ton of sense.
So here comes Misery Shadow. I don't think there's any chance that Thalia is getting in front of this. We'll go to 15. I mean, it does, like, in some sense, tax Hiroyuki's mana, but to what end? All right, so Stomp is still at the ready, since we did find a Blackleaf Cliffs. I would say that this game has just been from Taichi's side, like the Collected Company waiting room. But I don't feel like we've actually made any progress. We haven't found it. Here's Innocence, and now we're going to pass. So now we've finally reached the point where we have Innocence and Interrupter behind it. So we will be able to draw our card.
Right. The fact that it's a flashlight specifically is what makes this work, right? Because if you try to do the Innocence Thalia thing, then your opponent always has a window to kill it in response. But this way, you always flash in the Interrupter, you always get to draw your card. And then, sure, maybe they replay the Stomp or whatever, but it's not that big deal. Also, I guess in this specific spot, Hiroki can't actually afford to replay the Stomp.
Yeah.
So Hiroki will need an actual second removal spell of some kind in order to get out of this.
Whoops. I don't think that Taichi intended to play the face down Interrupter, but that's what happened.
That's weird.
He was like going to look at what his face down
right.
card was and accidentally revealed it as Interrupter and was like, ah, shit. Well, I guess I'll just play this one. It's kind of funny. I'm surprised to see Torch the Tower go after Thalia.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too.
And we're just gonna leave Innocence.
I feel like Enduring Innocence is gonna bury you if you take this line. I don't really get it.
We just really wanted to get our Weathered Runestone out this turn.
I mean, maybe he thinks Taichi has company. I mean, Taichi has been passing a lot of mana, but I feel like the 2 Interrupters is easily enough to explain kind of all the events of this game.
I mean, it is true that company was going to be the way that Taichi really put his foot, like put the gas pedal on the floor. And so, like, okay, Taichi can draw 1 extra card here, but that's about as far as it's going to go.
Well, I mean, you can draw 1 extra card here and then 1 extra card in his opponent's turn.
Yeah.
And put another spell into exile, and that spell will cost 4 more. And I don't know. I don't think he needs the company.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think Innocence is about to endure. I mean, I keep saying it, but I just have to keep harping on this. Look, like, as long as the company deck controls the Innocence, their deck is really good, okay? Their entire library is playable because of this card. Like, if you can imagine rolling up with green-white company before Duskmourn was released, you'd be laughed out of the room, you know?
All right, we're doing some checks to see exactly who took what damage in previous turns. So we'll let the player sort the life total out. Add another Temple Garden and pass. All right, so we believe we can plot Stomp. It obviously does cost 2.
Well, I mean, you can, but you know it will just get re-interrupted.
It'll be interrupted again, and then the next time it's going to cost 4. I mean, but, okay, you cast a spell from your hand, it's going to get interrupted, like...
Wait, to be clear, the Stomp currently costs...
3.
2 extra because it costs from exile, 1 extra from the Thalia. It currently costs 5.
No. Plot is cast without paying its mana cost, right?
I know, but Aven Interrupter makes it cost 2 more.
Right.
Oh, I see. Oh,
so
yes,
it started at 0,
yeah.
And then it got plus 2
sorry.
from that and plus 1 from Thalia. So it's going to be 3
yes,
total.
You're right. My apologies. Yes.
Yeah, the Thalia is really putting the screws on Hiroyuki here because it really is making it difficult for him to double spell. And meanwhile, we've got typical Selesnya anemic beats coming in with the Aven Interrupter. Uh-oh. Here is...
Skyclave is going to make a 2-turn clock here if this works.
Yeah. All right, we're going to respond with Skyclave on the stack. And no, we're not, because Taichi does point out that plot is sorcery speed. So, okay, we're going to have to play Go for the Throat out of hand, and that's obviously going to get answered. And now both of these spells in exile cost 5 mana to put back down.
Oh my god. This is savage. I mean, this is the company like firing all cylinders.
Yeah. So here comes... Not quite anemic beats anymore. This is 6. This is half of Hiroyuki's life total.
Did Taichi draw his card off the Enduring Innocence there?
I don't know. Did he draw it off of the Interceptor? Or, yeah, the Interrupter,
he
rather?
draw off one of them, but I didn't see him draw it off either of them, I think.
He may have gotten short-circuited, like... I'm supposed to draw off of the Skyclave Apparition, and then he played the Interrupter, and maybe it was supposed to trigger then instead. I don't know exactly when the Go for the Throat came up.
Yeah.
But that might have short-circuited him. I'm not sure if he drew the card or not.
I'm not too sure regardless. Oh, he's certainly... I mean, this game is going very well. Like...
Yeah.
Okay, so if he casts either of these cards on plot, he basically dies immediately. I guess he can kill the Skyclave, takes lethal. Yeah, so he needs to do some hand stuff.
Yep.
Like he needs, I think, multiple removal spells from the hand to get out of this. Like 3 removal spell on Thalia plus 2 mana removal spells on Skyclave plus block Enduring Innocence gets you out of this, right?
Yeah.
But I got a glimpse at his hand there. I think there are no kill spells in it, and if that's true, I think we're about to see Slency Company take down this match.
Yeah, it would be exactly 6 if all you can do is cast the Go for the Throat, right?
Yes, agreed.
And as we've discussed, if you're going to do that, you have to do that right now and tap all of your mana. And wave a big flag to your opponent that says, I'm a sitting duck. Yeah, the decision to play Runestone instead of Stomp a couple of turns ago definitely did not work out for Hiroyuki.
Yeah, I think Hiroyuki just felt strongly that this opponent had company in hand. Is what led him to make the decision. But I mean, yes, that was not correct. It ended up being just 2 interrupters.
Right. It was like,
you know,
I think that I can survive the fair game. I'm going to lose to company, so let's shut that angle off. But as we thought at the time, he was wrong about how he was doing in the fair game.
I mean, the other thing I would say is, I don't think Weathered Runestone is a particularly playable card.
Yeah.
And I would not really recommend putting it in your decks, putting your sideboards, siding in any matchup, drawing it, casting it, you know, looking at it. So, I mean, I would probably say, you know, really it would be easier to win this game if his Weathered Runestone just wasn't what was instead whatever card he put it out for it.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there.
All right, chat. We've got one more round to go to finish watching back what happened on Saturday. So I'm going to play one more ad. We're going to get everything set up, and we're going to find out who finished the day at 8-0.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly run to the bathroom.
Yeah, you do that. I am going to edit the message. I'm going to close. I'm going to bring this up. All right, we're good to go there. So let's get deck lists in chat. Bring this up, bring this up. Come over here, get the screenshot. Come over here, get the screenshot. Okay, so one of our 2 combatants in round 8 is a known quantity to us. We watched Hiroki play his mono red wizards / prowess deck in round 6, and he clowned a sacrifice variant. So we've been over this before. Basically, it's kind of the Rakdos aggro deck, a slick shot shell, but we've cut Fatal Push to bring in direct damage spells in the form of Play with Fire, Wizard's Lightning, Bone Crusher Giant. And we've also cut Callous Sellsword. So doing that means that we no longer need the Heartfire heroes, since we're not flinging, which allows us to play Soulscar Mage, Gidu Lava Runner to try to turn on the Wizard's Lightning. And since we're playing these burn spells rather than pump spells, we only have the 4 monstrous rages that can target our own creatures. We've gone down on Emberheart Challengers. So, as we've said, I think that the deck is internally consistent. Is it at the same power level as the Rakdos deck or some other versions of the Slickshot shell? I'm not sure. But certainly working out well for Hiroki. He is undefeated in the tournament. And his undefeated opponent is Sho Kamezaki, who is playing Transmogrify. So this is a relatively usual looking Transmogrify list in that we're looking for Atraxa, not Valgavoth. This one Urbrask's Forge main is a spicy meatball. Find that interesting. But it does look like kind of a matchup of a deck that's trying to win on turn 3 and 4 versus a deck that's trying to win on turns 5 and 6. And I guess I'm also curious, does Hiroki have any counterplay if his opponent puts Atraxa into play in game 1? And I would say the answer is, not really. He does have Witchstalker Frenzy, so he's potentially going to be able to 2-for-1 for it in a way that, like, Shota was not really able to do in round 4. Like, it was hard for him to chain 2 spells together post-board to clear an Atraxa. But post-board, Hiroki will have access to both Ferocidon and Roiling Vortex. So, I mean, certainly Atraxa will have keyword big, but it might not have keyword lifelink, which will be important. All right, I'm going to wait for Andrew to show up, and then we'll get down to business. So, chat, this is the last round of day 1. If you want to watch day 2 live, it will be on the MTG JP, or maybe it's Wizards Magic JP. I don't remember. The good news is that it's a stream command, so we can pull it up. There's the YouTube video for the live stream tonight. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. For various reasons, I'm not going to be able to watch it live tonight, so we're going to run this back tomorrow afternoon, starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. And Andrew and I are going to commentate on the day 2 stream then. So if you don't want to take in any spoilers, try to avoid seeing what Play MTG tweets out, because I'm sure they'll tweet out the champion. But we will watch back the stream tomorrow afternoon, adding English commentary. Typically we do them, we do like afternoon plus evening, like on a normal, in quotation marks, normal. This is only the second or third time that the stream has been set up this way, but in a normal weekend we might break for dinner and then come back in the evening to watch day 2 live. But I have a friend visiting, so I'm not going to be able to do that. So we're just going to watch day 2 on tape delay this time. We'll kind of see how it feels and make a decision based on having done it both ways in the future to decide whether or not we want to do day 2 live or not in the future.
All right, I am back. Sorry.
No, that's totally fine. So our matchup here in round 8 is Hiroki playing the mono-red Wizards/Burn deck against a Transmogrify version. So this one is straight red-black. We're not playing the green cards that we saw Kenta Masukado playing.
Yeah, this is like stock Transmogrify, is the way I would describe it.
Yep. Is the one Forge a typical thing? Is that like
no, that's
one
unusual, but I mean, people often play 2 Ob Nixilis, which is kind of like
it's a lot of
a thing that makes a token, but is a hedge for control, and this is a different thing that makes a token as a hedge for control.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think having 1 Forge, 1 Ob just isn't that different from having 2 Obs. You know, I don't think it's a radical change by any means. To me, this list looks relatively normal. 6 discard, 4 transmog, 4 fable. Yeah, I mean, there's 1 Hitagetsu consumes all 2 in the main, which is a little unusual, but not insane or anything.
Yeah, but should be great here, right? I mean, Hiroki has 15 permanents that would get swept up by it.
Well, yes. I mean, okay. I mean, to talk about the Rakdos Transmog deck generally, right? I mean, the reason this deck existed is because at some point in time, there was kind of a 2-deck Pioneer metagame. Basically, people were playing these high noon decks, and people were playing blue-white control, right? Or sorry, not blue. I mean, sorry, that is a high noon deck. You're playing these high noon decks, most prominently blue-white control, and they're playing red-black aggro, right?
Yeah.
And in those two, to beat that 2-deck metagame, Rakdos Transmogrify arose. It lines up pretty well against blue-white. It has a lot of removal spells, a lot of annoying 2-for-1s, Bankbuster, Fable, etc. And against aggro decks, it has a lot of 1-for-1 spot removal spells, followed by a big finish of just turn 4, making an Atraxa, usually ends things against aggro decks that you don't have trouble surviving against because you have so much spot removal. Right. Now, this was all designed with the kind of red-black pump spell aggro deck in mind, but I kind of expected to generalize to Hiroki's mono-red wizards deck.
Yeah.
Just a plan of kill your first guy, kill your second guy, play Fable, cast Transmogrify, seems like it's going to work. Now, I know that Hiroki's a little bit more removable. Okay, he has these play flyers, he has his lightnings. His ability to disrupt Transmogrify is not nothing.
Yep.
Whereas the red-black aggro deck it is pretty close to nothing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just don't think it's that big a deal. There are thoughts he has to clear the way. It's going to be hard to hold up all this mana while pressuring your opponent enough to bounce to strike. So I think you'd definitely rather be on the Transmogrify side. That said, definitely if Hiroki wins this matchup, the way it's going to look is him fizzling a Transmog while applying enough pressure to kind of force his opponent to go for it, to not let his opponent slow roll and wait till the time is right. So we'll see how that goes.
I am looking forward after this round to standing up. I have not done that in several rounds, and I am starting to feel it. All right, we're going to roll dice that have numbers on them, which is cute, but that means I can't tell what the hell's going on. They look all exactly the same. Though I think Sho just rolled a 3, so probably advantage Hiroki, which is just how he would want it. No, Hiroki has drawn his opening hand. He's just holding his cards close to the vest, as it were.
Yes, we aren't going to go look at them, but that is okay.
We lead on
with Kumano, the best one drop in the deck.
And here's Duress, which is going to take Kumano number 2 and show 2 Bone Crusher Giants.
Right. So now things are going to get interesting because, okay, he can't take these Bone Crusher Giants, and obviously they do threaten to fizzle a Transmog, but Hiroki is going to struggle, I think, to apply enough pressure to kind of force the Transmog if all he has is a naked Kumano.
All right, so we did not draw the creature off the top, which would have been nice to use Chapter 2. Instead, it's just going to be Pass with Stomp available. And I'm guessing with 2 Bone Crusher Giants, you probably just Stomp face to use mana here?
Absolutely, yeah. If I were Hiroki, assuming I've not drawn anything good, which it seems likely that I have not, given that I made no play, I would absolutely Stomp the face here if Sho does not provide some sort of better target.
Yeah, and there it is. So Sho knows this is coming, just plays a tapped Blood Crypt to potentially dodge.
Yeah, I mean, his deck also just doesn't have that many proactive 2-drops,
Right. Right, it's not like the Jund deck that's playing all of these Mana Dorks and Conjures, Briefcases, etc.
Yes.
All right, Bone Crusher in play, and now Sho plays Grey Ogre. So that is also a stompable, and we could do it proactively if we want to make sure that Etching gets through. And that is the play. So this is going to be a hit for 6. And suddenly, Sho is down to 9 life. We're going to light up the stage, finding Light Up the Stage Soulscar Mage.
Yeah, and what's convenient about this for Hiroki is, look, although you're completely tapped out, or maybe you have 1-up, basically you're tapped out of Stomp, it doesn't actually matter, because your opponent has no way to both make a token and cast Transmogrify for only 4 mana. Right. Now, if Sho had 5 in here, it'd be a different story, because then you could go play Mutavault, animate Mutavault, Transmog my own Mutavault, right? But on 4, Hiroki is actually safe.
All right, we're going to discard Case and Urabrask's Forge, two cards that notably do not block very well. I mean, now that we've reached this stage of the game where all that Sho has been able to do is play a Grey Ogre and a Duress, the impetus is on him to show that he's not just going to fold to a couple of Bone Crusher Giants.
Well, yeah, I mean, so, okay, I mean, the downside of Hiroki's draw was definitely that if Sho had presented a strong enough fair game, he could have kind of forced Hiroki to tap out a Bunker Strike. But what's actually happened in the game is Sho just hasn't had that great a draw in terms of the fair game. He notably has not played a single kill spell yet. He's not really able to trade resources off. Like, I don't know.
All right, so we had cards from Light Up the Stage that were going to go away, meaning it's cards from a Light Up the Stage that needed to be played this turn, and we hit two whoppers off of it. We hit Kumano and we hit Wizard's Lightning, so that was going to clear the blocker, do one to Sho's life total, 2 extra prowess counters, and that was plenty lethal.
Agreed. All right. So maybe this mono red deck is gonna, defy my expectations and defeat Transmog. I guess we'll see. But now we turn to the sideboard. So
I would say that showing from the Transmogrify deck, you couldn't tell that it was Transmogrify and not your grandfather's Rakdos midrange deck, right? Like it didn't do anything.
I mean, also, again, your grandfather's Rakdos midrange deck with a bad draw.
Yeah, that's right. There was no Blood Tithe Harvester or Misery Shadow or Fatal Push or anything, right? Yeah.
But, okay, as far as sideboard goes, I don't really expect Hiroki to change things very much. I mean, you could have a few more Witchtalker's Frenzies interaction, I guess, but they're not very easy to hold up in Physical Transmogrify, which is really what you want removal for in this matchup. Frostodon, I guess, can stop Atraxa. It seems fine. You might want them. Not insane, because Atraxa usually finds a kill spell if she wants to. But,
is that an argument for Vortex instead? Because if the goal is to just turn the word lifelink off of Atraxa and hope that you can kind of go around her, then Vortex seems to be a little bit more secure against the rest of Sho's game plan.
I would say the goal is mostly to stop Transmog from resolving.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the pinch, you have Frostodon. I don't think I would warn the Rolling Vortex, but it's not crazy. I mean, Hiroki might. It's unclear. But really, those 5 anti-lifelink cards are really the only thing you have going for you, and those are the only things that would side in. Maybe I would even trim the main deck Witchtalker's Frenzies just because it's so bad at fizzling Transmog.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what you cut beyond that. Nothing else kind of jumps out at me. Like maybe you'd want to shave Monstrous Rage into kill spells, but they don't have that many kill spells, so not as sure about that. Okay, and should we turn to the Transmog side?
Yeah, let's jump forward to see. Here's what Sho is working with.
Yeah, so on the Transmog side, definitely Hitagetsu Consumes All is going to come in. The opponent's deck has a lot of 1-drops. It's great to have a sweeper. Great to get a 3/3 on the other side. Kind of the perfect card. I also think you'll happily board in random 2-mana kill spell in the form of a Braid. Not to kill artifacts, really. Just you want that 2-mana kill spell, is my suspicion. And then I would expect Duress to make its way in. I just think the opponent has enough spot removal spells. Duress doesn't deal you any damage. You want to clear the way for your Transmogs. You want to take Kumano. I think just enough good stuff that it probably makes its way in there. And we have some really bad cards to cut. We're definitely going to want to get Obnixilus out of here. We're going to want to get Urabrask's Forge out of here. We might want to cut some combination of Bankbuster and Case Detached Skeleton. I'm not sure the right mixture. We probably can't cut all of that. But I would say those 9 cards in some combination are going to go. For the 2 Consumes All, the 2 Duresses, and the Braid. So, in other words, 4 of kind of the loose 2-drops are going to end up staying, and I don't know which ones.
It is awkward that you kind of need Case for some of your other cards to function. If you cut too many Cases, how are you actually going to Transmogrify? You're down to basically just the Fables.
Yeah, and the Mutavolts and the backside of the Hitagetsus, but you're right. That might just be too little of that. It might just be not allowed.
But it is frustrating that those Cases don't block, right? They're a liability if you draw Cases and you're getting beaten down.
Yeah. Maybe it's just as simple as -3 Bankbuster, -1 Forge, -1 Ob, and -1 Case or something.
Yeah.
And there's your 5 for 5 all set. But yeah, I don't expect anything too crazy from this this transmog list. Honestly, though, they don't. He does again. I don't think he needs that crazy word plan. I still, even despite the fact that he completely lost game one, think that this should be a good matchup for the transmog deck. I stand by that opinion.
All right, let's jump ahead a little and see how game 2 plays out. All right, players are drawing opening hands. This will be the last game of the stream. We will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern to see what happened in game 2, in day 2. Now, I hope we don't have to wait until tomorrow to find out what happens in game 2. We should know that in about 8 to 10 minutes.
It could be a really long game.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Hiroki's going to go to 6. Sho has kept his 7. We got a coverage mulligan die on 1. Alright, 1 card beneath decks, and show starts on the Blood Crypt. Stream tomorrow starts at 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 Central. Same as today. And we'll be watching the live stream, so, I'll have the live stream up. We'll obviously be fast forwarding it pretty aggressively between rounds, but that is the plan. So Giru Lava Runner has put Sho in the tank, and he has elected to play a Mutavault. I think he had the option to Thoughtseize that turn and elected not to. Swifty. Attack for 2. Sure, says Sho. Monstrous Rage.
Okay.
Can we blow this out?
Well, he has the Abrade in hand, I think. I think he absolutely can. This is really aggressive, Hiroki. I mean, look, yeah. I respect it. I think definitely most people who play these decks under jam, like they just don't put cards on the table enough. But here it looks like Sho's patience is going to be rewarded.
All right, so it's just 2 from the Swift Spear off of Prowess, and then we're going to go Blood Crypt, Shock, and add a Fable. So 1-2 versus 2-2. Castle Embereth to play. Goblin Shaman gets shocked. And now a Monstrous Rage that can't be blown out.
I respect Hiroki's approach. He's like, y'all jam this one, and if they get me on this one, the coast will be all clear for the next one.
Exactly. So that's 1 base plus 2 prowess plus 2 from rage plus 1 from the roll. Should take Sho from 16 down to 10.
At 2, 3, 4. That sounds right. Yes, I believe it's a hit for 6.
All right, now chapter 2 goes off. We're going to discard Case of the Stash Skeleton, and is that the Thoughtseize that we never found an opportunity to fire off? Makes sense as Hiroki's down to 1 card.
I think it's the Thoughtseize.
Uh-oh. No battlefield presence.
Well, I mean, that could be fine. If Sho has a rule spell here, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can even take 2. You can even take 2 and wait to see if he, plays a pump spell or something. But
yeah, and there's no need to go for it here, right? And we'll deal our 2, we'll get our Bone Crusher Giant in play, and now kind of put Sho to the question whether or not he can produce an Atraxa.
Well, yeah, so
there is a Transmogrify. So
has to Transmogrify, but does not maybe have the duress.
Yeah.
Because what you would really like to do is like duress the opponent, clear the coast, and then if the opponent doesn't have it, go for transmog. But I guess the problem with that is you only have one creature in play. So if you go for the transmog, I guess even if you have a duress, they can just always get you. Ugh.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. So, and we just didn't quite have enough mana to activate Mutavault and then pair our two creatures together to crew the Bankbuster. And then Transmogrify that. And instead, we just die on the spot to Castle Embereth.
Wow.
Oof.
Well, that was crazy. I mean, I really thought Sho was going to win that second game. But it doesn't quite come together. These slick shot decks are very fast and aggressive. If you miss a single beat, you will lose. And I think a big factor in the match we just saw is, for whatever reason, Sho did not draw a one-mana removal spell in the match.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, Fatal Push, Torch, like, neither of these cards was drawn ever. I mean, he has 7 of them, okay? That is running a little cold. Now, I'm not saying you should have mulliganed either hand. You know, I think you're definitely supposed to keep a hand like a Braid, Fable, Transmog cards, right? Like,
yeah,
that hand's a snap keep. But if you never draw a one-mana removal spell, yeah, I mean, the mono red deck is pretty scary. I don't find that to be a shocking development.
All right, chat. That is going to wrap up day 1, and with it, it's going to wrap up our stream. So, thank you, as always, Andrew, for your commentary.
Yeah, and we will be back tomorrow at around the same time as we started today, which is to say 11 a.m. CST, 12 p.m. EST for more coverage of Japanese RC. While you're waiting for that, please don't forget to subscribe to the MTG Elo Project Patreon if you'd like to support everything Adam does there and streams like this one. Additionally, if you enjoyed this stream and like hearing me talk about Magic, please don't forget that I stream 4 days a week on the System Magic channel. Yeah, I think that's going to about do it. Any final thoughts for the day?
Actually, I'll give you one final thought, because we are now at the point where we can actually look at Melee. So
okay.
I've been trying to avoid doing this since I didn't want to see the standings, but we can leave with some knowledge of where the tournament actually stands. So we saw that Hiroki is the lone player on 8-0. He won that showdown match to decide the undefeated player overnight. There's a nice group of people at 7-1 beneath him, including Shota playing Phoenix. So I'm expecting that we'll get to see some more of him tomorrow. It's kind of exciting. Good mix of decks at the top, it looks like. Like in the 7-1 bracket, we've got a variety of different lists. Is this a Tarka's command at 7-1 for people who have made that call on the prop sheet? Kind of exciting to see.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I did not pick a Tarka's command.
Wow, there's some other interesting ones here. We've got an Orzhov midrange list. Is this legitimately Orzhov midrange? I'm going to go with no. It looks like it's Demon Splashing Vanishing Verse.
Yes.
That's a choice. You could do that, I guess. Also, one thing that I don't see near the top here is Mardu Greasefang, right? And a large number of people came with this Greasefang list. It looks like they got demolished.
That does not surprise me at all. I continue to think Greasefang is a scam, all versions.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Okay, so we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll start in our traditional way. I'm going to look over the Day 2 metagame, make sure that I've got an accurate picture of what decks are in Day 2, and I'll also find 4 or 5 cards that I think you may or may not know what the text on them is, and we'll see if we could stump you.
All right, hit me tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow for that then.
Yep. Have a good evening, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Cheers, all.